You're a tiny little boy.
You're posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fun, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude?
And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that cloud.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and envies are having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another day. It's a Thursday. It's Thursday, November 2nd, 2023. We are moving further and further into the end of the year. 11:35 a.m. Live and alive, folks. 77 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, and I am not feeling absolutely like Gudu, but still not great. Here's the new merchandise.
I'm saying it.
It says, I'm just a bill.
We fucking totally brought it on ourselves.
Says, I'm just a
Holy
bill.
shit. We did. We
paid
fucking
for
did in a video
by-
game.
paid
Whatever,
for by your local
hypothetically,
corporate
politically.
benefactor.
We fucking did, man. We did.
That was HasanAbi streaming theme song from my favorite socialist himbo by Theresa Sweetheart. Wearing white after Labor Day. First of all, no, you can't wear white pants after Labor Day, but I fucking wear white whenever I want. You know what I'm saying? Except I never really wear white pants in general. Anyway, folks, we're live and alive. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life, but let me tell you, there's not really much going on at all. I've been talking to some journalists about what's going on. I've been talking to some journalists about what resources I use on the ground, things of that nature, you know. People that want to inform themselves and also people that are writing articles about the coverage. We've moved on to the meta-analysis. We moved on to the meta-analysis. We're talking a vision in white. Salam. We moved on to the meta commentary, the meta-analysis. We're talking about things. You know what I mean? Anyway, regardless, tonight later, I will be on stage with a bunch of my favorite anti-Semites. Noah Colwyn, former editor, I think he was the editor-in-chief, but former Jewish Currents writer, current blowback podcast aficionado, and of course also everyone's favorite anti-Semite Felix Biederman will be there as well, and Drill, and numerous other guests. Will it be streamed? I don't know. A meeting of anti-Semites? What is this, a Fortnite lobby? Yeah, we're gonna be getting together like we're playing Rainbow Six Siege, baby. That's how shit'll be a meeting of the minds. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, Drill isn't from Tweeter. What a funny situation, because Noah Colwyn and Felix Biederman are some of my earliest guests on this broadcast when we literally used to talk about Israel-Palestine while playing Fortnite. So it's pretty funny that you said, what is this, a Fortnite lobby? When making a joke about anti-Semitism. But the funny part about that is that I literally did play Fortnite with Felix and Noah regularly all the way back in 2018, where we would discuss Israel-Palestine while playing Fortnite. That was like some of my earliest streams out there. So is Israel actually overrated? Yeah. Is Israel-Palestine protest possible, or is it too big of a risk? There's a couple different security factors at play here, Cinemarxism, but I can talk to you separately. But it's a little bit, yes. But we'll see. Fat Man Joyzy's back with dad jokes. That's cool. Will we get the continuation of Forging of Swords with Ray vlog? Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Oops, my car just terminated a pot of human shields on their way to kindergarten. No, it was also our Shadow Priest in the 2019 Classic WoW launch. Oh, damn. Should pay $15K for it, you know? I'm gonna show up. Thank you, Meg Clark, for consistently, or Meg Klein. Meg Clack. Said, Azana made the shirt for you at my screen printing job. I really want to get it to you. Please open the P.O. box again. I want you to have it for the upcoming election nightmare. Please help me get this to him. USA 2024. Vote for freedom. Vote for Trump 2024. I was at the Pro-Palestine March in Austin this morning, formed by PSL. If it weren't for you, I would have never had the courage to show up. Have you seen the Prager U-Doc? I have not. You got to whip up Austin a little bit. Dude has like 3 good vlogs in the bank. Yeah, I know. I haven't even watched the last vlog. I haven't even like legitimately watched the last vlog that he posted. I haven't had time to watch it on stream. Anyway, we're gonna do updates on Gaza as always, because the Israeli occupying force has now moved into Gaza City. Yeah, I saw the I'm a Jew going undercover video. We'll watch it if you want. I hate shit like that so fucking much, dude. Like, anyway, new to stream, discovered you on Piers when it came out. Hell yeah. In the U.S., there will be 2 protests happening, one in D.C., one on the East Coast, and one in San Francisco on the West Coast. How do I deal with my psychotic pro-Israeli in-laws at Thanksgiving? I should mention both my partner and I are for Palestinian freedom and are both Jews. Our brains just happen to function properly. Well, I think that at this point, especially amongst Jewish Americans, like the boundaries of unconditional support to Israel versus no, that's fucking ridiculous, an apartheid state, is not necessarily on ideological lines. It's more so, it is more so on age. Demographic boundaries. I think that's what it is. That is like the big distinction. You see the Israeli spokesman tell the guy whose family died that they should have left? I have not. Anyway, let's just fucking get right into it, folks. We got a lot going on. We got a lot happening in the world, and I'm going to cover all of it. So, watch Michael Brooks' take on Israel on YouTube, ... My friend, Oh, you just got fucking clapped, unfortunately, because you were spamming it too much. Omed, I'm speaking to you personally. Michael Jamal Brooks was a good friend of mine. I say was because unfortunately he has passed away. Yes, I am very familiar with what he said on Israel. I have watched this video on stream as well. But thank you for the suggestion. Rest in power to Michael Jamal Brooks. A wonderful beacon of clarity, moral clarity. Tiltify just tweeted you. Oh, they did. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the protest posters as well. I'm gonna finally stop all the nonsense. Okay, all the madness. Dr. Gabor Mate on Israel/Palestine. Anyway.
Where is the?
It was also Edward Said's birthday yesterday. Rest in power to Edward Said. All right. Let's get started. Don't get it twisted. We will be covering news. Let's get started. There's literally nothing going on in my life, by the way. The one thing I will say, hold up. The one thing I will say is that hold on one second. What's up, Mr. Out of Touch? Not much. I'm so out of touch, dude. You're right. Guys, I will say this. There is some personal news. After a brief hiatus, albeit a very long one in comparison to the previous hiatuses, I have officially, once I got caught up with Jujutsu Kaisen, I have officially started my One Piece journey once again. I'm fucking back. We're so goddamn back. Does it have something to do with the fact that I was Roronoa Zoro and the One Piece official anime account, as a matter of fact, liked my tweet and Stella Chu tweet? Does that have something to do with it? Maybe. Maybe I am Roronoa Zoro. Maybe swords, or maybe scars in the back of a swordsman is a great mark of shame, and I recognize that. Which is why I said it's time to get the fuck back in. Dive the fuck back in. It's Dressrosa time, baby. Woo! Goddamn. What will happen? What will happen with Doflamingo and his colorful cast of personalities in his squad? Find out next time on Weeb Peace. Right. Punk Hazard is over and our heroes are on a journey to fight against the corrupt influence of Doflamingo. The One Piece account liked their tweet, show it. How about you find it yourself? The manga make you and Fidel Castro come. Can't wait for you to catch up. Well, I will be catching up. Don't you fucking worry about a thing, baby. Hopefully it won't be super slow. I am a little worried about that, but it's okay. What episode? I'm like 678 or something, 679. I don't know. Insane that you're already at the Dressrosa arc. Wait, what? Is it not Dressrosa? 678? Maybe I'm not at Dressrosa. I mean, they just landed at Dressrosa. No, I think I am, right? The one I'm actually worried about isn't Dressrosa, but the one I'm actually worried about is Dressrosa is literally apartheid. Oh, okay. Okay, that's sick. Whole Cake Island is long my favorite. That's the one I'm worried about the most. Dress Rosa is phenomenal. Okay. All right. As IOF moves into Gaza City, ACLU sends letter warning against ADL activity. Biden calls for humanitarian pause. We demand ceasefire. Get in now. Bump, 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 bump. Are you doing Movember this year, HasanAbi? Well, I mean, I did shave, so I guess like I won't I won't shave again. Like, you know, Zionists saying anti-Semitic shit. You don't understand. Zionists can always get away with saying anti-Semitic shit. Okay? Ann Coulter is one of the greatest examples of such anti-Semitic Zionists. Okay? Wait, where the fuck did my download go? I don't even know where. What? Oh. New merch? Yeah, I'm wearing it. Yeah, I'm fucking wearing it. Do you think there's a parallel to be made between Monkey D. Luffet and Bono Netanyahu? Wait, what? Monkey D. Luffet and Bono Netanyahu? Who are these? Is Bono Netanyahu like the fake Monkey D. Luffy or something? What the fuck is Bono? My man said Bono Netanyahu, like former lead singer of U2. Bono Netanyahu. Have you watched or played Homefront? Goyim Zionists being anti-Semitic is the purest form of white supremacy. Oh, I mean, it's also very common. Like, if you were to look at, I feel like if you were to look at anti-Semitism in America, at least, if you were to look at anti-Semitism coming from anti-Zionist movements versus anti-Semitism coming from Zionists, yes, Zionists are infinitely more anti-Semitic. 100%. But it don't even matter. CDawg posted is running.
When you coming back to Japan soon? Ah, the silent treatment. Politics. I hear you. All right, we'll talk soon, but I won't touch you. Okay. I'll leave you alone, man. Don't you this time?
That's kind of fucked up. That's fucked up. I would never ignore him. That's insane. I would never ignore him. Have you seen the video of Joy Reid actually being truthful about the genocide? At least one person at MSNBC is actually honest. Yeah, I think it's like one of those circumstances where as long as there's no Bernie Sanders at play, Joyanne Reid is like, no, you know what I want to talk about actually? I want to talk about a liberal writer, very important thinker, especially like under the Obama administration, a lot of people hated him / also revered him. I'm talking about Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm going to be talking about Ta-Nehisi Coates because he said something that I find very interesting. Like he had a moment of like self-reflection and honesty that I think a lot of thinkers in the United States of America should honestly engage with. He basically, I mean, he did the biggest mistake of his life. He went to actually Palestine. He went to Palestine. You can't do that. You can't go to the West Bank, especially as a black man, and come out of that experience not recognizing exactly what the fuck is going on. Now, for Ta-Nehisi, as you guys know, he's talked about reparations quite a bit. And I agree with him. Reparations are a moral necessity. I've always liked Ta-Nehisi Coates. He's not bad, but he is a liberal. Okay? He is a liberal. Thing is, Ta-Nehisi Coates had talked about a successful form of reparations and made a case for how black reparations, like African descended slaves, could get reparations in the United States of America by pointing to the successful example of reparations in Israel, right? German government gave reparations to Israel for Holocaust. This was a part of his work. Now, he straight up came out and openly said, I will for the rest of my life work to undo the damage that I have caused to the Palestinians. Not necessarily to say like that the reparations argument is wrong, or not necessarily to say that Israel did not deserve reparations. Of course they did, right? Like Jews deserve reparations, not Israel specifically. Jewish people deserve reparations after the Holocaust, of course. But his frustration with his own writing came from not going and seeing Israel and the West Bank with his own two eyes. We are going to be talking about campus demonstrators today as well. There's a lot of misinformation going around on campus demonstrations and whatnot. But yeah, here's what Ta-Nehisi Coates at Palifest said. Okay, this is a Palestinian literary festival. Here's what he said on at Palifest. He said, I'm a latecomer to this. I will probably be making amends for this until the day they put me in the ground. If I'm honest, when, in one of my most celebrated works of journalism, I had to demonstrate tangibly how a reparations program could be done, I looked to Israel. One of my golden rules about reporting is you only write after reporting. And I wrote without going. For me, personally, there's a thing of making amends, and it is terribly, ferociously important to me. Then he also went on, of course, my favorite broadcast on the fucking planet, the most consistent outlet of real news and dedicated reporting, and Democracy Now!, you know, the greatest institution, okay? The amount of respect I have for everyone that works there, I mean, they are, I love them. I love them so much, and I hope you do too. Always incredible work from them. So yeah, he went on to clarify what he means by that. Okay? He went on to clarify.
I had this degree of anxiety about going. Because I knew I was going to see something I couldn't quite name. And I knew because of my upbringing, because of my mother, because of my father, because of my wife, because of my son.
I thought you were being sarcastic. Fuck no. No, dude. He literally went to the West Bank and was like, oh my God, this is some racist ass bullshit. Because let's be real, okay? Any black person, any brown person, most brown people living in the United States of America, they go to the West Bank, they'll be like, oh shit, I know exactly what the fuck's going on here. Like, what the fuck? This is like the final stage of like what we fear will happen to us in America, right? And what has happened to us in America in previous formations. Like, it's impossible not to realize, and is especially impossible not to realize when you're fucking Ta-Nehisi Coates, like, you know, a very important journalist that has spoken and about black history in America. You know, like, this is not some random fucking dude, but any random fucking dude would most likely see it. Let me take it one step further. Random white people will also understand exactly what the fuck's going on, especially if they go to Gaza. Daniel Day-Lewis is a great example of this. 2005, Daniel Day-Lewis, the GOAT, Daniel Day-Lewis went to Gaza, okay? I mean, you should read what he had to say about what was going on. And he wrote about it. He wrote about his experiences. That's why I always say, like, listen, if you're not if you are not born outside of the United States, or if you didn't grow outside of the United States, if you're not outside of like the immediate sphere of influence of the United States, and you want to develop a better understanding, just like if you visit one of these fucking places, if you see the rubble, if you see the consequences of American imperialism and all of its endless might, okay, all the bloodshed that it has caused, you will become a different person. You will develop a much better understanding of what the fuck really is up. Anthony Bourdain is another example of this. There is not a single person. This is a phenomena most commonly experienced by active duty service members, veterans. Okay, that's why there's a massive. There's why there's a lot of groups out there of veterans who are anti-war now. Like, if you're if you're some dumbass boy from Arkansas, fucking 17, 18 years old, and the first time you leave the country is when you're, getting dropped into Iraq or Afghanistan, and then you see the atrocities that you're committing, and what you are doing as a part of like your quote unquote job, you for the first time ever develop a very different understanding. Now, that doesn't mean that all veterans are like this. Some of them don't want to meet the moral conundrum and choose to hand wave it away. Okay, are you comparing Israeli occupation to American imperialism? What? So argument for reparations using Israel as an example backfires? Imagine that. No, the argument for reparations is sound, and the argument for reparations is just. He's just saying that he should have been a little bit more considerate about his coverage on Israel rather than just simply talking about it like it's a shining beacon of democracy. That's what he's saying. Anyway. And also on top of that, what did you say? What was the second thing that you asked me, which was contentious? I can answer you as well. Are you comparing Israeli occupation to American imperialism? No. I'm not doing that, as a matter of fact. What I'm doing instead is, first of all, Israeli occupation is American imperialism. If you don't understand that reality, I don't know what you think. I don't know why you think it's happening and why you think people just not only refuse to assess the brutality with honest terms, but instead immediately champion it. Because like any alternative to this is basically just anti-Semitic theories, I think. Most alternatives to assuming that there's like some secondary reason that's not American imperialism would be often just anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that like some Jews have some profound influence on American Congress and American media or some shit. No, we're good. My first comment was in jest. The second was more illuminating on the comparison. So I don't understand why he has to make amends then. Well, let's hear what he has to say about it.
That after I saw the thing, I would have to come back and talk about it. That there was no option in which I did not talk about it. And I thought I was going to another country. But in fact, what amazed me was I actually felt that I was in the same country. But I was in a different time. I was in the time of my parents and my grandparents. I can think back to all of the articles I've read, all the things I've seen said about how complicated and how complex the situation is and the occupation is. I say it's complex, it's complicated. And it's made to sound as though you need a degree in Middle Eastern studies or some such, a PhD, to really understand what's happening. But I understood the first day.
Yeah.
We went to East Jerusalem to try to visit in the way that Muslims visit Al-Aqsa Mosque. And I can remember being there, and there were 4 IDF guards, biggest guns I'd ever seen in my life. And they checked IDs, and they gave us our IDs back. And then they did nothing. They just made us wait. And we waited, and we waited, and we waited. There was no list, there was no protocol, there was no anything. They were just making us wait because they could. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I was like, I know what this is. I know exactly what this is. The second day we went to Hebron, and I can remember walking down streets with a Palestinian guide. And we would get to certain streets, and he would say, I can't walk down this street with you. You can walk, I cannot, because I'm Palestinian. And I thought, I know what that is. As we drove through the occupied territories, and I would look out, and I would see roads that Palestinians could use, and roads that only Israeli Jews could use. I said, I know what this is. As I saw different colored license plates for different classes of people, I said, I know what this is. As I saw communities that I can only describe as segregated, I said, this is Chicago, it's Baltimore, it's Philadelphia. And I don't mean to center the whole world on America. We have a tendency to do that, but my lens is my lens. This is all I have. And what I felt was a tremendous weight. I felt the obvious thing that I think all of us feel, that our tax dollars are effectively subsidizing apartheid, or subsidizing a segregationist order, a Jim Crow regime. But I also felt that as an African American who was reared on the fight against Jim Crow, against white supremacy, against apartheid, I felt tremendous shame. How could I not know?
Yup.
How could I not know that the only democracy in the Middle East as it builds itself is segregated? How did I not know that? And what I came to, Michelle, was that Israel is a democracy, the only democracy in the Middle East, in the exact same way that America is the oldest democracy in the world. So the relationship was quite clear. It was quite clear, it was palpable, it was felt, and the responsibility was clear after that. Yeah, well, I'll say a couple things. I think it's really important to acknowledge something, and that is that I'm a relative latecomer to this. It's not something that I had a real knowledge of. I had an intuition for it, I had an awareness of the tradition, but it really was not until I went there that I had a tactile feeling for it. One of the things that I will probably be making amends for, until the day they put me in the ground, if I'm honest, is in one of my most celebrated works of journalism, when I had to demonstrate tangibly how a reparations program could be done. I looked to Israel.
This is reason, yeah.
And I think about that. And one of my golden rules about writing is that, you only write after you've reported, you only write after, and I wrote without going. And so while there is this long tradition of solidarity, for me personally, there's a thing of making amends. And it is terribly, ferociously important to me. I think about that, and I think about how gracious people were when I was over there. I think about how they took me into their homes. I think about how they fed me. And I think about how their only request was, when you go back, don't lose your voice. That was all they asked. That was all they asked. And so for me, I am obviously aware of the tradition. But this is personal. You know what I mean? I have some debts to pay. And I think it's really, really important that I be clear about that.
Yes, well.
He wrote this he went after he wrote. He went to the West Bank after he wrote about reparations and how successful it would work off of Israel. And like obviously this doesn't mean that like reparations doesn't work or that Jewish people did not deserve reparations in the aftermath of the Holocaust. Of course they did. And reparations will work, of course. And whether it could successfully be implemented or not does not change the morality behind it, right? But he's just simply stating that like there was a lot more that he could have said about the situation. Like there was a lot more that he could have analyzed rather than simply state like, you know, that Israel is a shining beacon of democracy.
Where are we now in terms of censorship? What do you fear? And how do you think people ought to respond in this moment in time?
You know, oddly enough, I think we're in a...
All right. Anyway, so here he goes into more detail here about his experience in the West Bank, which caused them to immediately on the first day realize that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and that some people will not see the ad. Those people are subscribed, and some people will see the ad. Those people are the unsubscribed, right? Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Dynamic Jab 13. Thank you for the 10 gift the subs. Dual Max 95. Thank you for the 5. Flocky. Thank you for the 10 gift the subs. There's a 3-minute ad break now.
I spent 10 days in Palestine, in the occupied territories, and in Israel proper. I've had the great luxury over the past 10 years of seeing a few countries. I have not spent more time or seen more of another country or another territory than I did this summer. I think what shocked me the most...
Mesu's YB, thank you for the 5 gifted. Maxilla 4L, thank you for the 5. The Raging Hopper, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Most was in any sort of opinion piece or reported piece or whatever you want to call it that I've read about Israel and about the conflict with the Palestinians. There's a word that comes up all the time, and it is complexity. That and its closely related adjective, complicated. And so while I had my skepticisms and I had my suspicions of the Israeli government, of the occupation, what I expected was that I would find a situation in which it was hard to discern right from wrong. It was hard to understand the morality at play. It was hard to understand the conflict. And perhaps the most shocking thing was I immediately understood what was going on over there. Probably the best example I can think of is the second day when we went to Hebron, and the reality of the occupation became clear. We were driving out of East Jerusalem. I was with the Palestinian, with Palifest, and we were driving out of East Jerusalem into the West Bank, and you could see the settlements, and they would point out the settlements, and it suddenly dawned on me that I was in a region of the world where some people could vote and some people could not, and that was obviously very, very familiar to me. I got to Hebron, and we got out as a group of writers, and we were given a tour by a Palestinian guide, and we got to a certain street, and he said to us, "I can't walk down this street. If you want to continue, you have to continue without me." And that was shocking to me. And we walked down the street, and we came back, and there was a market area. Hebron is very, very poor. It wasn't always very poor, but it is very, very poor. Its market area has been shut down. But there are a few vendors there that I wanted to support. And I was walking to try to get to the vendor, and I was stopped at a checkpoint. Checkpoints all through the city. Checkpoints obviously all through the West Bank. Your mobility is completely inhibited, and the mobility of the Palestinians is totally inhibited. And I was walking to the checkpoint, and an Israeli guard stepped out, probably about the age of my son. And he said to me, "What's your religion, bro?" And I said, "Well, I don't, you know, I'm not really religious." And he said, "Come on, stop messing around. What is your religion?" I said, I'm not playing. I'm not really religious." And it became clear to me.
Like, the fucking audacity, dude. This is what it is. It's just like, when you're so trained and so conditioned into behaving this way against a population that you have made, I don't know what terms to use here, a population that you've ritualistically humiliated and subjugated, you think you can do the same shit to even international members of the press, authors. And the reason why you think you can do this is because you're like, well, they're Palestinian supporters. You know what I mean? They're Palestinian supporters. Otherwise, why the fuck would they be in the West Bank, right? So he thinks he could just like get away with, especially because Ta-Nehisi is black too, because like the white supremacist undertone of the broader fascist ideology that is very much alive inside of Israel is definitely there. There is historic precedent for it, obviously. Look to what the Israeli government's operations were in dealing with Ethiopian Jews when they first came in. Look to the way that the Israeli government first dealt with Arab Jews, as a matter of fact. Like, there's always been a dedicated effort to like try to Europeanize Israel, but also like, you know, try to make the population as white as possible, increase white population numbers, and decrease black Jewish population numbers in general. And that, of course, is an extension of having a broader fascist ideology.
That unless I professed my religion, and the right religion, I wasn't going to be allowed to walk forward. So he said, well, okay, so what was your parents' religion? I said, well, they weren't that religious either. He says, what were your grandparents' religion? And I said, my grandmother was a Christian. And then he allowed me to pass. And it became very, very clear to me what was going on there. And I have to say, it was quite familiar. Again,
it's like just ironic because like, this is why I always say like Israel is basically an American state, right? Because one, the very same IDF is in some ways being funded by our tax dollars, his tax dollars, right? Now, listen, this is also important. One very important criticism from black activists within the Black Lives Matter movement against police brutality is always, you take our tax dollars and you fund the police with our tax dollars, and then the police come back and occupy us like an occupying force. Okay? So he's experiencing that as a black man in America, and now he's experiencing that as a black man in the West Bank, in occupied territory, right? Occupied Palestinian land. But it goes a little bit further than that. The IDF also trains the American police departments, especially in the aftermath of 9/11, where this collaborative effort became a matter of policy, where the American police departments went to Israel to get training, to get counterterrorism training, because there was this big fear that like there was going to be a tremendous amount of Islamic terror that was going to happen, just like it happens in Israel every day. So like it goes far beyond your immediate understanding. It's like doubly ironic for a black American man to experience this. It's tragic. To experience this and to see others that look like him experience this in America, and then to personally experience this in an identical capacity in Israel. Okay? In that moment, of course, he was not being specifically questioned as a black man. He was being questioned because the IDF kid wanted to understand whether he was Muslim or not, to mistreat him.
I was in a territory where your mobility is inhibited, where your voting rights are inhibited, where your right to the water is inhibited, where your right to housing is inhibited, and it's all inhibited based on ethnicity.
These people drive me insane because, like, what did they think? All the Palestinian human rights groups are just lying, had to see with their own two eyes. I think that, look, Palestinians are incredibly resilient people, and they are incredibly forgiving. So I think that you need to welcome this kind of better assessment later on. You know what I mean? Like, this interview is from yesterday, I believe.
And that sounded extremely, extremely...
Like, you don't understand. A lot of people are victim to the echo chambers that they exist inside of. Why should they ever question it? Careful, Hasan. Why? What did I say? Like, I think there's no... I know you know Rawa Majid, very sus. What? Who the fuck is Rawa Majid? Rawa Majid is known as the Kurdish Fox, a Swedish criminal raised in Uppsala, but since a 2018 resident in Turkey. He's suspected of being the main leader of the Swedish criminal organization Foxtrot, which is linked to numerous shootings and bombings in Sweden. What? We got some Swedish racists in the chat? What's happening? Majid's parents are from Iraqi Kurdistan, but he was born in Iran when they were fleeing Iraq on the way to Sweden during the Iran-Iraq War. Yo, dude, that's awesome. He said, Foxtrot. I know, bro. Another trash import. Wait, where are you from? I don't understand. Water in the pipe. Carter 3. Cartnark. Who is Cardi? Hasan looking like a Christmas elf, Keck W, on fucking Christmas last year. This year, he's like, I suspect you of having sympathies with a Kurdish gang leader. Like, you followed me for a whole ass year and you developed what? Like the most advanced racism? After Rawa Majid served a long prison sentence, his cousin was murdered because of the escalating threat Majid then experienced. He was allowed by Swedish authorities to leave Sweden despite being under surveillance and has since resided in Turkey. He managed to purchase a Turkish citizenship in exchange for investments in 2020 through the Golden Visa program. Despite being wanted by the Interpol, an extradition of Rawa Majid from Turkey has been requested by Sweden, but Turkey is strict on refusing to extradite citizens unless they commit crimes in Turkey or have dual citizenships. Swedish police shared intelligence about an operation to capture Majid with Turkish police at the highest level. So what are they wait, cigarette smuggling? You reading this is confirmation? It's just like really funny that this guy is like, you know him. When apparently this motherfucker moved to Turkey. Like, this dude moved to Turkey 9 years after I had left Turkey. Like at that point, it had been 9 years since I had left Turkey. I can't even remember the last time I went to Turkey. And he's like, I caught you, dude. I got him. They hid in Turkey and had a shootout there. Swedish Mafia. Thoughts on Turkey being a safe haven for career criminals? Many Swedish gangsters hide there. I don't know. I don't know why. Especially because, like, if this dude is Kurdish, it's kind of wild that he, like... Turks don't necessarily like the Kurdish population in Sweden. As a matter of fact, the Turkish government's official position is that, until recently, was literally, unless you release every Kurdish person that we have declared a fucking anti-Turkish terrorist, we will not let you into NATO. So, very odd thing. They can buy citizens. Yeah, I'm sure that this probably wasn't even, politically a popular thing that was allowed in Turkey, because I don't think Turkish people are all too fond of Kurds in Sweden coming to Turkey in general. Also, myself, if I were to go back to Turkey, I don't know what would happen to me. Let's be fucking very real about that. So there's also that aspect of the conversation as well. I have been threatened in the past. So I don't know how this. I mean, I'm a dual citizen. I have an American citizenship, so I don't know how that works there. But anyway, yeah, keep going, dude. Pop off, yeah. Me and the big homie, the cigarette burglar. Tutuklarlar seni çok net ikinci bir rahip krizi yaşarız ABD ile. Vallahi yaşar mısınız bilmiyorum. ABD günün sonunda döner sizde kalsın diyebilir yani.
Familiar to me. And so the most shocking thing about my time over there was how uncomplicated it actually is. Now, I'm not saying the details of it are not complicated. History is always complicated. Present events are always complicated. But the way this is reported in the Western media is as though one needs a PhD in Middle Eastern studies to understand the basic morality of holding a people in a situation in which they don't have basic rights, including the right that we treasure most, the franchise, the right to vote, and then declaring that state a democracy. It's actually not that hard to understand. It's actually quite familiar to those of us with a familiarity to African American history.
Well, Ta-Nehisi Coates, last night you were asked about the significance of Martin Luther King's words on Vietnam. You said it's taken you years to, quote, understand nonviolence as an ethic, and that you understood that ethic in Israel. Could you explain?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think the thing to do is just to proceed off of what I said. Martin Luther King dedicated his life to the fight against segregation. Israel's a segregated society. The occupied territories are segregated. The Jews segregated. It's not, hard to understand. There are different signs for where different people can go. There are different license plates forbidding different people from going different places. Now, what the authorities will tell you is that this is a security measure. But if you go back to the history of Jim Crow in this country, they would tell you the exact same thing. People always have good reasons besides, I hate you and I don't like you to justify their right for imposing an oppressive regime on other people. It's never quite that simple. And so that was the first thing. But the second thing I think that you're referring to is,
Don't take this the wrong way, please, because I appreciate seeing people like him and you saying the same things basically verbatim. No, I mean, I like Ta-Nehisi Coates' writing. Like, I mean, there's things I disagree with overall, but I mean, I've used Ta-Nehisi Coates in the past to describe, for example, one of his works that I use regularly, I forget the name of it, but one of his works that I draw from is regularly on Reconstruction, like where he very adequately breaks down the dynamic of racism and how anti-black racism played a role in dividing the population, not on the boundaries of class, which it seemed which seemingly was creating new allegiances between wage laborer whites, like poor wage laborer whites, and also the recently freed black population. And like there is an example specifically about the utilization of "at least I'm not black." Like that was a primary that was a primary function of like racial division in an effort to break down any kind of like classist uprising. So I think ultimately there's a lot of good stuff in there as well, even if there's some that I don't agree with, but it doesn't matter. It's good. It's good for a cherished, celebrated liberal journalist, writer, author, a person that like, Barack Obama has hailed as like one of the most important authors. Like it's great when he is saying the exact same things that I'm saying.
This is like really personal for me. Because I came up in a time and in a place where I did not really understand the ethic of nonviolence. And by ethic, I mean the notion that violence itself is corrupting, that it corrupts the soul. And I didn't quite understand that. If I'm truly honest with you, as much as I saw my relationship with the Palestinian people there. And as much as it was clear what the relationship was, it was at the same time clear that there was some sort of relationship with the Israeli people too. And it wasn't one that I particularly enjoyed, because I understood the rage that comes when you have a history of oppression. I understood the anger. I understood the sense of humiliation that comes when people subject you to just manifold oppression, to genocide, and people look away from that. I come from the descendants of 250 years of enslavement. I come from a people who sexual violence and rape is marked in our very bones and in our DNA. And I understand how when you feel that the world has turned its back on you, how you can then turn your back on the ethics of the world. But I also understood how corrupting that can be. I was listening to actually my congressman last night, or I guess it was 2 nights ago, talk on the news, and a journalist asked him, how many children, how many people must be killed to justify this operation? Is there an upper limit for the number of people that could be killed when you would say this is just too much? This just doesn't, you know, compute. This does not add up. And I have to tell you, that congressman couldn't give a number. And I thought, that man has been corrupted. That man has lost himself. He's lost himself in humiliation. He's lost himself in vengeance. He has lost himself in violence. I keep hearing this term repeated over and over again. The right to self-defense. What about the right to dignity? What about the right to morality?
Okay, here's one thing I want to mention, okay? Here's one thing I want to mention. I talked about this briefly with Alex, right? Remember, Alex, Lowell overruled. He's a public defender. He's an abolitionist, right? And one thing Alex brought up, which Ta-Nehisi Coates brings up from a very liberal perspective, but specifically looking at the black experience in the United States of America, contemporary black experience and historical black experience, is the dynamics, right? The dynamics of what is going on in Israel in comparison to like what still happens in America in certain places, right? And the thing I told him, I think is very important for a lot of people to understand. Liberals do not have an issue with class violence, right? They do not have an issue with class violence. They are conditioned to not recognize class violence as an abhorrent thing. The structural violence of poverty is completely and utterly removed from the liberal lexicon or the way that liberal capitalists analyze modern society. They see that as a necessary evil to a certain degree. I do not. However, there is one form of systematic violence, systemic violence, that liberals also, at least liberals who understand history, also recognize as bad. And that is racial violence, religious violence, violence dished out on ethnic boundaries. If it's simply a system that disproportionately ruins the lives of poor people, working class individuals, under the auspices of Western neoliberal capitalism, then that's kind of fine. I mean, we look to it, we look to the problems, we see homeless people, we say, oh man, we got to save them somehow, right? Like, come on, this is really fucked up. Okay? But there's one form of systematic violence that even liberals find to be morally repugnant, and that is like abject white supremacy, Jim Crow laws, institutional forms of religious or ethnic discrimination. And this is precisely the reason why even most honest liberals can't look to what Israel is doing and think this is appropriate. Okay? You can't. You cannot. Because it is very obviously an apartheid. That's not true. Even liberals did colonialism. My friend, I'm not here to say liberals are also not like clued in, or liberals are completely clued in on white supremacy. I'm stating that there is a degree of white supremacist action or fascist action that liberals will look in the other direction of, but there is a standard, right? There is a standard that if you go beyond, even honest liberals will go, that's not appropriate. You can't do that. It's the difference between institutionalized slavery in the form of the 13th Amendment, right? And the persecution that black communities face in modern American society and redlining versus Jim Crow in the South. Jim Crow rules in the South. You will not find a liberal now, especially, look back at Jim Crow in the South and go, that was fucking sick. However, there are still plenty of liberals now that have no framework of analyzing the racialized outcomes of class violence that is dished out towards contemporary black and brown communities. But an apartheid reaches that limit and goes far beyond. It's something that you can comprehend. It's something that every honest liberal who has been taught lessons of dignity, autonomy, a society that's supposed to peacefully coexist with equal rights and equal representation for all. When you learn these principles, and these principles you think are reflected in your society, albeit it might be incorrect, even if you are taught that these principles are the correct ones in a theoretical democracy, okay? When you see an apartheid state and you see that wanton discrimination, you see the codified discrimination, even liberals go, no, that's gross. I can't do that. That's too much. They need to stop it. And in which case, when that happens, when you reach that upper limit and you go, oh my God, that's actually fucked up. I know what that is. I've seen that before. There are conflicting forces or influences at play that maybe walk you back down to the justification of said apartheid state and its violence, because violence is a necessity in the maintenance of an apartheid state. And those other forces are Islamophobia and the fear of Islamic terror, Islamophobia, and also your proximity to the problem. Okay? And that's precisely the reason why you turn around and you say, maybe it's complicated. Maybe it is complicated. Maybe I'm simply not understanding it. The difference between a person who is completely oblivious to that reality and a person who faces it head on and sees it and still chooses to defend that reality is very different. Okay?
What about the right to be able to sleep at night? Because what I know is if I was complicit, and I am complicit, in dropping bombs on children, and dropping bombs on refugee camps, no matter who's there, it would give me trouble sleeping at night. And I worry for the souls of people who can do this and can sleep at night.
But what is the consequence of liberals agreeing with anything? They do nothing. So there's a couple different things that are important to understand here. Liberals make up the majority of this country, okay? Everyone is a liberal. Conservatives are liberals. Fucking Democrats are liberals. Republicans are liberals. Everyone is a liberal. This is a liberal democracy, okay? So at the end of the day, if you want to genuinely mobilize a massive amount of the population, if you want to have a mass movement that actually reaches the halls of Congress, that applies pressure on our politicians to go against their best interest, which is to continue the endless occupation, continue America's interest in the Middle East, and to continue funding Israel unconditionally, okay? You have to get liberals on board. This is why I always stress, like, the way you conduct yourself and the way you engage in propaganda is still important. The way you defend your positions is still important here in the United States of America. There are always going to be naysayers. There's always going to be people who want to ruin the movement, people who go in there and do stuff to make it seem like this is an inherently racist, anti-Semitic movement, for example. This is happening right now. right? But ultimately, you should move in the same way that the Israeli Foreign Ministry moves, right? Obviously, they have a much easier time of propagandizing their position and their plight, in spite of the fact that the conditions on the ground reflect a much different reality than the one that they're trying to desperately project to the American population. They can get away with doing whatever the fuck and saying whatever the fuck they want for the most part, but they still choose to propagandize. Okay? They still choose to engage in a steady flow of information on mainstream media. Okay? And do a whole bunch of different stuff as well, like the doxing campaigns and whatnot. Okay? But there's a way that you must conduct yourself, and I think a lot of long-term political advocates for Palestinians know this, and it's one that maybe younger people haven't learned yet. While not every single person in a massive movement is going to be perfect, and there are going to be some people who either misspeak or some people who are legitimately anti-Semitic, for example. That much is true. You have to understand that the goal should still be to always be to have a consistent and clear and coherent message. Okay? And that brings me to my next point of contention, the campus protests that are ongoing, the ADL and Stop Anti-Semitism, moving in ways to basically make any kind of mentions of Palestine or Palestinian people or Palestinian emancipation to be considered illegal. Okay? We're going to be talking about that right now. Specifically, I want to start off with this one thing that I saw yesterday from Visegrad, which is like a gross fucking outlet. I mean, they're fucking awful. This is directly from the Canary Mission. They are a horrible, horrible organization that doxes anyone and everyone. Okay? What? I'm sorry for adding you, but this is important. I feel this is important. You should read on stream from a fellow streamer and friends. His words are really well put. HamNCheddar is in here all the time. I'll look at it. I'll read it afterwards. Let me just go through this real quick. So this video came out. And it was like all-out war, basically. Video of Harvard students attacking a Jewish student on campus during an anti-Israel protest. One of them is Ibrahim Barmal, the editor of the Harvard Law Review. Now, everyone is calling for this guy to be fired. Now, this is from an event. 2 weeks ago, almost, at this point. Why did it take so long for them to come out with this video? And what are they showing in this video, really?
Exit, show him the exit. Exit.
Now, if you watch this chaotic video, you think, what is happening? It seems like they're swarming this guy.
Exit behind you. Turn around. Exit.
Not interested.
Okay, we'll stand here.
We'll just stay here.
Exit.
This is a 2-minute video. Anyway, let's just continue. So,
Exit.
No one's grabbing.
So I want you to understand something. Anything you see out of the Canary Mission is going to be a fucking gross misrepresentation of events. They are not in the business of, like, honestly combating anti-Semitism. They are openly in the business of doxing anyone and everyone that says anything that is pro-Palestinian. They do this. It's Project Veritas style bullshit, okay? They do it all the fucking time. And the fact that they are able to operate freely within U.S. boundaries is nutty to me, okay? But this, in and of itself, is a hit piece.
What's that?
Okay? Their job is to stop you from ever speaking on behalf of Palestinians. Okay? That's their job. Their job is to make you feel like if you do speak for Palestinian emancipation, they will smear you as an anti-Semite. They will say you're anti-Semitic. They will do everything they can to try and get you fucking fired. They'll dox you and they'll try to get you fired. So here's the video that came out. Okay?
Don't touch him! Don't touch him!
So here it is. So this is the video. It's chaotic, right? Like they're like forcibly pushing this guy away, right? And they did a full-blown media blitz, okay, yesterday. Even though the event had taken place, this event had taken place 2 weeks prior. Okay?
You want to be
Now, Canary Mission made a full-blown blitz. They're asking to fire this guy, the fucking editor of the Harvard Law Review. And here's what actually happened, however. This is Alejandro Carballo says, let's see another angle. The counter-protester was purposely stepping over protesters, attempting to get them on video to dox them. Okay? Protest marshals used nonviolent tactics to get them to leave. Now selectively edited videos released 2 weeks later to go after the fucking students. The entire fucking reason as to why that kid was like filming and harassing the fucking students down there was so that they could get their faces on camera so they could dox them. Okay? Here. This is 100% a Canary Mission op, okay? Look. So what do? They use the keffiyeh to block the footage. He's like stepping on people. And so they try to get him to peacefully leave the area. There is no better peaceful way of moving this person away from the area. There's like, this is confrontation, but it's a perfectly permissible and acceptable confrontation. Even the video itself shows it. But if you look at it from the perspective of the guy with the camera, all of a sudden, especially if you cut most of it, all of a sudden it's like, ooh, it's chaotic. It's so chaotic. They didn't beat his ass. They didn't shove him. They didn't do anything. They didn't take his phone away. Okay? There's a very specific goal here. The goal is to harass and document all of the pro-Palestinian activists on campus so that you can have their fucking faces blasted on vans that go all around campus. And I'll take it one step further. Vans that go to their houses. Okay? It's ridiculous that this has been distorted to make it seem like Harvard students were purposely targeting a Jewish student. They were attempting to de-escalate a situation where a student was stepping over others and holding a camera in their faces. They were using keffiyehs to obscure the students' view and escort them away from the protesters. Okay? Now it's being spun and pushed by Canary Mission and Bill Ackman as an anti-Semitic attack to once again go after Harvard students in a vicious and disproportionate way. Let's be clear. This isn't about going after anti-Semitism. This is about intimidating students from using their right to free speech to speak in favor of Palestinians. The doxing, harassment, threats, etc. are all intended to chill students' speech and only allow one side. This in no way means that Jewish students are not terrified right now with the massive increase in anti-Semitism. Students have a right to feel safe on campus, and anti-Semitism should be condemned and called out. Spinning videos to go after students who only exacerbates division and distrust, especially when it's external actors only seeking to sow discord for clout. We need to have a bit more patience, understanding, and empathy in this moment, or hateful rage will consume us all. Another student who was there confirms that this was the case. I was at this protest. Ibrahim was present as a safety marshal and stood in front of the mass students to protect our safety. The student was taking invasive photos and getting in our faces. In the video, you can see Ibrahim has both hands on his keffiyeh at all times. Another student was there. I was at this protest, and I'm disheartened by the way that this has been distorted. A man was weaving across us as we were laying down peacefully, mourning the lives lost in Gaza, getting close to our faces and taking invasive pics. The safety marshals asked him to leave and escorted him. Okay? If you've been in this game for a long enough time, you've probably seen similar things like this chatter just said. Also, I've seen posts claiming the chants of Israel, Israel, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide being spun as we want Jewish genocide. Okay? This was done to fucking Bella Hadid of all people a couple years prior, if you remember. This is a very old school tactic of being like, if first and foremost, every single type of protest is not permissible in the eyes of those who want to maintain Israel's apartheid. Okay? So that's number one. None of this is permissible to begin with. So what can we do? Well, the first thing we can do is say, well, the most common phrase is, let's just say that immediately means you want to wipe out all Jews, okay? Not even like dismantle Israel as it currently exists, an apartheid regime. It just straight up doesn't even mean that like you want to end Israel, okay? It means like you want to kill all Jews. That's what that means. From the river to the sea, you say that, that's anti-Semitic. So that's number one. That's lie number one. And if that doesn't work, okay, if that doesn't work, we'll say, and this is not just from the river to the sea, they say free Palestine is anti-Semitic as well. Okay? And if that doesn't work, then any kind of chant at a protest will be considered anti-Semitic. Any kind of protest that is in support of Palestinian emancipation will be considered anti-Semitic. And if there isn't something that you can find in a massive protest, okay, in a massive fucking protest, then you can just make it up. That's it. They just killed Mohammed Abu Hattab and his family. He was a news reporter for Palestine News Channel and was live on air half an hour before he was targeted. Just as he arrived at his home, him and his family were killed. Yeah. White genius by design. Any criticism that Israeli state is anti-Semitic? I think it was Gideon Levy that said, I cannot think of, who is Israeli and Jewish, I cannot think of any other state that has been so cruel while simultaneously claiming victims so successfully. I think every other apartheid regime or every other state also considered themselves to be the victims of this like enemy that is both powerful but also very weak and servile and docile. But it is especially more powerful when you link it to a very real issue. Okay? It goes beyond the nonsensical notion that like white genocide is happening in America because people are engaging in miscegenation. It goes beyond that because anti-Semitism is real. Anti-Semitism is a real issue, right? So in my opinion, it's even more dangerous and devastating to engage in these false conflations. Okay? IDF launched a podcast. Oh, man. Today we launched the official IDF podcast. Holy fuck. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Okay? IDF podcast first episode, baby murder good? Yeah. So Brooklyn white guys make another podcast. Shocking. Okay, dude. As I was stating, though, this kind of campus policing, okay, is, in my opinion, done with a very specific purpose, and that is to further conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, which the inverse of that also happens, where the Israeli state itself and defenders of the Israeli state themselves will claim Israel is the only place for Jews on the planet, and that all Jews on the planet care about Israel and want to defend Israel unconditionally. Okay? El take HasanAbi, El take. I would love to hear your perspective. Do not ban that guy. I would love to hear. The guy chasing him said Kyle did not shoot until he pulled the gun on him and aimed him. Oh, of course, a Kyle Rittenhouse defender. A Kyle Rittenhouse defender also defends the Kyle Rittenhouse of nations, Israel. Classic. Thank you. But he's a game watcher, so we'll keep him. We're not going to ban him. So, yes, we're going to talk about the tearing down of the posters. Okay? In a second. What the fuck was I going to say? Hold on. God damn it. There was one other thing that I wanted to mention here, but I cannot remember what I was going to say. We were talking about college campuses. We were talking about campus activism. Oh, here. This is what I was going to say. So, anti-Semitism is real. It's a real issue. Anti-Semitism flares up during times of Israeli sieges in the Western world. That much is a certainty. It is real. It happens. Okay? I will never tell you that anti-Semitism is not a real issue. Okay? That would be ridiculous. It would be a falsehood. Now, having said that, there are a lot of anti-Semites out there. But it seems, and this is my opinion on the matter, maybe it's not true. I'm willing to have people tell me I'm wrong on this. I'm open to criticisms. It seems to me like, given the demography, the demographics of Zionism in the United States of America and in the Western world as a whole, okay? It seems to me like, and I replied to this person, Armand Domolowski or whatever, and this is what my thoughts are, seems to me like, given that the overwhelming majority of ultra-Zionists in this country and specifically in the Western world are Christian, because there aren't that many Jews to begin with, right? Both anti-Zionist or Zionist Jews, right? Given the demographics, it seems to me like a lot of Christian Zionists are not fearful of the neo-Nazi opportunists that are gaining clout and momentum off of the anti-Israel sentiment that is growing in the Western world. They do not focus on the anti-Semitic neo-Nazis nearly as much as they focus on the Palestinian activists. Now, you have to ask, why is that the case? Because statistically speaking, anti-Semitic launderers of anti-Zionist sentiment, who are anti-Semitic themselves, who use anti-Zionism in an effort to push anti-Semitism, okay, who are neo-Nazis themselves, do not get the same kind of New York Post coverage. They do not get the same kind of wall-to-wall criticism. There are literal neo-Nazis on this fucking platform. Something that I and many others have criticized Elon Musk on time and time again. So one must ask themselves, what's going on here? Why? Why is it that this kind of sentiment goes on, and I don't really see a lot of anger specifically directed towards very clear white supremacist opportunists? As a matter of fact, the only thing I do see is a conflation between white supremacist neo-Nazis engaging in clear-cut anti-Semitism with predominantly students of color engaging in pro-Palestinian action. It almost sometimes feels like people only point to these guys to say, look, these guys represent the other guys as well. And it's never these guys that anybody goes after. It's always the students that everybody goes after. Jewish students, Palestinian students, black and brown students, white students, as long as they are pro-Palestine. And some people are more honest about it. In my replies, there are people who openly say, you mean to tell me that the bigger threat for Israel right now is some fucking dumbass Nazi when Nazi Germany is done and not Palestinians? And it's like, oh, well, there you go. You already admitted it. Okay, got it. Thank you. Statistically speaking, however, the gravest threat for Jewish Americans, okay, or Jews living in the Western world is not Arabs, is not Muslims. It's white supremacist neo-Nazis. Okay, the dude who did the synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh was not a Muslim fundamentalist. He was not doing it at the behest of the Palestinian liberation. Okay, that was a white supremacist Nazi, a Trump supporter, as a matter of fact, a white supremacist Nazi that shot up and engaged in the worst anti-Semitic hate crime in contemporary American history. Why did he do this? Well, he openly stated why he did it. He said he did it because Jews were opening up the floodgates of immigration into America in an effort to engage in white genocide. An argument that is as old as time itself, pretty much. The great replacement narrative that is channeled through Tucker Carlson, through so many Fox News broadcasters. Who contributes more to anti-Semitism? Laura Ingraham and Sean Hannity that say George Soros, a Jew, is responsible for the darkening of America by opening up the floodgates with his Open Societies foundations that creates immigrant caravans? Is it that kind of messaging being broadcasted from some of the most popular news broadcasts on the fucking planet, especially in the United States of America? Or is it students organizing after seeing thousands of dead Palestinian children and saying enough is enough? You have to put a stop to this. The Israeli apartheid regime must come to an end. We have a moral obligation to stop it. Where is the anti-Semitism actually coming from? I am starting to realize that the conflict does not have to do with religion at all, as you have stated. If it has something to do with religion, it's not the Jewish religion, and it's certainly not the Muslim religion. It's not Islam, it's not Judaism. It has more to do with Christian theology, and not even regular old Christian theology. I'm not even talking about fucking Catholicism here. I'm talking a very specific offset. Evangelical Protestants who believe in the Armageddon, who believe that the rapture will happen. And that is precisely why Israel must settle on all of that land, that all of that land belongs to the Jews, so that Jesus Christ can come back to earth and fight the devil. And then all of the good, God-fearing evangelical Christians can be sucked into the heavens. So to this guy, I replied, that person is a neo-Nazi opportunist. I have criticized this person and criticized Twitter for letting this person fucking run wild already. I said that person is a neo-Nazi opportunist. The new owner of the platform openly unbanned all of them. Christian Zionists far outnumber Jewish Zionists and anti-Zionists, and they aren't worried about neo-Nazis as much as they are about POC protesting against Israel on campus. Okay? This is the truth. This is 100% the truth. And there are, unfortunately, a lot of people that are refusing to reckon with that reality. Some are opportunists on the Zionist side. Right? Because, listen, if you don't go after these fucking Nazis who do legitimately pose a threat and their followers who do legitimately pose a threat to American Jews, right? Then you can always say, look, they're aligned. They're aligned with the fucking Palestinian protesters. You see that? You see that? They're aligned. They're coming after us. Okay? I don't think the broad majority of Zionists, both Christian and Jewish, legitimately are making this mental calculation. Okay? I don't think that every single one of them is, right? But there are definitely organizations, in my opinion, that shift their focus on any kind of criticism of Israel being declared anti-Semitic, that don't do any of this, that don't use any of their resources against those who are openly anti-Semitic. And because anti-Semitism is a very real problem, there is a massive amount of people that you could be targeting, that you could be criticizing, that you could be talking about. Okay? But instead, you spend all of your time yelling at fucking college students. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous and it's unserious. It's unserious, especially because, as I said, the real dangerous anti-Semitism, the actual anti-Semitism, comes from neo-Nazis and white supremacists alike. Bro, I know it's hard, but if you didn't cuss, we would not have to listen on headphones at work. You could potentially inadvertently reach 60,000 people every day, homie, and do more good for the world. I'm just saying. I will try to not curse as much. Meanwhile, you have this going on. The Iowa Democratic Party was recently made aware of a statement made by the University of Democrats of Iowa, which included problematic anti-Semitic slogans, including "From the river to the sea, the Palestine will be free." Let's be very clear. This is a call for Jewish genocide, and we wholly condemn this offensive language. Iowa Democratic Party stands with the innocent civilians, Israeli and Palestinian, that have had their lives ruined by the terrorist group Hamas. Yeah. This is a double bind. You know what I mean? It's like the Israeli bombs that are fucking lasering Palestinian children, also a consequence of Hamas. Palestinian children at the precipice of complete starvation. Who put that there? Who made those conditions? Not Israel, of course. That must be Hamas. It must be Hamas. It's always Hamas. It's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. And I do believe that given that there is a lot more information that's readily available and accessible outside, that is more, that is infinitely more digestible on other platforms at a time when there's a lot of scrutiny on mainstream media, I think that younger generations who have only seen Israel to be an incredibly brutal occupation are genuinely coming to terms with its war crimes and saying, I don't really think this is appropriate. I don't think this is appropriate at all. But there is a sea change. The tide is turning. And I say this as someone who has been advocating for Palestinians for 10 fucking years publicly. Okay? There is certainly every year there are more atrocities that Israel commits that people see for exactly what it is. Okay? And I think that is what the Israeli Foreign Ministry fears the most. Israel is a victim of its own success in its ethnic cleansing campaign. Okay? That's what it is. They are too good at engaging in ethnic cleansing. Too good. Far too good. They're far too ferocious. They're far too brutal. So no matter how much the media immediately tries to contextualize that violent act of bombing a refugee camp into oblivion 3 days in a fucking row, no matter how hard you put the IDF guy on there to just contextualize that violence and to say, no, you don't understand. This is appropriate. We have to kill all these Palestinians. We have to. We must. At the end of the day, people still recognize that this is wrong. There is a moral rot. Okay? I love this. Weenie Linguini. Hey, Hasan, have you talked about Pakistan expelling 1.7 million Afghanis, and are you going to call that a genocide? Or do you have a strict policy not to cover Muslim versus Muslim atrocities? Yeah. One of the few places where I've talked where you can actually get information on the Saudi blockade on Yemen and an ongoing genocide has a very strict policy of not covering Muslim on Muslim atrocities. I love that. I love that white supremacists are always the same. You just hit me with a black on black violence argument, man. The fuck is wrong with you? You just hit me with a fucking black on black violence argument. Like, it's crazy. You think this is the first time I've encountered some fucking stupid shit like this? And yes, of course, forcibly expelling 1.7 million refugees because of your horrible foreign policy that ends up harming 1.7 million Afghan refugees is unimaginable cruelty. It's completely unacceptable. Why the fuck would I say anything other than that? But it is so gross that you bring this up specifically in the midst of like my coverage of our tax dollars directly going to the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Like, you just betrayed your own supposed moral high ground. The only time you care about it is when you can use it as a talking point. It's fucking disgusting. That's crazy, dog. You should be ashamed of yourself. Like, here, I'll tell you, if you want to troll in here a little bit better, if you want to virtue signal or do like the just curious argument, cut the second part out, stupid. Because this second part, you can't just openly say. When you say the second part openly, you immediately give the game away. Like, you came in here and you were like, I am the biggest racist piece of shit. Hello, welcome. Stop teaching them how to be better racists. I mean, it would be better for him to fucking not put the second part because it gives the game away. You're immediately showing everyone that knows a little bit about how this works. That you're in it specifically for like winning a fucking argument with your 2012 created account. This is blowback for Pakistan. The Pakistani ISI destabilized Afghanistan in the 80s with the U.S. and also allowed America to use Pakistan as a base in the Afghanistan war. Now that the country next to them is a wholly failed state, they cry they have too many refugees from a Pakistani fuck Pakistan middle finger emoji. Not all 2012 accounts. Yeah, not all. Okay. Here. This is one other aspect of this conversation. Before I get to this, okay, today's cover from the New York Post, which, as you guys know, is definitely not a right-wing dish rag that doles out tremendous amounts of content that absolutely is the same kind of narratives that I've talked about with respect to Fox News, like the whole Jews are responsible, or one Jew, singular Jew, George Soros is responsible for browning out America by allowing refugee caravans to come in. Yeah, these guys, they love combating anti-Semitism. Okay, they call Palestinians animals on the front page just last week. Yeah. Sorry for having an older account. Fuck me. No, I will not be fucking you. But also, chill the fuck out. Okay, calm down. Like, not everything is about you. Okay. So. This video went viral on Twitter, and it is the next wave of, like, don't think about 3,000 murdered children with our tax dollars and our missiles, and instead talk about how horrifying what these guys are doing is, and they're horrifying because they hate Jewish people. Okay, specifically, I'll show you the video in a second. But of course, what I do want to show you is the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Of course, I don't want to show you the top of the hour ad break. I want to show you, the commentary. So just subscribe, or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. All right. Is this the video? Hamas support and anti-Semitism have been the highest used reasons as to why it's okay civilians need to die. Yeah. Isn't ripping the posters kind of cringe? It is. Not only is it cringe, but it's also unhelpful, and you are literally giving in to why those posters are put up to begin with. It's not like those posters are put up specifically because they want to invoke a feeling, okay? A feeling that you should have, which is that it is fucked up that these are children that have been held hostage. Those children are also being bombed as well, okay? So make no mistake, the posters are propaganda. Of course they are. But just like I do propaganda, right? And I said this as soon as I saw the poster. I said, it's a trap. It's a fucking trap. Don't touch the fucking posters. You're dumb. You're dumb. Don't touch the posters. Okay? Especially because the major reason as to why, if you touch those posters, is because Ben Shapiro is going to make a video out of it. And he's going to say, look, you're showing that you don't give a fuck about Israeli children. You don't care about Israeli children. You don't care about Israeli hostages. You know who doesn't care about Israeli hostages? Benjamin motherfucking Netanyahu. So do not, under any circumstance, allow this fucking demon and others to make an example out of you, to like cut this fucking propaganda to a bunch of liberal squishes. Because the broad consensus in the United States of America, for those who like actually you can have on your side, is that they're squishes. So aesthetics are a little important, okay? When you want to build a broad coalition. This is, of course, entirely removed from like how Palestinians move, how Palestinians operate, or what Hamas has done. I'm not even talking about that. right? I'm talking about specifically carrying yourself a certain way. So the worst thing you could do in that situation is rip up the posters, okay? Because you'll be caught on camera. Best thing you can do in that situation is put the many different names of the Palestinian children that have been slaughtered. Put posters of them up everywhere. Have Zionists come and fucking try to rip those off. Do the same thing, but in reverse. And if they come and rip those off, film them. Expose them for their cruelty. That's it. There is a reason why this is so effective. The reality is, like, I understand being angry. I understand how unjust the situation is for Palestinians. Okay? It is. And we're going to be covering this Daily Dot article as well. It's very good. Talia Jane wrote about this. Okay? And make no mistake, I'm not going to sit here and be like, this is the worst kind of anti-Semitism I've ever seen. No, get the fuck out of here, okay? Get the fuck out of here. These are angry people. They're doing something wrong that I consider to be wrong. I consider it to be both wrong and also, additionally, bad, because it's going to be used against you. No matter what happens, there is a way that you have to carry yourself. I've talked often about the callous indifference to human life that those who are in support of Israel's apartheid state can present when talking about a Palestinian or an Arab or a Muslim. But you, if you are defending Palestine, cannot do that. And there is no honor in breaking through that boundary, because the unfortunate reality is, if you are presenting yourself and your movement to America as a whole, when there's a sea of Islamophobia and they're going to say you're anti-Semitic anyway, you cannot give up any ground. You can't do that. Most people who have been at this for a very long time are aware of this reality. Okay? Sometimes you do have to capitulate to not someone who is advocating against you, but you do have to capitulate to the whims of the broader audience that you want to represent your moral case to. Okay? To a certain degree. So where's the video? Does anyone have that? I don't think it matters. If it wasn't this, there would be something else. Islamophobic peeps won't change. Media will find whatever opportunity to show Arabs in a bad light. Yeah, 100%. 100,000%. Okay? But there's varying degrees of, like, acceptability. Think about how easy it is for me to dismiss when I am trying to help liberals come to terms with Israel's apartheid regime. Think about how easy it is when someone says, oh, from the river to the sea is actually deeply anti-Semitic. They want to kill all Palestinians. I mean, they want to kill all Israelis, right? They want to kill all Jews. You can very easily go, no, that's wrong. But the reality is, every single thing that you do, you have to be thinking, is this productive? Am I genuinely, okay? Am I genuinely helping the cause? Okay? Because this is propaganda. Of course it's propaganda. But when you do that, you've played into the propaganda. Okay? You've played into the propaganda because you have heightened the propaganda. You've legitimized it. Just give them less ammo. It's that simple.
These are ripping boosters down. These are innocent civilians in Israel.
Fuck you, fuck Israel.
Bitch. Fuck you. These are our family members. We have family there.
Fuck you, bitch.
Someone says they're not here. Like, what are you gonna do? Find them here? I think in one of the videos.
Fuck you. And
I mean,
don't rip down these posters.
Again, you need to understand. Stop saying base. Stop saying base in the fucking chat. Oh God, you guys are so stupid. You're doing it. You're doing the thing. You're doing the exact same thing. There is probably at least 1,000 people in here right now that is screen recording every single fucking person that said base just now to be like, look, Hasan loves it. Hasan hates Israeli babies. Notice how Hasan fucking didn't immediately and regularly condemn it. It's like, bro, it is so fucking disingenuous to act like you give a single shred of a fuck about Israeli children being held hostage by Hamas right now when the Israeli government that you're defending is blowing up those fucking hostages, okay? It's ridiculous. You know who's fucking taking down those posters in Tel Aviv? Motherfucking Benjamin Netanyahu supporters. You want to know why? Because they see it as counterproductive. They see it as propaganda that is actually harming the war efforts, okay? So stop. I know that here in the United States of America, this is specifically created, okay, to invoke this kind of reaction so they can continue it. It's that simple. Why do you give in to this idea that there's any utility of hanging these posters in America outside of justifying genocide of funding Israel? What do you mean? I am saying that. There's no real utility here, but it's a trap, and you're willingly walking into the trap. Like, that's my point. That is what I'm saying. The point of those posters in and of itself is not to be like, look at all these children that are lost, okay? The point of these posters... The real point of these posters is so that someone goes and fucking tries to rip it off so they can fucking film it and go, look at these scary Arabs. They hate it. They have no interest in Israeli lives, okay? And it does look like that. It looks like that to every single person that's watching it that isn't as invested in the plight of Palestinians. You have to carry yourself a certain way. Here, let's talk about it, okay? Now, obviously, I'm not going to bend over backwards to condemn them. I don't, I do think that it's unhelpful and unproductive, and you shouldn't do it, okay? Especially when you should know that you have to be very careful with the way that you present your argument. Unfortunately, okay, in America, if you want to apply any kind of fucking stress towards, any kind of pressure towards the government, you have to have a broad coalition, and in order to have a broad coalition, you have to bring liberals onto your side as well. And liberals can be brought to your side. However, the issue is in this situation, if you deal with it in this way, then the only thing that Americans will talk about is this. Is not saying that you have to roundly condemn these people, okay? But this is what'll happen. Look at this. This has got 20,000 likes. Now, the fucking hilarious circumstance here is that there are a ton of Zionist counter-protesters, both Christian and Jewish, but predominantly Christian as a matter of fact, like engaging in acts of violence against any number of different Palestinians. People that aren't even like at a Palestinian protest, but just straight up looking Muslim. And it's not going to ever get this kind of coverage. It's absolutely stupid because we should care equally about the hostages as we do about Palestinian humans. Life is human life. I agree, exactly. As an Arab, I've had to be hyper vigilant my entire life when protesting because all they want to do is catch you on something to demonize us further. Yes, exactly. I think a lot of people just don't want to think about that or don't recognize that why this kind of thing happens to begin with. Like a trap, are posters of Israeli hostages drawing awareness or baiting pro-Palestinians into getting canceled when they tear them down? I think people are looking at the fact that they are so one-sided about these missing people. You are promoting Zionism, says a young woman carrying a wad of papers while being tailed by someone filming a fairly empty promenade. I am promoting Zionism. I am a Zionist, retorts the person filming. So you basically think genocide against Palestinians is justified, the woman replies. Great question. The video is one of more than a dozen similar videos circulating online. Each depicts a person or people removing a poster of Israeli hostages while others confront them. In one, a woman in a bright pink coat removes a post from a streetlight and yells, "You support genocide, you asshole," at the person filming. In another, a person removing a post from an electrical box appears to refer to the person filming them as a dog. A man gets a camera shoved in his face in yet another clip that shows a small group accosting him for removing posters. He asked the crowd, "But what about the Palestinians?" Most people depicted removing the poster have been identified, launching calls for them to lose their jobs, get kicked out of school, and a barrage of internet trolls. Okay? The posters themselves were created and originally distributed innocuously enough. This part is also true. The original posters, especially in Israel, play an entirely different role in Israel than it does in the United States of America. The posters were originally created. They were arrested for vandalism. You can't commit a crime in the name of free speech and expect to get away with it. Well, I mean, you can make the argument of like putting up posters being also an act that is could be criminally punished, but no one's going to do that, obviously. But and they shouldn't. So this isn't about like optics and respectability politics. Exactly. This is about laying a trap and having people fucking step directly into it. Okay? If you are an activist, if you care about a cause, you always have to think, am I doing something that is productive? I know a lot of people in my hater communities make fun of me for using that term a lot, but it is important. Okay? If you want to engage in building a movement, if you want to engage in coalition building, you have to think about these things from a broader context. And one of those contexts, especially if you're in the fucking Western world, is like how it will be viewed. Okay? If this was not important, if the aesthetics and the optics weren't important, then there would be no need for Jewish Voice for Peace, for example. They are a perfect representation of a group that is very clear, very coherent on their agenda. Okay? They're all Jewish. They all wear the same T-shirts that very clearly define it. Why is there a need for that? Why is there a need for that? Because people are ruthlessly trying to analyze under a microscope every single thing that you do if you are saying pro-Palestine in an effort to vilify you. Okay? In an effort to vilify you. So you cannot leave any room for confusion. Now, does this mean that there will not be people that cut through that and still engage in actions that can either be misconstrued, or even people that say like horrifyingly anti-Semitic things even in protests and whatnot? Okay? That will happen. It will always happen. There's no way to avoid that in a mass movement. But the goal should always be to minimize it. That's why I showed you an example of that. An example of protest marshals very quickly and very efficiently dealing with students that were coming in to counter-protest and antagonize and even dox, right? Even when you do it right, you will still get vilified. But when you do it right and you get vilified, you can at least defend this position. Okay? I'm so torn on this, reading so many black radicalist writings about all this and then speak about how you can't appease people who you think are animals being black. I feel that every day, or maybe I'm just pissed off. Listen, guys, there's always going to be two different forms of both protesting and doing activism, okay? What would your reaction be to people instead putting up those murder by Israel posters, kids directly on top? Would it be falling into the same trap? Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. Guess what? I'm saying you should do that. Of course. And people would fucking take those down and not a single peep would happen. As a matter of fact, they have done that and there's no fucking New York Post article on it. You want to know why? Because this is an Islamophobic country. It's the exact same reason. It is the exact same fucking reason as to why they don't fucking go on the ground and ask the Gazans how they feel about the bombing campaign and immediately have an IDF spokesperson contextualize why this incredible asymmetric violence is being doled out to the Palestinian population as a whole. Why this ethnic cleansing campaign is actually truly morally righteous and justifiable. Because there's a double standard. There's a double standard. Everyone knows this. Please, you know this. You're Palestinian. You know this. That's how it works. There is a double standard. Here, there is no better representation of said double standard than this.
Remember that the citizens of Gaza, these innocent civilians who so many people are shedding tears about, they voted for Hamas in the last election, and they would probably vote for Hamas today. So yeah, they're non-combatants, they're civilians, but they're supporters of Hamas. Whereas the people who were killed in Israel, many of them were not supporters of Netanyahu.
That's insane. That's an insane thing to say.
Many of them represented kind of left-wing kibbutzniks, peace activists, people who are opposed to the Netanyahu government, people who wanted a two-state solution, people who are opposed to the settlements, people who are opposed to the occupation, and they were killed. And so when you look at these civilian deaths, you have to ask yourself a question. How many of them really are civilians?
Yeah, ask that question. Now, to which I replied, if you were to say the overwhelming majority of Israel supports the current ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, which is true, 83% of Israeli Jews, not my designation. The designation of Israel is Jew versus Arab, even though it is inherently a racist designation in my opinion, but Israel's an apartheid state, so they make that. But 83% of Jews in Israel, as opposed to the 70% of Palestinian citizens of Israel, the Arabs in Israel, according to the Israeli Democracy Institute, do not care, 83% of Israeli Jews believe that it is unimportant. The casualties, the civilian casualties, the Palestinians that die are not important in Israel's latest siege, okay? 83%. So does this mean that they all deserve, like the entirety of Israel deserves an equivalent violent retaliation that targets Israeli schools, hospitals, bakeries? No, of course not. That would be immoral. And that would be designated as terrorism. Everyone would say, you're fucking psycho. You're a terrorist. You love terrorism. However, Alan Dershowitz, Jeffrey Epstein's favorite friend and defender, Alan, I never took my underwear off, Dershowitz, can get away with saying this. Congresspersons can get away with saying this. Why? Because they're saying it as they're defending Israel. And the enemies of Israel are Arabs, they're Palestinians, they're Muslims, they're scary, they're bad. We've already dehumanized them over the course of the past fucking 20, 30 years. To which this guy replied, and I had to reply back to him, Hamas targeted civilians. Why aren't you blaming Hamas for this? Israel is held to a higher standard by you than Hamas. Why is that? And he didn't even understand my argument. I said, why is one of the strongest militaries in the world with a secret nuke that gets $4 billion every year from the U.S. to run an apartheid state not held to the same standards as a fundamentalist militant movement that was born as a reaction to existing under those gruesome conditions? Okay? But of course, because if you're biased, you don't understand my point here. If you're biased, you think I'm saying Israel should be held to a higher standard. And I think Israel should be held to a higher standard. Of course, it's a fucking militarized state, right? It has all of the power to end the violence. But in that circumstance, I'm not even saying Israel should be held to a higher standard. I'm saying, why can't you hold Israel to the same standard as Hamas? But because people are already inherently biased, okay? Because people are already inherently biased, they immediately go, oh, what? You just, I don't understand. Israel should have even lower standards, actually. You didn't go against the guy who attacked Finkelstein accepting a good faith argument? I'm just saying, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You're a better tweeter than you are a streamer, and you're an amazing streamer. I mean, I think it's a little bit different when I don't have to, like, go off the cuff. You clearly don't want apartheid Means if you think Israel is the one that is apartheid, sit this one out, boss. Wait, what? You clearly don't want apartheid means? The fuck? The fucking IDF bots are out, dude. My replies are a shithole. Major Hassan L. That is unequivocally invalid. Hamas, a fundamentalist religious organization. They were born to rid Palestine of the Jews. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, Israel, on the other hand, is not actively engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign that is being backed by, like, openly backed by and openly celebrated by this fucking guy right now who's defending Israel and many others who are in the Knesset. Ministers. That's it. You are biased. Children voted for Hamas, don't you know? 3,000 voting children slaughtered. Nice. What a fucking idiot. Exactly. I'm biased. Anyway. I actually think Israel, the most democratic and virtuous country in the region, should be held to lower standards as they are the good guys. Yeah. That's how I think. I'm a baby. I'm a child. I also think that good people do good things, Israel, and bad people do bad things, Palestinians, Palestinian children especially. They are responsible for a lot of the bad things, which is why good should triumph over evil. Okay, got it. Can you finish your thought about the two different forms of resistance? Yes, there is always going to be more militant forms of resistance in comparison to a broader coalition building effort. The dynamic between Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, okay? These two forces work side by side with one another, no matter how people try to tell you that one triumphs over the other. They are both a necessity. I am a communicator, okay? I am a commentator. You're not going to fucking get me to be like, no, it's fucking sick. Thank God people are ripping these fucking posters. I think that's because I think it's bad. It's bad. It's not a good thing to do.
Fuck you in that propaganda.
You know, I don't. Specifically because you're then being used, okay? You will be used no matter what. If you are defending Palestinians, you will be used no matter what. They will say that you're anti-Semitic. If they can't find anything, here, I'll give you something. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example from myself. I have roundly condemned Hamas pretty much every single time I've opened my fucking mouth for the first like 2 weeks of the bombing campaign as Israel was like ruthlessly slaughtering Palestinian children. Kept doing it over and over again, over and over and over again. And I do think that violence is unjustifiable. It is not permissible. I'm against the ruthless slaughter of civilians. Okay, it doesn't matter if they're Israeli. It doesn't matter if they're Palestinian. Now, having said that, what ended up happening? Every single person still said, I'm HamasAbi. And every single person still said, I'm a terrorist. Every single person still said, I love Jews being slaughtered globally, okay? It didn't stop people from lying. First, they went and tried to fucking find people in my audience, right? First, they tried to find people in my fucking audience, in my community, to be like, look, we found some clips of Hasan. Well, we couldn't find clips of Hasan, but we found clips from his audience of like, 50,000 people watching, like that his mods couldn't get to fast enough. These guys they love it. They're fans. Then they did the same shit. They went into my Reddit and were like, look, his community is like anti-Semitic. His community is bad. They love Hamas. They celebrate it. They are big fans because they couldn't do anything to me. Then they turned around and said, look, Hasan still says, like, when I'm having a conversation with Ethan about the settlers in the West Bank, something that Ethan and I agree on, that is like something that the international community agrees on, okay, is that it's completely unjustifiable and it is an act of terror. Okay? And they turn around and they said, oh, he's saying like, babies should be ruthlessly slaughtered. So no matter what happens, they will always smear you. So don't give them an opportunity to do so. Always maintain a defensible position. Okay? Just recognize that there is always going to be a double standard. You're always fighting. You are always fighting from a position where the broader majority, you're pretty hated on the internet lately. It's not lately, it's always, okay? It's always. And it will be forever because nobody represents leftist politics and social progress across the board unconditionally on every fucking boundary, especially even on America's foreign policy endeavors in a clear manner without drawing a lot of fucking ire. These are not popular subjects. If it was popular, I'd be sitting over here, playing video games and watching fucking YouTube videos instead of trying to endlessly describe this position to people who refuse to understand it. I get hated on anytime I mention your name to someone who's heard about you. Yeah, because that's literally only online. That's the reality. Most people in the real world don't know who the fuck I am, okay? Maybe it's not popular because it's not a great idea. Yeah, you know what wasn't popular? Fucking the civil rights movement. You know what wasn't popular? Ending slavery. Shut the fuck up. You know what wasn't popular? Ending the apartheid state. Something not being popular to a bunch of dumbasses, especially because it's been propped up by capitalist forces our entire existence, doesn't change the fucking reality of whether or not it is morally or legally permissible or just. Idiot. Good take, man. Yeah. Obviously, no matter what happens, you need to make things popular, okay? You need to make things popular. So you still need to build a movement. I saw Ukraine war pervers trying to get people to care about that conflict again by shitting on you. Everyone wants a bite. It's fucking insane, but whatever. It's fine. There's never been a fucking social justice movement that was popular until it did become popular. And it changed, okay? It doesn't start off as popular. People don't like change. Anyway, the posters themselves were created and originally distributed innocuously enough. Each includes bold white letters over a thick red band that reads, "Kidnapped," over the image. Name and age of some of the more than 200 people believed to be held hostage by Hamas following their October 7 attack on Israel that left the world stunned and over 1,400 people dead. Created days after the attack and originally shared as a Dropbox link, demand to download them made the files practically inaccessible, prompting the creation of a website, kidnappedfromisrael.com, registered October 12th. According to the poster's creator, who goes by Dede Band-Aid, the site gets 30,000 hits a day. It's a humanitarian thing, Band-Aid told Daily Dot about his motivation for creating the kidnap posters. He says their aim is just to advocate for the hostages' return home and abstains from any call to action beyond sharing the images. We all want peace. We want good neighbors. No one wants bad neighbors, Band-Aid said. I do believe it. Especially because the goal of those hostage posters in Israel is diametrically the opposite of the goal of the hostage posters in America. Okay? And the way that it is being seen in the United States of America. The hostage posters in Israel play a very important role. They are a constant reminder to the far-right government, who does not give a single shit about the hostages, to scale back on their wanton violence and end up killing the hostages themselves. That is precisely the reason why. Inside of Israel, it is the Benjamin Netanyahu supporters that are fucking ripping the hostages. All right, ripping the hostage posters. In lieu of peace and neighborliness, Band-Aid's posters have added fuel to the culture war over the war in Israel, thanks to a part of a Twitter account called Stop Anti-Semitism. In the weeks since they were created, the posters have expanded to billboards, LED signs on trucks, and projections on buildings, and have shifted from an advocacy project to a polarizing symbol that has turned neighbors against each other and incited widespread harassment. Now, some are wondering if the posters are being strategically placed to entrap those who tear them down, many of whom support the Palestinian people. On October 16th, a 14-second video of 3 people quickly ripping the posters off, taped to glass walls of the NYU Stern School of Business, was published to Twitter by Stop Anti-Semitism. Stop Anti-Semitism tagged New York University and captioned the post, horrifying, adding, the lack of humanity by our students is not only heartbreaking, but extremely concerning. The video instantly went viral. The post has garnered over 6.5 million views as of this writing. It was covered by Newsweek and other outlets. This is something that conservative movements do quite regularly, and they do it really well. I'll give you an example from recent U.S. history. Roy Moore is a pedophile. Roy Moore also, after being in the Supreme Court of the state of Alabama, was running for a seat in the Senate. And at the time, a lot of people wrote articles about how he was a pedophile and not allowed to go to the local mall in Alabama due to his proclivity to predate. Okay? Due to his proclivity to go after young girls in said mall. Now, what did the Republicans do during that time frame? They immediately shifted the attention away from Roy Moore to Al Franken. Al Franken was outspoken. Al Franken had photos taken of him where he was like goofing and gaffing with his coworker as he was like portraying himself, taking in his mind, a comical photo of his sleeping co-host on his tour when he was a comedian. And the same Republicans that were like, you have to vote for Roy Moore, we love Roy Moore, turned around and said, Al Franken is actually a sexual predator. And it worked. Because that deflection always works. People always, and I know this from my own personal fucking experience. When conservatives are in the wrong, they don't just go, you know what, our bad, we're in the wrong. They turn around and shift the attention back to you. And it always works because the broader liberal, apolitical centrist majority can be very easily manipulated. So don't give into it, but also don't play into it. Okay? That's it. That's why I said liberals are squishy. I'm an Israeli. I was following you even before this entire shit show because of your, I think, leftist liberal views. I wouldn't say that your voice has much reach in this country, seeing as how you get maybe 20 to 50 viewers from Israel daily. That is the entirety of the Israeli left. But what I can tell you is that I see things a little bit more clearly now because of you, and will continue researching this subject for more than just Israeli sources because of you. I mean, brother, you can, or sister, you can fucking research the subject on Israeli sources as well. I mean, look at Gideon Levy. If you read everything that man has written at Haaretz, you would already have developed the same exact perspective that I have. There are plenty of Israeli voices that aren't as prominent in Israel, but are Israeli voices nonetheless. That you know are out there. Well, Ilan Pappé is no longer an Israeli source because he is an expatriate, as in he renounced his Israeli citizenship, but he is, or at least at the time when he was writing most of his work, he was Israeli. But yeah. So, why do we have to lose all of our activists like philosophers of the and philosophers of violence? Walter Rodney, Patrice Lumumba, Malcolm X, MLK, Steve Biko. I'm sick of this shit. I mean, it's a war. Ilan Pape is back in Israel. Oh, he is. I thought he was. I thought he renounced his citizenship. Am I wrong? Maybe he still lives there without being an Israeli citizen. Anyway. So, let's continue. Comments on the post largely centered on calling for the students to be deported. It's so funny. I mean, it is pretty funny when it's like, it's like motherfuckers will literally so quickly hit the fucking "I'm the biggest racist you've ever seen" button. Your head will spin, okay? Literally, they'll just like immediately be like, "I am a white supremacist, by the way." Like, I am a horrifying racist. Oh, that's funny. Stop. Okay. Two of the three have since been identified, are reportedly U.S. citizens, with a sprinkling of criticisms of Hamas, horror that they remove the posters, and calls to name and shame. Stop Anti-Semitism soon released the names of the two individuals allegedly depicted and tagged conservative tabloid New York Post. Additionally, reporting identifying the students was featured in conservative publications including New York Post, Daily Mail, National Review, and Fox News. According to their website, Stop Anti-Semitism is a grassroots watchdog organization dedicated to exposing groups and individuals that espouse incitement towards Jewish people and state and engage in anti-Semitic behaviors. Now, incitement towards Jewish people and state is pretty fucking important, that distinction. They mostly do it towards people who incite any kind of criticism towards not the Jewish people necessarily, but the state, okay? Israel being the Jewish state. That's the perspective. It's the constant conflation. Okay? It's previously been criticized for targeting Jewish people, including by giving them the label of anti-Semite of the week. Jewish people it singles out have often publicly expressed support for human rights for Palestinians. Stop Anti-Semitism did not immediately respond to a request for a comment sent Monday evening. In recent weeks, the account has focused on publishing footage of the people tearing down kidnap posters and asking people to identify those filmed, as well as posts about people who espouse anti-Zionist rhetoric erroneously conflated with anti-Semitism. It also cheers on terminations and expulsions of people accused of anti-Zionism. The account occasionally reports on neo-Nazis and white supremacists, but in recent weeks, the activity is centered on posters being removed and outing people who denounce Israel's bombardment of Gaza. Interesting. So interesting. That's odd. Are there no fair share of anti-Semite neo-Nazis out there that this account could be working to address? They are all over Twitter, as a matter of fact. I have probably done more. Actually, not even probably. I know for a motherfucking fact that I have done more trying to fucking combat anti-Semitism on Twitter, exposing anti-Semitic lies and anti-Semitic rhetoric from fucking neo-Nazis on Twitter, even in the two posts that I posted, or two or three posts that I posted, then fucking Stop Anti-Semitism did. Hasan sucking his own dick again. Yeah, after I was done sucking your dad's dick, okay? Yeah, your dad's gay now, okay? I fucked his ass. Me and your dad and your mom, we're a throuple. Bitch. How about that? You have a gay-ass dad. dumbass. Hasan, I have speakers on. Sorry. That's their whole thing. Just an upgrade from Canary Mission, which was an upgrade from Israeli Cool, said Jewish anti-apartheid activist Raphael Shimonov, referring to two other websites known to Palestinian liberation activists that functions as a blacklist that includes a smattering of actual anti-Semites, neo-Nazis, and white supremacists to run cover for anti-Palestinian denigration. It's basically a grift to equate criticisms of Israel with anti-Semitism, Shimonov told the Daily Dot. This is very, very, very important. This is a very important thing to understand. The only time where those accounts ever fucking call out neo-Nazis is not necessarily because they like hate neo-Nazis or anything. Maybe some might. But the real reason why they do it is so that they can say, look, these are neo-Nazis and here are the Palestinian activists, and they're both the same. They have the same exact principles. They have the same exact anti-Semitic takes. It's a very sinister, very cynical way to weaponize anti-Semitism, which is a real issue. Okay? In one recent post, Stop Anti-Semitism calls for the expulsion of a high school student identified at a protest carrying a sign depicting the Israeli flag on a trash can with the words, "Keep the word clean" over it, and the images sprung up at recent protests. According to one person the Daily Dot spoke with who created the sign with the same message, the image is intended as a criticism of the Israeli government, hence the flag. It's not about Jews or Judaism, he added, just the government. Now this, in my opinion, is tricky territory. Okay? I don't think that that is an appropriate way to cover it. I will say it. I will say that that is not, that's not appropriate. Especially when you use the term clean. Okay? No, you need to be very clear with your message. I will forever defend from the river to the sea, but when you fucking when you use the term cleaning, okay, that's not an acceptable terminology to use when referencing, as it stands, the Jewish state. Okay? Just like from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is not anti-Semitic in and of itself. But if you spray that outside of a fucking like Jewish learning center or a synagogue, then yeah, you are literally engaging in an act of anti-Semitism. You are. You are doing that. I need you to understand. Straight up. Straight up. And you can't do that. There is no fucking world in which this is morally permissible, okay? It's not. It is completely and utterly abhorrent, repugnant behavior. Okay? Saying Israel's a trash state is anti-Semitic? No, I just showed you two things, okay? I showed you the same sentiment being expressed as a slogan for emancipation, and in a protest, it's perfectly valid, but that same sentiment spray painted outside of a synagogue is not. Why? Understand the context and the nuance, okay? River to the sea and Palestinians or Palestine will be free is not inherently an anti-Semitic sentiment. If you spray paint it outside of a fucking synagogue, you are making the same conflation that Zionists love to make for this very same reason. You're saying all Jews are monolithically in support of Israel. You can't do that because it's not true. Zionists can make that conflation and desperately make that conflation on a regular basis. If you are anti-Zionist and you make that conflation, you are being anti-Semitic. They're being anti-Semitic too, but no one will ever perceive it as such. That is just the reality. Okay? Can I spray paint it on an evangelical church? If you spray paint it on an evangelical church, no one is going to fucking be like, oh, that's anti-Semitic. Yeah, I remember. I think this student was like literally, this student no longer even goes to that school, by the way. Like they kicked her off out of school. No, this is not something that is acceptable. It's not appropriate. It's not. Even if you unintentionally engage in it, and I'm not willing to make that assertion, okay? Even if it's something that you did without realizing it, which I don't even think that is the case, like, it's still unacceptable. Stop Anti-Semitism claim these signs are Nazi-era anti-Semitic signs wanting to rid the world of Jews. Israel did not exist during the Nazi era. It's a funny thing to write. The blue top and bottom indicates it's the flag. If it were any other flag, it would not be controversial. No one but Israel decided to create that confusion. Yes, I agree. I agree with you, but this goes back to the same fucking shit. Okay? Palestinian emancipation is not a popular cause, especially considering that Palestinians have been routinely dehumanized. Muslims have been routinely dehumanized. Okay? So you have to make an argument to the Western world to a certain degree. People have been doing this for much longer than you have and much longer than I have been very careful in describing their position because nobody wants their words to be misconstrued, but nobody wants their words to also be used against a broader movement. Okay? Like the top of the hour ad break should not stop you from watching the broadcast, which is why you can subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. The account's posts have racked up millions of views and has spawned a network of copycat accounts itching to cash in on the outrage. Far-right figures like Andy No have picked up the trend, often injecting reactionary framing that intensifies the backlash. Fuck Andy No, claimed Sarah during an interview with the Daily Dot. Sarah was filmed removing kidnapped posters. Sarah, who spoke on the condition of anonymity, said that to her knowledge, the video of her was first published by Stop Anti-Semitism. It was elevated by No with a more alarmist language once she was identified. As Israeli bombardment increases, so too have ceasefire and Free Palestine protests in New York City, nearly all of which have been met with pro-Israel counter-protesters. Many counter-protesters have carried kidnapped posters or signs from the conservative-crafted End Jew Hatred campaign. Some counter-protesters have espoused genocidal rhetoric, such as kill all Palestinians or flatten Gaza. And guess what? That will never be covered in the media, okay? That will never, ever be covered in the media. If it is, then the very same Stop Anti-Semitism campaigns will, and the ADL will say, you are being anti-Semitic. Public calls to preemptively put up kidnapped posters in areas where Palestinian protests will occur have begun to appear online. At Cooper Union, a college in Lower Manhattan, a rally advocating for a ceasefire was countered by blown-up versions of the kidnapped protesters, which were also taped to the ground facing the ceasefire demonstrations. Another rally for Palestine was countered by a rally called Stand with Israel and Against Terrorism, where demonstrators held up kidnapped posters while calling pro-Palestinian demonstrators terrorists. At a rally, a table was set up behind the Zionist side with a thick stack of posters available for people to take home. The Daily Dot first encountered the posters on October 11th, scattered on the ground at a Washington Square Park in the middle of an Israel-focused vigil that was organized in opposition to a blended public Kaddish or prayer for both Israelis and Palestinians. After seeing a video of a man taking down posters in Manhattan, Dan, a Jewish New Yorker who lives in the area, responded with anger. Every poster they ripped down, I'm putting another one back up, Dan threatened. And good luck to them if I catch them in the act. Yes, that's a threat online. Come at me. Dan, who requested anonymity to protect his identity, later retracted his threat and apologized. I let my masculinity get away from me. He told the Daily Dot, noting that he felt he'd been manipulated by the content he was seeing. I was raised with a disbelief that a human hitting another human is the most disgusting thing on earth, he said, that I should never allow myself to get to that point. The website the post is originated from includes instructions for hanging them. Be safe. Don't provoke or instigate any conflicts with other people or officials. Like, take exactly what this website is doing and reframe it for your own cause. That's my take. Okay? That's my perspective. At Cooper Union, people claimed that pro-Palestinian protesters maliciously locked Jewish students in a library room, and that the NYPD was there, and they were too scared of the protesters to help. Yeah, it was fake. That was completely made up, completely and utterly made up. Guess what happened though? The NYPD fucking literally came out in defense of the Palestinian activists, which has never happened. Which has never happened in history, at least to my knowledge. The NYPD literally has a fucking base in in Israel. Like, these guys are the greatest ultra-Zionist force. No Italian has cared more about Israel than an NYPD cop, okay, from fucking Rhode Island. From Strong Island. Not Rhode Island, sorry. So when those guys are saying, yeah, this was ridiculous, you guys made this shit up, remember that. But it didn't stop people in Congress from passing a fucking bill. Anyway. Speaking on condition of anonymity, David, who was identified by Stop Anti-Semitism after a video surfaced of him removing kidnapped posters, told the Daily Dot the circumstances are like a trap. In a video, a woman in pink yelling at a passing camera, "You support genocide, asshole." The filmer says something about your employer before the video ends. In another, that shows a couple being screamed at by a woman who says she paid money to put the posters up. One of the people being filmed turns someone off camera and says, "Thanks for stalling us for her." Holy shit. Passing laws on made-up shit is pretty sick, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, we do that on a daily fucking basis in the American government, you know what I mean? They can't, they are allergic to, like, actually productive legislation. Their job is to literally do that. Yeah, I mean, here. We'll talk about this in a second. We'll get to that. We'll get to the other side and how ultra-Zionists like regularly fucking attack people expecting zero scrutiny. And no scrutiny comes from the media either, by the way. Unhinged. Fucking unhinged. In a recent conversation with the Daily Dot, Dan expressed confusion over people seeking to remove the posters, noting their lack of action. They know there's a Nepali student who's abducted, and that's it, he said. Why are you tearing the face of this Nepali student? I have no idea why you would tear his face. What? I don't get it. I just don't get it. It's like they're trying to force you to focus on only these people and not on the thousands being slaughtered in Gaza, said Mark, a videographer who has been documenting Palestinian protests in New York City. Mark, who requested anonymity, said kidnapped posters seem to spring up in the vicinity where there's a protest scheduled to occur. I knew from my friends that these posts are being put up to stoke Islamophobia and to manufacture consent for the bombing of Gaza the same way victims of 9/11 were used to manufacture consent to bomb Iraqis, said Sarah. You could actually be trying to find them like you say you are instead of trying to manufacture consent to bomb the location that they're at, which is true. Hundreds of family members of hostages have called for a ceasefire and expressed outrage at the possible ground invasion. Israel's described calls for a ceasefire despicable. The United Nations, meanwhile, overwhelmingly voted for a truce between Israel and Hamas. I think there's a lot of emotions. Bro, guys. Let me explain something to you. Benjamin Netanyahu brought in a fake family of the hostages into his first meeting in public a week after the bombing campaign had already started, where they were blowing up, potentially, the Israeli hostages. And he brought in a fake family member that wasn't even related to the fucking hostages to go, Bibi, go ahead. I support you unconditionally. I support you unconditionally, Bibi. You fucking killed my family members. It's cool. It's fine. I give you my full-throated support. Like, it's fucking insane, dog. It's deranged, psychopathic shit. Benjamin Netanyahu's bibists in Israel, in Tel Aviv, are the ones who are ripping the hostage posters. Because Israel doesn't care about the fucking hostages. Israeli citizens care. To a certain degree, the family members care. But that's what's fucked up. Is that we have to sit here and act like the IDF gives a even shred of a fuck about these hostages when, for all intents and purposes, like Hamas has said time and time again, we will do a hostage swap. We'll start releasing the hostages day by day. And Israel's answer to that literally is, no, we can't stop the bombing campaign. Fuck you. Straight up, this happened. Like, I covered it. I've been covering it nonstop for the past 3 fucking weeks. You know this is the case, right? So it blows my fucking mind that here in the United States of America, the conversation is like entirely on the different scale here. So there is no reason to like give into this, okay? This is a purposeful distraction. Because the reality is, if you care about these hostages, and I do, I want them to be released, then you have to fucking pressure the Israeli government. Not Hamas. You can't fucking pressure Hamas. They have nothing. We have no control over Hamas. But you should, ostensibly, at least in theory, maybe not in practice, have some control over the Israeli government. It's supposed to be a democracy, right? Which is not, but let's be real. The moderation is wild here. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I know Israel is now encircled Gaza City, IDF has. So it's truly completely disingenuous and very frustrating that this conversation continues. And it's going to be continued by people who are also, some people who are also disingenuously continuing the conversation as a means of distraction, and some people who do genuinely think it's fucking gross. Because, like, if you have family members in Israel who you are afraid of, you are afraid for their security, and you see someone fucking tearing down that poster, you're going to be like, okay, well, you hate Jews. Like, you hate me, you hate my family. I totally understand that. Okay? They're not going to fucking examine why that poster is up there. I don't expect them to. I don't expect them to think about the intricacies, right? Is it too, HamNCheddar says, is it too tinfoil hat to suggest that there's a non-zero chance that Bibi's government lightened the IDF presence near Gaza pre-October 7th to basically be given an excuse? I know it sounds crazy. I don't see any way out of this flat earth that they didn't see it coming. No, I don't think so. I've said this before, HamNCheddar, which we're going to read your post in a second, actually. Here, we'll read it in a moment. I have it here somewhere. No, I've said this before. It's arrogance. It's sheer arrogance. I think it's arrogance. And that's where it's coming from. Not necessarily like a real conspiracy theory. It makes so much more sense for the Israeli government to just routinely just go, shut the fuck up to the Shin Bet members who are like, dude, fucking stop killing people in the West Bank. You are going to cause a security issue. Like, I think it's arrogance and an over-reliance on your tech and your surveillance, thinking that you're fine, that you can maintain an apartheid. with very little scrutiny. You know what I mean? Anyway. There is no call to action, he reflected. You look and your fear is heightened because you think someone is missing from your neighborhood. And then you see the beautiful pictures of beautiful people and they are in harm and danger, but they're in another country. There's nothing you can do to help them. So the only thing you can live with is one-sided anger, and maybe now you're more primed to oppose a ceasefire. Maybe you're now more primed to support the vilification of Palestinians. The person who created these posters is now the responsibility to understand. Do I continue this, knowing what's happening? The harm that I said I didn't want to be created from this? Or do I use that new platform I have where 30,000 people are visiting my site to download these things? And do I put a message that says, these are not the ways to use it? Shimonov said that ignoring the way the posts are being used is effectively a form of endorsing or at least accepting the repercussions, irrespective of anyone's original intentions. Band-Aid, the artist who created the posters, said that the best response to people removing the posters is just to put more up. It's outside, it's outdoors, everyone's got their own opinion, and you could take them down. It happens. It's not a museum, he said. Asked his thoughts on the conflict surrounding the posters, Band-Aid asked for the name of the account sharing the videos and said, sounds interesting. Asked whether he would support posters calling for a ceasefire, Band-Aid was reluctant to make a statement calling for action. Dan, who previously threatened people who took down the posters, said he would absolutely support a ceasefire. Sarah, who was filmed removing the kidnapped posters, if these posters are something about a ceasefire or about discouraging Israeli aggression to safety, to safely get the hostages back, I would not have taken them down. I would have been a champion of them. Over the weekend, the Daily Dot was provided images of posters mimicking the kidnap format. These features images of Palestinians, including their names, ages, and are titled Murdered by Israel. This poster was created by Jews who support a free Palestine. The images add, the Israeli government does not speak for us or for you. Do not let them tell you rejecting genocide is anti-Semitism. So that's good. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And guess what? Some people have done that. You see examples, plenty of examples, maybe not in media, but on at least social media, of pro-Israel counter-protesters thinking that they can get away with like behaving in a fucking psychotic manner. Here.
Gaza, you
Stop it with fucking Gaza, you fucking asshole! This pro-Israeli woman in London attacked people who were distributing leaflets in support of civilians in Gaza.
Gaza, you
Do you not care about Gaza and things like that?
Okay,
No, you're hitting me.
Later, the woman was detained by the police. And she was fucking crying. An act of egregious anti-Semitism. Fucking hell. Bit nasty, innit? When you see Israelis comfortably abusing people in broad daylight outside of occupied Palestine, know that they believe they're operating under the same impunity to exercise and brutalizing Palestinians. They forget that in the moment they're not wearing their uniforms. This entitlement to abuse people is cultural for them, and it's what they've been subjecting Palestinians to for over 7 decades full of military. I don't even know if this person is like Israeli, okay? This person is not fucking Israeli. This person is British, all right? Fucking hell, he's a British person. We don't even fucking know if they're Jewish or not. Never forget, this is a very important part of this conversation. The largest number of Zionists is not Zionist Jews. Okay? There's not that many Jews to begin with. It's Zionist Christians. It's crazy, mate. It's fucking crazy. It's mental, innit? Southern Connecticut State University, a girl rips down posters of kids who were kidnapped by terrorists during a terror attack in Israel. So, anyway, here it is. Here's the article, and here's what it has turned into. And I think I've made it clear. My position is that it is unproductive. People are already looking for anything and everything they can to fucking shit on you. And the reason why they want to shit on you is not because like they legitimately think you're anti-Semitic. Okay, so there's no reason to fucking give them any opportunity to even present to a broader audience that your pro-Palestinian position is in any way, shape, or form anti-Jewish, okay? Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. So, here's the thing. This does not mean that there aren't anti-Semitic people that for one reason or another attend anti-Zionist protests. Of course there are anti-Semitic people that are opportunists. There are opportunist fascists that involve in these protests, that like try to take over these protests and co-opt them, okay? And every single person that is involved, that's why there's like protest marshals and whatnot that try to make sure that that doesn't happen. And this is a constant. This is a constant. This happens during Black Lives Matter protests. This happens during protests against Roe v. Wade. This will always happen. Okay? It'll always happen. This is not new. The only difference in this circumstance is that there is an objective moral wrong here, and that objective moral wrong is being committed by the state of Israel. Okay? That's it. It's just the truth. It is objectively immoral to run an apartheid state, even when you're not doing an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. Okay? 100%. Does anyone ever ask Zionists if anti-Zionist Jews being told they should have been put in gas chambers and that Hitler made a mistake falls under anti-Semitism?
Hitler made a mistake. You should have been in the gas chamber. Too bad. But we're here and you're gonna go to hell.
Nice. Yeah. Bro, the gall. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I don't think a lot of you understand this. Maybe it's like your first protest against Israel or whatever, but like there are plenty of examples of this, plenty more examples of this where this came from, okay? Jews don't even believe in hell. Yeah, I don't think she might not be Jewish. She don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist. Fuck you mean? What did I tell you? There are more Zionist Christians than there are Zionist Jews. Hello. You mean evangelicals? No, just Christians in general, which means like Catholics, Protestants, all matter of different Christians. Have you talked about why that is? Well, for evangelicals, there's a theological reason for it, which is not a good one, but it's a fucking insane one. But there is one that's very prominent. But for Christians as a whole, it's just America's interest and the Western world's interest in the region, and the conditioning, the careful conditioning and the manufacturing of consent that comes along with such a position. For those of you who said, chat, has he responded to Dylan Burns' post, by the way, before getting clapped? If you think that I would entertain such a psychotic thing ever in my life, I don't know what to tell you. There is nothing more perverted and psychopathic than literally putting Ukrainian people in Ukraine that are being fucking bombed, okay, by an invading force that is unjustifiably occupying their country, making Ukrainians sit down and fucking watch my clips out of fucking context in a way that you have framed it, to have them go, oh, wow, how fucked up, fuck this guy. It is literally the most unimaginably insane thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It completely betrays how much you care about the conflict that you are covering on the ground. It's nasty as fuck. It's such a weird, psychopathic thing to do, especially considering that I have time and time again, over and over again, repeated my position, okay, that it is completely unjustifiable to invade Ukraine. Russia is cruel for doing such an act, and that Ukrainians, of course, have a just cause for emancipation. Not only that, but I've also raised money for Ukrainian refugees. This community has raised $300,000 for Ukrainian refugees. It is so insane to do a Jubilee video on this, okay? Like, I don't know what to say. It basically betrays the position that you have. Like, oh, I genuinely care about this. That's why I went out there, not because I'm like a fucking war tourist pervert, but I went out there because I care about these people. So what am I doing? I'm like fucking using this as an opportunity to be like, yeah, look how bad this guy is. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's insane. I'm a Ukrainian who has been watching you for several years, and you know, as soon as you start talking about Ukraine, I completely agree with them. I don't know what that means, but been following since October 18th, 2023. Anyway. Aren't there more Christian Zionists than Jewish people, full stop? Or is that misinfo? Yes, of course. Anyway, in January of 2017, I snapped this photo. I don't know why I snapped it at the time, but something in my brain told me to save this image. I stood there looking at the view across my beautiful meadow at what my tour guides described as the enemy. I remember feeling confused. I was 24, fresh out of college. I had no enemies. I had just spent 7 days going around Israel, all the way from Mount Hermon to Golan Heights to a kibbutz in the Negev. I was introduced to loads of new friends, foods, and culture that was so welcoming and familiar to me because of my upbringing as a Jew. I was on a birthright trip, a free trip to Israel that is entirely funded by donors and the government. I had a great and memorable time. I fell in love with Israel. I fell for it all. Just a few days prior to this photo being taken, I sat in a classroom in Jerusalem where I was lectured for a few hours on the conflict with Palestinians. They went on about the first and second Intifada. They showed us gruesome images of innocent Israelis murdered. They made it clear who they wanted us to hate. I stood there overlooking the meadow with Gaza in the distance on January 18th, 2017. We stood at the Black Arrow Monument. It stood there to commemorate the actions of the IDF and the memory of 8 Israelis killed in battle. But the details they gave us on that battle were foggy. Operation Black Arrow was carried out in Gaza in 1955 as a retaliation for one Israeli civilian being killed. For that one death, they killed 38 Egyptians and wounded countless more. It set the stage for Israel's reputation for harsh and unbalanced responses. I looked this info up on the bus on the way to a nearby town for dinner. I remember feeling the sinking feeling that I was only given one side of the story, not just being in Israel for birthright, but growing up with a Jewish education going to Hebrew school. We were only ever taught one way of thinking. We were brainwashed from childhood to believe that we were peacemakers and that they were the attackers. I knew in the back of my mind that the existence of Israel was inherently problematic, but I allowed it to be clouded by a culture and language that I grew up to love for a good amount of time after birthright. But as my presence on the internet grew, so did my awareness of the perspectives of those who were on the other side of all of this. People having their homes taken from them, people displaced, people humiliated, and people killed in cold blood. Some bad people, but overwhelmingly innocent people. The hardest pill to swallow for me is that I made Israel part of my identity since birthright, all to come to understand that Israel has always been the oppressor. Over a year ago, I made a twit longer about taking down my Israeli flag in my apartment. I talked about it sending the wrong message on stream. I still heavily identify with being ethnically Jewish, but we have all hopefully come to understand that Zionism is not the same as Judaism. I hope we can also learn that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. I don't think I will ever go back to Israel. I may lose friends I made and a small piece of me that I identify with for a long time, but I don't think that I'm owed that piece of me as much as others are owed their land, lives, and peace of mind. My birthright is far less valuable than people's rights to live peacefully. If this message is for anyone, it's for Jews that are so convinced that the world wants another Holocaust that we're willing to turn a blind eye to one child being killed every 10 minutes. Yes, anti-Semitism exists, but supporting genocide and apartheid makes it worse. Open your minds, step out of your shoes for once. Also, I'm truly sorry for staying silent about this until now. Damn, those powerful words, man. Yeah, I mean, listen, that's how that is by design. That's how birthright works. You have to constantly maintain a steady flow of misinformation, or rather like key omissions, right? I finally decided to write this because of the "would you hide me" girl that put me over. As a Jew, I'm tired of Jews spinning everything into anti-Semitism and the coming of a second Holocaust. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills that no Jewish/Israeli friends of mine seem to give a fuck that a child is dying every 10 minutes. There are a lot of anti-Zionist Jews out there, and they're very loud and they're at the forefront of criticizing Israel. I mean, I'm literally doing an event with some of my friends fall in that category. It's just that they are unfortunately not very broadly represented in the media. That's it, you know? And they don't get the coverage. Like, they very rarely ever get the coverage, and when they do, they're grossly smeared as like capos. I think one of the worst parts about all of this, on top of like the horrifying nature of the occupation in this last siege, that has been incredibly deadly, incredibly devastating. There's a secondary impact here where you watch like white supremacists eating good. You know what I mean? I hate that. I fucking hate how this becomes an opportunity for white supremacist charlatans to just like pick and choose because they hate Jewish people. Some of them don't care. Some of them love Israel, but ultimately they fucking all universally despise Arabs and Muslims in general. Okay? So they use this as a great opportunity to just fucking push on either side of the conversation. Push and pull. All in an effort to cause division, all in an effort to further their agenda and to further spread horrifyingly dangerous narratives. It's very, very frustrating. Obviously, it's not like the most important part of this, right? This, what you see unfolding in front of your eyes, is the most important thing to always pay attention to. But, you know, it's just something to consider. But now Biden has officially changed his position to call for a humanitarian pause.
Overnight, for the first time, President Biden calling for a humanitarian pause in the Israel-Hamas war.
Mr. President,
after being interrupted by a protester demanding a ceasefire, the president responding, quote, "I think we need a pause." Earlier, the president said the U.S. is working to get Americans out of Gaza.
Working nonstop to get Americans out of Gaza as soon and as safely as possible.
And this morning, documents obtained by NBC News show around 400 U.S. citizens have been cleared to pass through the Rafah crossing today.
I think pressure works, and you should keep pushing until the dam breaks and never stop. This is not enough. There is no pause on genocide, okay? There's no humanitarian pause on genocide. Only ceasefire, okay? Only an end, and once the ceasefire comes, an end to the occupation. You have to keep pushing.
Day into the safety of Egypt. The border opened to civilians Wednesday for the first time since the start of the war after painstaking negotiations. But only a handful of U.S. citizens made it out. including 71-year-old aid worker Ramona Akamara, who came to Gaza to make prosthetic limbs for children. For her family, deep relief.
I just want to throw my arms around her and hold on to her forever.
But for Palestinians without a foreign passport, the only ticket out is a serious injury.
We're going to watch this Joyanne Reid video.
8-year-old Salim was one of around 70 patients evacuated for urgent medical care in Egypt. His family says he was injured by an Israeli airstrike and tells us his parents and grandparents were killed. Yesterday, Israeli warplanes hit a refugee camp in northern Gaza for the...
But what about the punishments of the terrorists who obviously wanted to kill all the Palestinians? That is also another part of ending the occupation and ending the apartheid. Yes. I don't think people understand. When I say international rules must be governed here, international rules must be applied here, that also comes with military pressure. Like, you have to. 100%. There has to be an international humanitarian intervention here to end the apartheid. If Israel chooses to not end the apartheid, it's that simple.
Second time in 2 days, targeting what Israel says was a military command center deliberately hidden underneath civilian homes. These images show the scale of the destruction. Today, Israeli troops continuing to push deeper into the Strip in their effort to crush Hamas, but also taking casualties, at least 16 soldiers killed since the start of the invasion. Yet more grief in a Holy Land that's already seen too much of it.
And Secretary of State Antony Blinken is due to land here in Israel tomorrow for his third visit since October 7th. We're expecting him to carry a message of support, but also to push the Israelis to allow more humanitarian aid into Gaza and to start working towards those pauses. Hoda.
All right, Ralph Sanchez for us there in Israel.
Chris Murphy, my new Gaza statement. It's time for Israel's friends to recognize that the current approach is causing an unacceptable level of civilian harm and does not appear likely to achieve the goal of ending the threat from Hamas. I urge Israel to immediately reconsider its approach. The dam is breaking a little bit, which is why it's still fucking ridiculous. Oh, now it's approaching an unacceptable level? That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. Really? Now it's now it's unacceptable? So I guess they did have an upper limit of how many fucking Palestinian babies need to be ruthlessly fucking slaughtered until they go, it's a bit unacceptable, dude.
I want to take you now to Joint Base Andrews Air Force Base, where Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke to reporters prior to his departure for Israel. Let's listen in.
Get out. And over the last 2 days, you've seen Americans and their families begin to come out of Gaza. And we expect that to continue over the coming days. This has been a very deliberate effort on our part, working.
Or they're covering their Gaza invasion failure. I mean, the invasion was always slated to be a failure. There's no, how many times do I have to talk about this? You cannot occupy a fucking massive swath of land like that has a shit ton of people there. A shit ton of people whose like entire lives have been you bombing them and killing them and slaughtering them and humiliating them. You cannot permanently occupy the Gaza Strip unless you do full-blown ethnic cleansing. And even then, there will be plenty of problems for you, right? You can no easily occupy and annex Gaza as Russia can occupy Ukraine. This is a major fucking problem. I said this for 2 fucking years about Ukraine. 2 years now at this point. I've been saying Russia is unimaginably stupid for trying to fucking invade and annex a country with 40 million people in it that their entire national identity is ridding themselves of Russian influence. Like, this is never going to fucking happen. The cruelty in order to enact such an agenda is unforgivable. Okay?
With other countries to make sure we could get passage out for our citizens and citizens from other countries. Of course, we're intensely focused every single day on the hostages and taking every possible step that we can in concert with others.
Except if the U.S., hello, no, not even the United States. The United States tried this, failed in fucking Vietnam. The United States tried this and failed in Afghanistan. The United States tried this and failed in Iraq. What do you mean? If the United States can't do it, and like the reason why, if the United States can't do it and we don't even fucking have healthcare so that we can try and do this overseas, then it's impossible, okay? It's fucking impossible. The only way to do it is by just indiscriminately slaughtering as many people as possible, indiscriminately doing ethnic cleansing. And, you know, the United States was able to do that to Native Americans, okay? But you can't do that now. Not the same.
To secure their release. Third and finally, we will be talking about how we can set the conditions for a durable, sustainable peace, durable, sustainable security for Israelis and Palestinians alike. We're focused on the day of. We also need to be focused on the day after. And so in conversations that we'll be having through the course of this weekend, I expect you'll see a focus there, and particularly how we can get, over time, two states for two peoples, which, in our judgment, remains the best guarantor, and maybe the only guarantor.
Fuck out of here, bitch. Fuck you.
Of a secure Jewish and democratic Israel and Palestinians with the state that they're entitled to. So these will be the things that we're focused on. These are challenging times. These are intensely difficult issues. But I am convinced that American diplomacy can make a difference in moving everyone to a better place. That's what we're working to do. I have to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Do you assess that Israel has shown restraint up to this point in their offensive in Gaza? And what are the concrete steps you'll be pushing them on? And are you confident that you'll actually be able to get them to make any movement on this, given the maximalist positions we've seen from Israelis?
Well, as we've said, and it's important, Israel has the right and the obligation to defend itself, and again, to try to make sure that what happened never happens again. No country, not the United States, not anyone else that I can think of, would tolerate the slaughter of its civilians. So we stand behind that, and we stand behind the proposition. But as democracies, the United States, Israel, other democracies have a responsibility to do everything possible to protect civilians who may be caught in harm's way. And this, again, is a crossfire, quite literally, of Hamas's making. The fact that it cynically and monstrously, deliberately, has people, men, women, and children, as human shields, puts...
I fucking hate this scumbag, dude. I hate it so much. Like, the idea of, like, claiming that every single person that Israel is killing is a fucking human shield forced to be there by Hamas is disgusting. You want to know why it's disgusting? They can't go anywhere, you fucking idiot. Many of them don't want to because these are their homes. But also on top of that, they can't fucking go anywhere. It's not like they can go into Israel. It's not like they can go into Egypt. I love that that's the acceptable, legally permissible ethnic displacement campaign there too. It's so disgusting. It is so fucking disgusting. They're openly engaging in ethnic cleansing, and this fucking piece of shit monster is over here acting like, oh, well, it's the human shield. It's, that's why. There are so many documented instances, well-documented war crimes. There's so many fucking Israeli officials saying, like, we're bombing indiscriminately. First of all, there is no argument to be made here when the Israeli government's official position is, we're shutting off their food, we're shutting off their water, and we're shutting off their fucking supplies. The fact that you had to argue with Israel, even though you are Israel's daddy, the Mac daddy, to fucking allow humanitarian aid to come in is unimaginable. Like, there's no fucking... Ugh. The idea that, like, Israel must be a Jewish and democratic state is so stupid. Israel can either be a Jewish state or a democratic one. It can't be both. That's just the fucking truth. You can say that's like anti-Semitic or whatever the fuck you want. Okay? It's just the truth. You can't have a democratic and Jewish Israel. You can't do that because one is an ethno-state. It's additionally disgusting to say this with 3,000 children that have been fucking slaughtered with our bombs.
Puts its command posts, puts its leadership, puts its fighters, puts its weapons, puts its munitions underneath hospitals.
Doesn't Israel have a right to defend itself when I try and break into my neighbor's house? Doesn't Israel have a right to defend itself? When I try and break into my neighbor's house to steal their things and they shoot at me, I'm allowed to shoot back? Hey. I can't tell if you like accidentally actually fucking like, I don't know if you know this, but that's not a pro-Israel argument. Oh, okay, got it. All right. Because that is what Israel's doing. Yeah. Israel saying they have a right to defend itself is exactly like breaking into your neighbor's house and like basically fucking stealing all their shit, kicking your neighbor out, and then like while in the process of being kicked out, your neighbor fucking goes, "What the fuck are you doing? You're stealing my shit," and shoots at you, and then you fucking kill everyone. Not just your neighbor, but your neighbor's entire family, and you blow up every house on the fucking block, and you go, "What do you mean? I was defending myself." In the process of stealing your home.
Or even inside them. Schools, mosques. Makes this incredibly challenging. But we have to rise to that responsibility. And so we will be talking about concrete steps that can and should be taken to minimize harm to men, women, and children.
This is the most tragic part about this fucking conversation is that they know that Israel has no fucking plan. There is no viable long-term plan here, and they're very honest about it. The Americans have to be honest about it, and they're realizing it. They're realizing that, like, this behavior, this morally reprehensible behavior, is going to constitute global backlash permanently. He has to go in there. He has to fucking go in there and rein it in.
In Gaza, and this is something that the United States is committed to. I'm not going to get into the details here, but it's very much on the agenda. When I see a Palestinian child, a boy, a girl, pulled from the rubble.
It's like, why is this a challenge? Why is this a challenge, guys? Oh, because Israel's too horny to fucking keep murdering children. That's why it's a challenge. The country that is propped up with $4 billion of U.S. funds a goddamn year just can't stop itself from murdering children with those funds. And like, it's really challenging for us to tell Israel to stop. No, it's not. Say tomorrow your funds are shut off. If America right now said tomorrow the apartheid is done, or else you will not get a single fucking dollar from us, Israel would literally have to listen to whatever the fuck America had to say. 100%. Except, of course, there would be terrorism. Not Islamic terrorism, by the way. There would be Jewish terrorism, 100%. There would be Zionist brigades, just like when England went and shut off immigration. 100,000% it would happen. It wouldn't be Jewish terrorism, however, of course. It would be done for supposedly a Jewish cause, but it would be Zionist terrorism, just like it did in the past. Just like Islamic terrorism is not done at the behest of Islam.
Of a collapsed building, that hits me in the gut as much as seeing a child in Israel or anywhere else. So this is something that we have an obligation to respond to, and we will.
Thank you. I wonder if we could get your assessment of the current risk of the spillover in the conflict. Today, Hezbollah have said they've attacked 19 posts along Israel's border with Lebanon. The Houthis said the other day they're entering the conflict. And just secondly, while you're in the region, how do you expect to be able to get other countries in the region involved in sort of the day after plan that you're talking about, when there's rising opposition, rising protests against Israel from Houthi, Bahrain, and Jordanians pull out their ambassadors?
So we are determined to prevent escalation on any of these fronts, whether it's Lebanon, northern Israel, southern Lebanon, whether it's the West Bank, whether it's anywhere else in the region. And the president's been very clear in what he said publicly. We've been very clear in what we've shared privately. We've been very clear in some of the actions we're taking, that we are determined to deter any escalation. So with our partners as well, we're making sure that that message gets through. It's not in anyone's interest. Not in anyone's interest.
So why were there internal State Department memos that said, do not use the terms ceasefire or de-escalation? That's quite interesting.
Interest for this to escalate. And I think some of the other parties involved actually recognize that. But we're going to work on that every single day.
You assess that that's happening, though, if these strikes are already taking place?
What we've seen so far are yet discrete attacks. We've responded as necessary, including on our forces who are in the region in Syria and Iraq, to prevent the resurgence of ISIL, which also should be in everyone's interest. And you saw the actions that we took in response to that. But as I said, we're determined to prevent escalation, to prevent the spread of this conflict, and we're taking the necessary steps to try to make sure that that happens. With regard to
discreet, motherfucker, if it was discreet, you wouldn't be flying back there, okay? Also, I love when they say ISIS or ISIL. Okay? Like, if there are two sides to this, if there are two sides in this conflict, okay, the side that has routinely been closer to ISIL is Israel. The side that has killed the even more reactionary influence for their own self-preservation purposes, by the way, is Hamas. As far the maximum amount of Islamist fundamentalism that they will allow inside of Gaza is Islamic Jihad. That's it. You go further beyond that, you'll get killed. And they have. But of course, you don't care about the nuances of these sorts of things because you think, well, they're all Arab. They're all fucking Arab. So they're all Muslim.
To what comes next. Again, I think, understandably, people are very focused on the day of, not just the day after. But we do have to have conversations now about how we can best set the conditions for a durable, sustainable peace, durable, sustainable security for Israelis and Palestinians alike. So I expect that those are conversations that we'll have an opportunity to pursue over the next couple of days. But this is a long-term effort, but we have to make sure that we're focused on it now. Thanks.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
You've been listening to Secretary of State Blinken speak with reporters prior to his trip to Israel. Blinken reiterated Israel has the right to defend itself, but added democracies, including the U.S. and Israel, have an obligation to reduce the number of...
Yeah, Israel has a right to defend itself against the top of the hour ad break. To my 25 Israeli watchers right now, the 25 Israeli leftists that haven't been imprisoned, okay, for like defending their their Palestinian citizens of Israel friends. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Theresa Werley, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Civilian.
Are you going to weigh in on the Hezbollah speech tomorrow? Fuck yeah, dude. Are you kidding me? Of course.
Now, Israeli...
Channel 4 has been a fucking beacon of light, okay, in this coverage. I can't believe I'm saying this. They are single-handedly holding up British people to a high regard. Genuinely surprising. Financial Times and Channel 4 from Western press have been, like, pretty good.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that his troops are at the height of battle in Gaza and that they've passed the outskirts of their main target, Gaza City. The health ministry in Gaza, run by Hamas, which is prescribed a terrorist organization by the UK, says that more than 9,000 people have now been killed there in the last 3.5 weeks. At the Rafah crossing to Egypt, 400 more people were authorized to leave. Our foreign affairs correspondent, Porrick O'Brien, has this and a warning. There are...
Like, remember, I stand by what I said. Like, they're doing the run by Hamas thing, but oh my God, Elant News sent me the stage. More promo. Bro, I mean, it's kind of wild because I would be genuinely shocked. A lot of shocking things have happened in this iteration of the occupation. Incredibly shocking things that I never would have assumed could ever happen. Shocking things that Israel did not assume could ever happen to them. But on the front of Hezbollah, I don't think that, I don't think that there's going to be anything like really, I don't think that there's going to be anything outside of like violent language and condemnation. But will there be like real action that follows? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think at all. Maybe it's an announcement for expanding their fiber coverage. I realized that for them, it's like they already have their fiber. So I think that's part of the reason why they don't want the smoke. They have too much to lose now. Okay. They have fiber optic internet. Why the fuck? Does anyone have the Yemen? Does anyone actually have the Yemen troops in the music video they made, which is crazy? That one is even better. Bro, they're dropping the most fire album. He's dropping a fucking mixtape, dude. The sound of the summer once the summer has passed. It says if Nasrallah and Fateh came. I think it said victory and the opening of Palestine will come. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. According to Elant News, the number of IDF soldiers killed since the ground war began in Gaza reaches 19. IDF soldiers is critically wounded in the clash of the Gaza Strip yesterday has died. This was, of course, expected, slated to happen. And those numbers are going to be even fucking way higher for the record. They knew that this was going to happen. This is part of the reason why they didn't want to fucking go into Gaza, because it's much easier to just keep fucking. I have respect for you, man. I wish you were Muslim. You are intelligent, brother. Thanks, man. Anyway. What was I going to show you? IDF confirms Hezbollah surface-to-air missile launch against Israeli UAW. It also denies the UAW was destroyed despite Hezbollah's claim. The terrorist cell that fired the missile was struck. Rocket launches were also identified from Lebanon and fell in open areas. I mean, low-key, there's been back-and-forth pot shots, and if you ask Hezbollah, they have gotten like 20 fucking tanks and a bunch of radar and whatnot, but like, we know that Israel has killed 120 people, I think, in Lebanon
distressing images
already
in his report.
Anyway, does anyone have the fucking Yemen music video? Oh, the Houthi music video? But it is the Yemen music video. I hate that there's like this distinction. As though like the fucking government in exile that like is facilitating the fucking blockade at the behest of Saudi Arabia is like more representative of the fucking people in Yemen than the actual government. Ridiculous. A lot of motherfuckers had no clue as to what was going on, and now they're just like saying, oh, well, you don't get it, actually. This is not the Yemen government. Like, technically, sure. There's a distinction, though. Yemenis don't care about the Houthis. Yeah, okay. Well, the ones that are there do, it seems. How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out with? I've seen 0 Israeli soldiers singing like this. How many IDF soldiers have openly had the courage to sing like this? Guns in hand. They got a beautiful voice too. Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. The fucking mixtape.
نقسم برب الواقعة والطور النطرة الغازي وديجورة يا قدس يا قلب. Bro, I used to live in Yemen. People don't like them. They think they are the reason why the country is fucked up. Yeah. The Houthis are not just Shia. There's, as far as I understand, there's 3 different branches within the governance of Houthis, within the governance of Yemen in general. The forces at play are the Saudi-backed former government versus the Houthi coalition,
Also, Houthis are an ethnic group. Ansar Allah is the political party. Anyway. This part is sick. Like, I'll admit that hey, that part is fire, dude. It actually really, when the beat drops, it's like jihad drops in your heart a little bit.
يعظم قضية وعدها مذكور والله خلت باسمها صورة ما زال مسرى الهادي المعمور بشرب.
Sewing over war propaganda, man. Are you new? Oh, you are new here. You've only subscribed for 3 months. You know, I love this type of shit. I have like, go look up on YouTube me reacting to like military trailers. I've been doing this for years. American military, Western forces, Australian military, all matter of different like Arab militias. We fucking love this shit. This is extremely HasanAbi coded.
بنور الأنبياء نورا ونحتشات الأمس والجمهور ليش أصبحت بالخزي مقمورة بصهيانة وإسلامها.
Like, Allah Surya Bashar is probably one of the greatest jamborees that has ever come out of any country. I think Cholima is my favorite though. This is my favorite image because, like, obviously they have production capabilities, right? But they do have limited, like, there are limits to their productive capabilities. So like, look. You can tell that it's just like not real. Like, they don't have enough. They didn't want to just like drop a real fucking UAW dropped or drone dropped fucking fragmentation, like any kind of grenade or whatsoever on a real flag. So they just like they just made this fucking fake ass thing. Yeah, they're like YouTube filmmakers, dude. It's awesome.
جماهيرنا وأبناء شعبنا.
Oh, dude, they even have the fucking extra speed.
نقاتل إلى جانبكم جنبا إلى جنب وكتفا بكتف.
يلا ادعون الله يا أغصانا جينا على الوعد ونور الله. يلا ادعون الله يا أغصانا جينا على الوعد ونور الله.
سبحان الله.
ثرنا وفار الثار وانت النور. جيش الفدا بالصوت والصورة نرفع عن الأقصى قيود الجور نخرج بني صهيون مدحورة. كنا وفار الثار وانت النور. جيش الفدا بالصوت والصورة نرفع عن الأقصى قيود الجور نخرج بني صهيون مدحورة.
Dude, It's pretty sick. It's pretty fucking sick. It's interesting that they're singing in their local dialect for what is to them a pan-Arab national struggle. Usually they opt for like a quasi-Quranic language and stuff like this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the intricacies. The legion is called the Bayside Quds Shield. It goes pretty fucking hard. But yeah, ultimately nothing fucking unites and quiets down otherwise likely sectarian infighting and sectarian violence amongst Muslim forces than America coming into the region. In which case, the battle lines are not necessarily drawn over Sunni versus Shia, a distinction that is genuinely important, but instead over who's on the side of the West versus who's on the side of liberation. At least that is how they see it. Because think about it this way. A lot of these forces are directly funded by a Shia power in the region, Iran. Every single part of this operation is funded by Iran. Meanwhile, the Palestinians are not Shia. They're Sunni. These guys are Shia as well, I think, right? Hi, sorry, what's Sunni and Shia? Sunni and Shia are two different sects within Islam that have historically fought one another. Forgiato Blow has been real quiet since this dropped. I mean, this is pretty fire. Anyway. $14.3 billion Israel aid package passed the House. Why do you put a Haas mods on it? GOP-led House passes Israel aid, setting up a clash with the Senate. Really? I don't think it's gonna... Wait, this is also with cuts to IRS funding? Dude, these people are so stupid. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I hate this country. I hate this country. I hate this country. Fuck this country. Fuck this country. Holy shit, fuck this country. Fuck America. Holy fuck, dude. I'm about to pull up like I'm on Memory TV and burn an American flag. Screaming fucking death to America some shit. Are you fucking kidding me? $14 billion in cuts to the IRS? That literally adds to the fucking deficit. Every dollar spent on the IRS actually reduces the deficit. Oh! The fact that they are literally trying to push for this as though this is a fucking mechanism that will reduce the deficit is so fucking unimaginable. The IRS is how you fill the coffers. Fuck! If we defund the IRS to fund Israel, I am going to fucking lose my mind, dude. Josh Gottheimer, Jared Moskowitz, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Louis Frankel, Jared Golden, Juan Vargas, Angie Craig, Don Davis, Greg Landsman, Darren Soto, Haley Stevens, and Frederica Wilson voted yes. We are the dumbest country on the fucking planet, dude. We are the dumbest nation on the fucking planet. I hate this goddamn country. I hate it so much. I hate it with all my fucking heart. Holy shit, dude. Chalk it up for things that make me say, global jihad! What the fuck? Except, you know what the real jihad is? And I don't mean like struggle. I don't mean like literally the actual Arabic interpretation, like the racist interpretation of jihad, of like death to America shit. You know who's doing that? The motherfucking Republican Party, dude. And the Democrats too, actually. Our Congress. Osama bin Laden could never envision such a destructive force on America. In his wildest fucking dreams, he could not implement the fucking fraction of harm that the goddamn Congress delivers on a daily basis to the American population. Oh my God, dude. Those are the motherfuckers who are doing the racist ass interpretation of jihad. Meanwhile, Hezbollah has fucking fiber optic internet, dude. This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen from a modern conflict. This is something you'd see Spears and Band of Brothers do and then wonder how much they embellish from the Easy Company book because you can't believe somebody could just do this. What is this? Hamas released footage of his engagement with Israeli vehicles in Hay al-Zaytun in Gaza. Oh, I saw this. So for tank divisions, you're supposed to have infantry alongside your actual tank to literally stop this from happening. The fucking Hamas dude gets up, sees the fucking tank, straight up walks up to the motherfucking tank. Hey, watch. It's insane. The cope is, it's too hot outside and the Merkava has AC. No, the real cope, that's cope. The reality is they're scared. That's what it is. Because why wouldn't you be? Of course you're fucking scared. The motherfucking trees are talking, okay? The trees are saying, Inshallah, and all of a sudden, before you know it, you know, the fucking back of your tank is blown out. You thought your trophy system was going to defend you, and holy fuck, now you're stuck inside of this metal contraption with no way of getting out.
من بيدي مصدق ومن خلفي مصدق فاغشيناهم هم يبصرون.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Motherfucker walked up to it. It's really funny when they do the fucking crazy editing. And then they're out. They're done. Wait, is there blood on this? Hold on. Oh shit. What the fuck? Oh, he took a piece of the tank, I think. The fuck? What the fuck's he doing? Also, on a totally separate note, olive trees are so fucking beautiful. Anyway, but that's like not, that's besides the point. Bro, he took that not as a trophy, but he's gonna make another bomb out of that. He's gonna make a fucking RPG. They're gonna have to melt that down. He was saying a verse in the Quran, and we put barriers in front of them and barriers behind them and above them, so they were blind and could not see. Anyway, the real reason why tanks normally have infantry units is so that doesn't happen, right? Obviously, visibility is very, very limited inside of a fucking tank. But the reason why I suspect these Merkavas didn't have an infantry unit is because they're scared. They don't want to fucking die. Because if you're a fucking reservist and you have a nice hot meal waiting at home, okay, and you have a sexy wife and children or a fucking roof over your head with no legitimate fear, then you're just like an accountant who now has a weapon who went to boot camp. You know what I mean? And all of your experience leading up to this moment was just like owning 12-year-olds by arresting them for fucking throwing a rock at a checkpoint if you didn't directly dome them, right? So you're a normal ass person. You're like an accountant or a fucking graphic designer or some shit. And now you're just like sitting there. You're like, I don't want to fucking be outside this tank. I don't want to get murked by some dude wearing fake ass Abibas pants and a tracksuit. You know what I mean? Because the dude wearing the fucking fake ass Abibas tracksuit is waiting for this moment. He has nothing else going on. He does not have anything else in his life. He's like, this is the time. Like, thank you for coming into my trap. I will now fucking ruthlessly and mercilessly destroy you because guess what? I feel like you are a representation of the conditions I've been subjected to all my fucking life. You killed my parents, and now here we are. That dude's got no fucking house. He's been sitting in a fucking tunnel as his extended family's been wiped out by Israeli rocket fire above for the past 3 weeks. Got nothing to fucking lose. How much are these fucking tanks, by the way? I mean, I think Hamas is over. They're claiming that they've blown up a shit ton. But these are like insanely expensive. The Israeli economy cannot withstand losing multiple 20, 30, however many millions of dollars, one tank at a fucking time. Yeah, there's no word where Israelis have this world where Israelis have the same stakes. Of course. Don't worry, your taxes will pay for it. Brother, what you don't understand is I don't think that there is any, like, I don't think there's any world in which like 40,000 militants plus even with like the Nukba elite forces and whatnot are going to be able to cripple the entirety of the American forces. But there is, even though there is no money faucet, right, that dries out, there is a finite amount of actual munitions you can give to Israel at a period of time. So you do run out of resources, you know what I mean? And before you run out of resources, you run out of morale. And America has been actively defending Ukraine for the past 2 years and has put all of the fucking weapons, put all of the additional weapons and all the old ones usually too, that they would normally use in like a extreme circumstance to give to like Israel and shit, which well, those are small arms. It's a little different, but like rockets, artillery, things of that nature that they normally would, they've been dumping into Ukraine. So if under some weird circumstance that they run out of like interceptors, for example, I don't know what they have for a failsafe. But none of that really matters because you know what else happens when you are the dominant force? You run out of morale. You run out of morale before you fucking run out of bullets. Can we get more mad about stuff like the West Israel's plans for the Ben Gurion Canal and it's interesting as flattening Gaza to accomplish, you know, aside from the racist reasons? Yeah. What do you think Hezbollah will announce tomorrow? I think they're basically going to say, Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah is going to say like, Israel, you fucking, here are my red lines. He's going to say, here are my red lines, okay? If you do this, if you do that, we'll attack. He'll put forward rules for ground invasion, which is, again, bullshit for the most part. Because if they were going to invade, if they like actually followed through on a pact, whether a written one or a unspoken pact that is like understood, they would have invaded already. They would have invaded and they would have been fucking dumping every munition they have into Israel right now, taking away a lot of the Israeli Air Force resources and a lot of the ground operations away from the Gaza envelope all the way to northern Israel. So many Hassans prominent in politics? Yeah, I mean, in this conflict, yes. They're also going to say, if you invade Lebanon, we will defend. And then they ask them to stop or else. Yeah, I think like, I think that Lebanon cannot withstand the Israeli strategy of flattening entire fucking towns. They just don't have it. They don't have that.
Moving beyond the suburbs and into the heart of Gaza City in the north of the Strip. Flanked by soldiers at a military base in central Israel, he said they were making, quote, impressive progress and that nothing would stop them as they moved beyond the outskirts. He also acknowledged the, quote, painful losses of the 19 Israeli soldiers now reported killed since the start of the ground operation. To coincide with this, the IDF released this footage today, a commanding officer rallying troops on the approach into Gaza City. It's now almost a month since Hamas's murderous outrage on October the 7th, and the Israeli army are moving into the center of Gaza City from at least 5 different directions. In their path, the neighborhood.
Yes, the U.S. strike carrier groups in the Eastern Mediterranean are their sole purpose of deterring Hezbollah and any kind of Iranian involvement in the conflict. That's why they're there. They got Saudi forces taking care of any kind of like rocket and drone fire coming in from Yemen on the seaside. And Israel itself as well. This is actually a pretty decent take as well. If Israelis were indigenous to Palestine, they wouldn't be so okay with its destruction. They wouldn't burn olive trees that are older than their constitution. They wouldn't attack historical religious buildings. Their hearts would ache at the destruction of our land. That was back on May 11th, 2021. And it's true.
Of Jabalia. This was filmed for us there last night. The refugee settlement has been targeted twice in the last 48 hours. Hundreds have been killed here. Gaza's Hamas-run Ministry of Health now says over 9,000 people have been killed in the Strip, almost half of them under the age of 18. Little Sham Abu Safia is 1.5, pulled from the rubble, but survived. Brought to the Kamal Adwan hospital, and after 30 minutes of resuscitation, revived. Doctors we spoke to at the hospital today told us her immediate family were all killed last night. In the north of Israel this evening, this was the scene across 19 different locations. Rockets launched by Hezbollah from Lebanon landed in places like this largely evacuated Israeli town. Along with this cinema-style trailer, the preamble to a speech tomorrow by the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, the region holding its breath about what the speech will mean by way of conflict contagion. In the south of the Gaza Strip, the Rafah crossing today into Egypt, a bureaucratic bottleneck of both relief and of pain. A second day where the dry administration of stamping passports meets the tears of heartbreak and escape. Egypt, Israel and Hamas have agreed to allow several hundred people through so far, mainly foreigners or Palestinians with dual nationalities, along with a handful of the severely injured. The lucky ones on the lists checked against their passports. VIP access to survival. The majority on the list so far are US citizens, 400 of them approved to leave today.
I'm not even excited to leave Gaza because we have so many people that we love and care about. So right now I'm between ice and fire. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to see the family that I left behind or the friends that I left behind. People are dying. Everybody's dying.
A handful of the 200 or so.
If you don't have a good passport, you basically die. Brother, there is no world in which the Americans would not have been extracted this far into a bombing campaign. These are the Americans that have a better passport than just non-humans. Everyone knows this. Every Palestinian knows this. There is no lower passport on the American passport than one that is of a Palestinian American. There is not a fucking lower passport, because America internally has like a value system for passports as well. Think about that. Israel's number 2? No, man. Depending on the situation, no. Israel's actions, no matter how fucking violent, are more important to America's interest in the region than like a couple, Palestinian Americans getting killed in the process. I'd keep an eye on Ismail Hania's reported flight to Iran today. Hamas in a pretty grave situation. I wonder if he'll press for greater axis of resistance involvement. Well, even if he presses, I wonder if he'll be able to get it. I think if America hadn't done a hostage prisoner swap with Iran literally right before this, maybe the situation would be different. But I truly believe, not with much information, it's just pure speculation. Wee woo, Hasan speculation alert. I truly believe that America behind the scenes was like working, collaborating with Iran, and they publicly were as well, which is one of the one of the many reasons as to why Iran has not retaliated in the way that they claimed they would. Allah'ını kırabını sikeyim. Oha herife bak. What do you think of Palestina rejecting several land offers of Israel in the past? Why didn't they agree for peace? Is such a funny question. Yeah, man, why didn't they? Why didn't they agree for peace when Israel, one, at first didn't even have the Palestinians in the conversations, in the talks, or two, when they did finally have Palestinians in the conversations, executed the guy who even started the conversations that gave horrifyingly bad conditions of land to the Palestinians, and last but not least, routinely ended up also claiming that it was actually the sold out Arafat and his side that actually said no to the negotiations, when Arafat regularly said yes to the negotiations and then would say no in an effort to, save face after the fact. Israel has always had the opportunity to just to follow through on their end of the bargain. They never wanted to. They just wanted to continue occupying the West Bank, continue settling. Man, the dialogue trees are always the same. You've been repeating the same shit for how long? 3 weeks now, but 10 years before then.
British nationals stuck in Gaza are also on today's list. Then there's everyone else. Take Gad el-Saka, who's Egyptian, and her daughter, visiting relatives in Gaza when the war started, now trapped inside. The relative's house they were staying in was destroyed. These the tiny handful that got out through Rafah today. There are over 2 million people, though, still stuck inside Gaza. Like this young boy in Jabalia. What else will his eyes see in the days and in the weeks to come?
Well, earlier I spoke to Nibal Fasak from the humanitarian organization, the Palestine Red Crescent Society. They're operating in Gaza and helping to transport patients to the border. I began by asking about the situation for Palestinians in and around Gaza City, where we know there's been very heavy fighting.
The situation in Gaza and the north is catastrophic. Over hundreds of thousands of civilians are still in Gaza and the north. Those who were unable to evacuate themselves because there is intense bombardments that is taking place all over Gaza, and literally there is no safe place in Gaza. So now hospitals not only having injured, wounded people, patients, they are now shelters for thousands of displaced people who are currently sheltering in hospitals corridor, lying on the ground because simply they don't have any place to go to. And they were unable to evacuate themselves because there is no transportation, complete destruction of the road and infrastructure. There is no fuel, and there is intense bombardments. So the only solution for them is just to seek refuge to the nearest school or nearest hospitals. Unfortunately, those are suffering from lacking every single humanitarian need.
So if you are injured as a Palestinian in that part of the Gaza Strip by an aerial bombardment, what are your chances of survival?
So basically, hospitals now, every single hour, are just receiving hundreds of injured and wounded people. So now those injured and wounded people are just waiting on hospitals corridor, waiting there in line until they got the chance to have the treatment. Now doctors have to make choices and prioritize who is the most urgent situation to start deal with it and try their best to save as much people as they can.
And we know that many people have now been evacuated, injured people have been evacuated through the Rafah Gate into Egypt. How do you decide, how do the authorities there decide who gets to be evacuated and who doesn't?
Basically, there is so much, many standards that have been put, and this is between the ministry, the Palestinian Ministry of Health and the Egyptian Ministry of Health, along with Israel authorities who need to give permission for the names of injured people who are allowed to go out for a treatment. For example, according to one of my colleagues who reported to me yesterday, there was a boy, he is injured and he needs to be transported to get a treatment. The Israel authorities gave the approval for the child, but not for the father. So sadly, the dad and his son has to go back to Gaza because simply he can't leave his son alone travel to Egypt.
Okay, finally, if you could evacuate all the injured people from the Gaza Strip to Egypt for treatment, how many thousands of people are we talking about?
So basically now the numbers of injured people has exceeded around 18,000 who are now injured. We have inside Al-Quds Hospital, which is operating by the Palestine Red Crescent, 14,000 civilians who are now inside the hospital. Those who are internally displaced, they don't have any place to go to. So they sought refuge to Al-Quds Hospital. We have 500 patients. Many of them are in the intensive care unit. And now Israel threatening us of evacuation orders because Al-Quds Hospital is going to be bombarded. We have announced repeatedly that we don't have the means to evacuate Al-Quds Hospital. Evacuating the patients means killing them because we have patients who are connected to life support machines. We have babies in incubators. And on top of that, every single day, at least for the 3 past days, up to this moment, I'm talking to you, and there's intense bombardments that is taking place on the surrounding area of Al-Quds Hospital.
You paint a very grim picture there. Nibal Fasak, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now, this afternoon in Tel Aviv, I sat down with...
Bro, we got... Somebody's got to fucking blow up the hospitals, man. We got all these fucking bombs, dog. What do you want me to do? Not use them? On a hospital? Like, but I want to. You fail to consider that I really want to blow up the hospital. and demoralize all the Palestinians and punish them collectively for the actions of the militant factions that operate completely outside of their control, even if it is representative of their desires, by the way. I don't know if people understand this. Like, think about how much you want healthcare in America and how far away that reality is, if even it'll ever happen, right? If you recognize that there is no fucking real democratic process and that it would be completely unjustifiable for, I don't know, a foreign superpower to nuke your entire family because Americans voted for, like, the war on terror and shit, especially when you understand the complexities of politics here in this supposed democracy in a developed Western world, then you should be able to very quickly recognize that there is a reason why you don't kill civilians normally, unless you're Israel, in which case you only kill civilians pretty much. Well, America too. Russia, fair. Russia, fair. Except, as you have seen so far, Russian casualties are massive, right? And the Russian invasion is completely unjustifiable, but nobody's killing babies like Israel. Like, Russia kills civilians, absolutely. Russia targets civilian infrastructure, absolutely. These are war crimes. Said this time and time again. But goddamn, dude, they have no, like, if we're talking baby murderer Olympics, like, Israel is the only country that proportionally kills more babies than America, dude. It's pretty fucking nutty when you think about that. With respect to, like, the population that you're dominating and how many babies you kill in that population, in the baby killer Olympics, like, because, like, Israel's working on the off season too. Like, if we're talking baby murder Olympics, like, America, especially with a sanctions regime, has been really fucking ruthless and really mechanical with this baby murder machine, right? America, especially since the 90s, have been really fucking on the top of their game. Now, since then, however, they've been slacking. And in that off season, as America outsources its violence, right? There is a definite, like, you know, 5-tool, absolutely unstoppable force of baby killing that has just risen to take the charge, to lead the charge. And that is Israel, okay? America is on its way out. It's outsourcing a lot of its, like, baby murder factories since the 90s because neoliberalism. And Israel has taken its place now. It is pretty unprecedented to kill this many babies, this many children. Pretty unprecedented. The U.S.'s intelligence, the Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad, Assad, has agreed to provide Hezbollah with Russian-made surface-to-air SA-22 missile system. Wagner has been tasked with carrying out the delivery. I don't know if this is like a way to... I can't tell if this is a way to, like, heighten the conflict and like bring Russia back into the fold a little bit, or if it's genuinely serious. The U.S.'s intelligence that Syrian President Bashar al-Assad has agreed to provide the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah with Russian-made missile defense system, according to people familiar with intelligence. The Russian mercenary organization Wagner Group, which operates in Syria, has been tasked with carrying out the delivery of the surface-to-air SA-22 missile system, the people said. It is not clear whether it has already been delivered or how close it is to delivery. The system was originally provided by Russia for use by the Syrian government, the sources said. I don't know. I don't know how valid this is. I have no idea. But real ones would put that shit in fucking... real ones would put that shit in Gaza. Okay? If you really want to fucking... If you really want to play around, try to put that in Gaza. Maybe not right now, but... Just saying.
With former Israeli Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni, and began by asking, with much of the world appalled by the enormous loss of life in the Gaza Strip, what is her response to those critical of Israel?
I'm not asking the international community or the Arab world to turn a blind eye to what we are doing in Gaza, but I would expect them to judge it in accordance to their own parameters and moral aspects. Because what happened is that a terrorist organization, jihadists, infiltrated into our villages, massacred in the most brutal, unthinkable manner children and women, and kidnapped more than 200, while Israel, as a democracy, needs to defend its citizens. And while we are doing so, we are trying to avoid, to prevent, or to minimize the civil casualties.
If you're trying to do everything to avoid those casualties, looking at the numbers, you're not doing a very good job there, are you?
You know, I was in the Israeli cabinet security cabinet during 2 rounds of military operations in Gaza. I was also there in one of them. I was also as a Minister of Justice, and each and every target was approved by the Attorney General, asking whether it's in accordance to the international law or not. So in any war, and Hamas
even now,
waged,
at the moment?
Hamas waged.
One of my favorite like conservative tropes that Israel engages in all the time is that like international law doesn't apply to us, even though we are a developed nation state with Western backing. However, international law should apply to Hamas, and they're breaking it. It's the classic Trumpian gambit. No wonder they love Trump. You know how Trump always says, like, I didn't actually hide classified documents. I had the right to do so, so you should never prosecute me for it. Meanwhile, my enemies, Joe Biden, literally fucking violated the law, and he should go to jail and maybe the death penalty for taking classified documents. Like, it's the classic fucking, actually, no, we're not breaking international law. We're literally doing the right thing, but they're breaking international law, our enemies. It's pretty fire when you think about it. Sorry if you've covered this already, but have you addressed U.S. and Israeli intelligence about Hamas under hospital tunnels? As always, free Palestine. Yes, there are tunnels. There are 400 kilometers of tunnel systems, 10 meters into the ground, that are 2 meters high, underneath the entirety of Gaza. Some of those tunnels might even be under hospitals. However, the notion that like they have all of their headquarters under hospitals is a lie, at least according to, or one that has not been proven, at least according to the doctors that have worked at Al-Shifa. If you don't want to believe a Palestinian, for example, because you think that they're like inherently liars or some other racist fucking reason, because you unconditionally trust Israel's guidance in the matter, in their apartheid regime and this ethnic cleansing campaign, then you can trust like the Norwegian doctors that worked at fucking Al-Shifa Hospital who said there was no headquarters of Hamas here. I worked there for years. The other side of this conversation, of course, is that even if there are tunnels underneath the hospital, you still can't blow them up. That is insane. You can't do that. Everybody always tries to play fast and loose with this with this argument that like, oh, well, it turns into a combat capability. It's like, no, the fuck it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's ridiculous. It's still a goddamn hospital. It's fucking insane, dude.
War against Israeli civilians. So the comparison, well, they killed...
Even if it does, how do you justify it? Well, you can only justify it by saying, like, the enemy is not real humans, okay? That's the real way that you can justify it. If you think that Israel will be able to run this fucking insane, intense propaganda campaign, okay? If you think that they were capable of running this intense propaganda campaign, when like, if Israel did this to Ukraine, they wouldn't be able to get away with it, okay? Russia did it to Ukraine. They weren't able to get away with it. Russia is a foreign adversary. Israel is an ally. It's the most important ally. If fucking Israel tried to do this shit to like a white country or Ukraine, another country that we have some interest in, they would not be able to get away with this. The only reason why they can get away with it is because everybody thinks Palestinians are subhuman. That's it. Like, you can't, there's no justification for these unjustifiable actions.
This number, and you killed more of them, so now it's even. No.
Israel kills Americans and they get away with it. Not true at all. No, I'm not talking about, like, what is it, USS Liberty or whatever. I'm talking specifically about Israel's actions being received by a broader audience of Americans. You're misunderstanding my point. Getting away with it in this circumstance has nothing to do with whether the international authorities will come in and say, don't do that. No, I'm saying that the broader population, if Israel fucking was ruthlessly slaughtering Ukrainians in hospitals and shit, I think there would be a broader movement for Ukrainian emancipation. The only way that Israel is going to be able to get away with this much violence is because their enemies are completely dehumanized in the eyes of the Western world. And also on top of that, when Israel kills people, like American Palestinians, for example, it doesn't matter because they're still Palestinian, and it doesn't get a lot of coverage in the media. This is why I talked about how motivated the broader public is by the American media. Think about how universally condemned Russia is, right? There are multiple factors for that. One is because they do deserve universal condemnation for invading Ukraine. But also on top of that, like, Ukrainians being white plays a role, Russia being a foreign adversary plays a role, but the media hitting the hardest in the West, the media hitting that button non-fucking stop, absolutely played a significant role. There is no such broad media coverage that Ukrainians were given for Palestinians. It's the exact opposite, as a matter of fact. It is as though we are watching Russia today as Russia is invading Ukraine. This is a special military operation. It's limited. These civilian targets were actually not really civilian, but there were babies in there that were enemy combatants. It is literally the exact same way that Russia today would sell the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Anyone who doesn't see that, anyone who doesn't realize that, is a delusional fucking moron, or someone who just purposely is interested in being disingenuous.
This is not the reason of the military operation. It's not about rage, or it's not even about retaliation. We tried everything.
I think it was an Israeli...
I mean, bro, they literally have said that. Yeah, that's true. They literally... Israel is literally doing the same shit Russia's doing. Russia's like, we're here to denazify. We had to invade. Guys, you don't understand. We had to invade Ukraine because we got to denazify Ukraine. That's why we're hitting like Western positions, right? Yeah, who else is saying that? That's right. Israel, motherfucker. That's right. They're saying the same shit, dog. Israel's like, these guys are ISIS. They're also Nazis at the same time. We got to kill all these Nazis.
Writer who said that Gaza is an open-air prison run by some very vicious inmates.
We don't want Gaza, we didn't want Gaza to be a prison. The only way that we cannot afford Gaza to be open because they are using everything to get weapons, to rearm themselves.
There are plenty of people in this country who have told me you can try and kill dozens, hundreds of Hamas commanders. You're not going to kill the idea behind it. And because of the violence of the last few weeks, the idea will only get stronger.
I mean, come on. You know, people are speaking about ceasefire, but there was ceasefire.
So why? Why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? Time and time again. Why didn't it work? 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 You did it. Like, if it's supposed to work this time, why didn't it? It's like, please, dude, I'm sick and tired of hearing Israeli officials go, one more baby, please, 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 one more child. Let me fucking laser one more Palestinian child, and then we're done. We're done with Hamas. Hamas will be over. I swear to God. I swear to God, one more fucking baby. We need to kill, okay, two more children. We have to kill 2 more children, and then I promise, bro, Hamas is done, okay? It's like you've been doing this for 55 fucking years, and you've been doing specifically what we're talking about here for like the past 2 decades almost. The fuck do you mean? The fuck are you talking about? And in the past 2 decades of this conflict, okay, which is ethnic cleansing, it's not conflict, it's ethnic cleansing, it's one-sided affair, okay, where the other side is just like fucking swinging back as best as they can with no other fucking options. You turn around and you kill more people, and guess what happens as a consequence of that? Supposedly you're eliminating Hamas. Guess what happens? Hamas grows in popularity. It grows in popularity. Because why the fuck wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it grow in popularity? Are you crazy? You fucking kill people's families. Of course, they're going to be like, oh, fuck you, dude. Oh, holy shit. Oh my God. Of course, I hate you. I will do everything in my life to kill you now. Like, well, what do you think? What do you think would happen? It's nuts. This has happened in the evolution of Hamas in and of itself. You know what I mean?
Fire on October 6th, but yet
I'm talking about the long-term arrangement here.
No, but it's a vicious circle. What you are saying is that when we are acting against terror, so then they will hate us more. So if we don't want this war now to be just another round.
Dude, this is the message I'm hearing from every fucking Israeli. And I secretly follow a lot of Israeli quote-unquote leftists, okay? Some of which I follow publicly and they're fine. And then there are other motherfuckers who I don't follow publicly, but I watch all the goddamn time, which like even B'Tselem and shit follows. So like they're supposed to be like they're supposed to be like the fucking leftists of Israel, okay? And I hear the exact same sentiment from them. We're just like, we have to fucking take this fight to the Hamas bastards. We have to fucking cleanse the Hamas bastards. We just have to do that. We have to do that. Secretly following isn't like I just know I recognize their name. So I look their shit up every now and then. And let me tell you, okay? Straight up, a lot of the secret leftists that I secretly follow in Israel that I'm constantly utilizing Google Translate to understand what the fuck they're saying because they're typing in Hebrew. They are fucking saying, yeah, fuck these guys in the West Bank. They're fucking crazy. Fuck those guys. They call them, I've seen people call them Christian settlers, which I think is really funny. Like that's a big I don't know if they're like literally Christians or not, but I can't tell if that's like a joke or if they literally call the Jewish settlers in the West Bank Christian as a fucking meme. I don't know, or maybe it's a Google Translate thing. But anyway, they shit on them all the time, which they are worthy of being shitted on. And there are different reasons as to why they shit on them, because some of them at least are very smart and understand that, like, that's completely unacceptable. You know what I mean? That's completely unacceptable. They're like, fucking reduce Gaza into rubble, right? That's fine, but don't fucking take over more and more of the West Bank, because, like, the rest of the global population looks at that and goes, that's disgusting. What the fuck are you guys doing? That's so unacceptable. Which it is. It is unacceptable. So, like, it's more of a self-preservation purpose as to why they shit on the settlers, right? But then the other reason is because some of them are morally, they consider this to be a morally repugnant thing to do. Some of them also simultaneously believe that these guys are like welfare queens, right? Taking money from the government at a time when like there's funds necessary for Israel proper to thrive, right? But no matter what, I've seen the broadest support amongst the Israeli left that I follow, and I secretly follow, I guess. And this is still anecdotal, but it does correspond to the Israeli Democracy Institute polls that we've looked at on this fucking broadcast. They are just very open about reducing Gaza to rubble. They're like, we have to wipe out Hamas. We have to wipe out Hamas. Not fucking recognizing that this this action cannot be solved. You cannot wipe out Hamas until you do an ethnic cleansing in Gaza. In which case, guess what? Now you have Hamas in the West Bank or some other version of it. You can't keep treating Palestinians like dogs in Gaza. They're not separate from the Palestinians in the West Bank. They see what you're doing and they react. Never forget, the colonial force sets the tone and the severity of the violence. Okay? It's not the reaction that sets the tone of the violence. Just like police have always the power to escalate or de-escalate. Why? Because police against the regular civilian has all the power. They have the power to fucking take your they have the power to take your freedom away. They have the power to do civil assets forfeiture. They have the power to arrest you. They have the power to fucking kill you, right? So they always retain the power to set the tone of a protest. They can de-escalate or they can escalate. They can crank it up a notch. They can even beat the shit out of you, right? Israel, in this circumstance, is the police. They have, being the colonial power, the occupying power, being the apartheid regime conductors, occupying both the West Bank and also controlling what goes in and out of Gaza, operating it like a fucking open-air prison, they have the power to set the tone. They can scale it back dramatically and show the Palestinians that there is actually a cooperative future ahead, or, oh my God, who is Amir Hetzroni? What? They are not leftists, bro, secretly following Amir Hetzroni? I don't know who that is. A leftist Israeli friend from mine from university have so many great conversations about colonialism and racism, and whatever has been pulling out the most unhinged takes about Palestine recently is so insane. Yeah, people that study this shit, that don't understand where it's coming from, think about it only in like theoretical forms. First you were Kurdish Fox, now what? Yeah, I don't know. The guy that got hit with the chair? Wait, the fucking guy who got hit with the chair that makes you gay? I don't think that guy's a leftist at all, isn't he? He's like a fucking weird troll. Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about? The guy that got hit with the chair that makes you gay? Oh, come on, you've seen it. He's gross. He's such a fucking piece of shit. Fuck that guy. I hate that guy. Not because he got hit with the chair that makes you gay, but I think I've seen him fucking say some really gross shit about a Palestinian artist that was slaughtered by the Israeli Air Force. That's the first time I ever heard of him. Here. Here's the guy that got hit with the chair that makes you gay. Also, there's a top of the hour that hits you, and it also makes you gay. If you no longer want to get hit with that ad, though, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can and should subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You can also get gifted a sub. You can get hit with a gifted sub that makes you gay. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Heads up, there's some blood in this vid. I know, but it's fine. It's fine.
מה קרה?
מה זה, אתם משוגעים?
מי זה רק את
אתם משוגעים?
Yeah, he got hit with a chair that makes you gay. Reddit was right. You are a grifter 1010. Thank you. I am. I love picking the most like statistically unpopular positions you can possibly pick so that like all of the neurodivergent, socially anxious fucking losers who are too afraid of going outside on Reddit can act like I'm purposely picking the most popular positions on the planet. Even though half the shit that I say would get me fucking murdered in like the wrong town probably. It's always so funny. And then they turn around and go, dude, yeah, see, Twitter is not real life, dude. Twitter is not everything, dude. Like, see? It's like, motherfucker, you think I don't know that? You think I have any fucking feeling that like the world, the United States of America gives a fuck about Palestinians overall? The fact that like even a marginal change has happened is seismic for people like myself, okay? We are very aware of that. I know the other guy was joking about the joke that he said I was a grifter. Oh, Mehdi Hasan, he told me he was going to fucking pop off today. You were kind of antithetical to being on the bandwagon? Yes. Especially because, like, it's not being purposely contrarian or even purposely supportive of, like, popular causes. Because I've been saying the same shit for 10 years. And, like, maybe you think personally over the course of those 10 years that, like, politics has changed dramatically. So why the fuck was I on it 10 years ago then? So, it doesn't make sense. It literally doesn't make sense. If it was unpopular 10 years ago and it's popular now, why the fuck am I grifting? How am I grifting 10 years ago then? But it's not even popular now. There's no socialist movement in this fucking country. Everyone is delusional. Anyway, proving intent is the hardest part of prosecuting genocide, and these freaks are just saying it all out in the open. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, but that is always the laughable part about the Hasan is a grifter narrative, is that, like, yeah, I'm such a grifter. That's why I've been defending Palestinian emancipation for the past 10 years, like, which is a very popular idea, right? Like, motherfuckers who say Reddit is not real life are the ones, or Twitter is not real life, rather, are the ones who literally think Twitter is real life and get, like, whipped up into a frenzy being afraid that, like, you know, there's going to be a fucking global jihad in every township. Okay? If my positions were popular, I wouldn't have to constantly try to educate people on it. I would just sit back, kick back, and watch fucking fun YouTube videos. You know what I mean?
There's a need to think together about the day after, and I agree with you. The day after, this is something that the international community should work with. The legitimate Palestinian Authority, with Egypt, with the US, with the United Nations. It's very complicated solution. But yet, look at the situation. You have a legitimate Palestinian Authority that is not even willing to take responsibility on Gaza.
But on that point...
What? Bro, there is no Palestinian Authority. You have effectively ripped it to fucking shreds. Suck my dick. It is your fucking fault. You and everyone alongside yourself is completely responsible for the violence that has happened in Israel, both as a consequence of your fucking dumbass arrogance thinking that you'd be able to fucking maintain an apartheid regime without any repercussions whatsoever on the Israeli population that you hail as the superior race there, okay? But also on top of that, thinking that, like, people are not going to retaliate, that you can just keep fucking hurting people, keep destroying their fucking lives. You personally neutered, maybe not her personally, but you fucking destroyed the Palestinian Authority time and time again. Any Palestinian that was, like, down to collaborate with Israel, okay, that was down to renounce violence, that was down to say, okay, please, just like, let us control these fucking territories. Let us live a life of dignity. That was down to even accept conditions that are laughable, like that are so utterly and unimaginably cruel and humiliating in every single accord, in every single negotiations process, the deals that were floated, that Israel never even had the intention of following through on, that every single person that has even brought up favorable conditions that are not even favorable, that claimed were favorable conditions, were either fucking assassinated or voted out. And then the guy that came after was like, ha, we did it. The fucking idiots thought that they could get a fucking nation. What are you, stupid? We're not interested. And they showed it. They showed that they were not interested with it. There's never been a fucking moment where the settler expansion has not continued. You think 500,000? What is this? Motherfucker's cat is on the goddamn keyboard. You think 500,000 settlers materialized in the West Bank? No, it was a careful, concerted effort over the course of 50 fucking years. You think motherfuckers from Long Island materialized in Sheikh Jarrah? You think that's what happened? Motherfuckers with a Brooklyn accent like, hey, sorry, this is my home now. How did that happen? Israel made it happen. That's how. And they've been armed too. Yeah, Jacob. There is nothing that is more damaging to the fucking existence of Israel than this video, okay?
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it.
No one is allowed to steal it, يا عمي. Jacob, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back. So what's the problem? Why are you yelling at me? I didn't do this. I didn't do this.
But
it's easy to yell at me, but I didn't do this.
You are stealing my house.
Jacob single-handedly did numbers for the Palestinian cause. You are not the same person arriving at this video. If you see it, is this the first time you've seen it? Like, I mean, I feel like this is a pivotal moment for some. Everyone has a moment of realization in this, okay? You go your fucking whole life learning one thing. Maybe you don't give a fuck about Israel. Maybe you didn't even hear about it. Maybe every now and then you hear on the TV that it's a complex conflict, okay? You see that, you're like, oh shit, I know what this is. I know what's going on. Get the fuck out of here. No. Not allowed. Not allowed. Pollywood again. Oh yeah, Pallywood, totally. Yeah. Yeah, in 2015, there were 60,000 Americans. 60,000 motherfuckers with American passports in the West Bank. Is that Pollywood? 60,000. That was 2015. That number has gone up. Fuck you mean Pallywood? What was your moment of realization about Palestine? Brother, I'm Turkish. Like, there was not a... I don't remember. There was not ever a moment in my fucking life where I was like, yeah, America's been really cool up until this moment, and now my mind changed. It's a little different. If you're from that side of the world, it's a little different. Same goes for my biggest like naysayers. Okay? The major point of contention amongst myself and those who like agree with me 99% of the fucking road is literally my unconditional and undying anger towards America and its foreign affairs and the way it conducts itself. Okay? That is like the number one point of contention. I will always and forever be unimaginably critical of America's actions around the world, because there is no way you can learn about the history. There's no way you can learn about global conflict and the Cold War and what America has done, how America has operated, how America has conducted itself everywhere, in Africa, Latin American countries, in Asia, everywhere, and come out of that thinking this was good. All of that death and destruction was good. Okay? Especially if you call yourself a socialist. You cannot do that. No shot. And before then, England, okay? You can't look at the British Empire, and you cannot look at the American Empire and go, those guys did that for good reason. You can't do that. The only thing you could do is say this, okay? Russia also made tens of war conflicts around the world. So did the fucking Ottoman Empire, dog. So did the Ottoman Empire. And look where they're at now. Okay? They're gone. They're done. They're gone. Like, it's just so stupid. It's so dumb. Yes, I know. So did the Dutch and the British and the French and the Chinese and the Japanese, especially the Japanese. I got it. I know. I'm not saying that, like, some empires are good. This is the only defense you have for it, though. You could always be like, well, what about this? What about that? Okay. That's not the world we're living in, though. You know what I mean? I had a Turkish ex-friend who told me that he supports Israel killing Israel because Palestinians killed people from the Ottoman Empire. Are you shitting me? Yes. Some Turkish people cannot give up on this dumbass fucking notion that, like, the Arabs betrayed the Ottoman Empire, which they did. They did. They thought that in their post-colonial endeavors that England would be a far better ally, far sympathetic to their plight. And they were fucking wrong. They were so goddamn wrong. They thought England and France would help them. To be mad about this is so stupid. Yeah, they were wrong, dude. Look at their situation. You think it's fine? No, it's not. So shut the fuck up. Yes. It's ironic because a lot of Arabs under Ottoman rule in the MENA region, straight up, XQCL 1 juicer raid. We got 1 juicer remaining in this community. Welcome to the jungle, my friend. Sadece öldürmeleri falan değil, teslim olmuş subayların kafalarını gidip kesilmiş kafalarıyla dalga geçtiler. Ne fark eder amına koyayım? Ne fark eder? 100 yıl önce olmuş bir şey. Saçma sapan konuşuyorsunuz şu anda yani. Yapmayın etmeyin arkadaşlar. Allah Allah. Anyway, the point is, yes, a lot of Arab nationalist movements thought that Western allies would be better. Western allies will help them in their emancipatory plight against the Ottoman Empire, and they were fucking wrong. They were super wrong. They fucked them over way more than the enemy that they do know. You know what I mean? All right, they did. I'm Arab and I agree what we did is bad and is against the teaching of Islam. Yeah. Why wouldn't Arabs want self-determination? No, I agree. I think that it was perfectly just. My point is simply that Arabs thought that they had a better shot at self-determination coming from European partners, and that was not the case, and that the imperial power that the imperial power that resided over them for a very long time was at least a better manager than the British were, because Christians had no fucking understanding. But yes, the Ottomans have really high taxes on the Arabs, and it was a system where Turks were elevated over the Arabs in the region, so I definitely don't blame them for rebelling. Yeah, I'm simply stating that if you look at the situation, it's like the Western powers were significantly worse for Arab nations than the Ottoman Empire at the end of the day. I mean, look at the price. Look at the price that everyone's paying for it. You know what I mean? Look at Israel. There you go. There's no better representation of what European powers do in the region than Israel, right? But that in and of itself is, I don't know. You're only taking a hindsight Henry POV. No, absolutely. Absolutely I am. I agree. I am. I'm saying that none of that matters at the end of the day. What matters is what's going on now. And I'm saying this in an effort to criticize Turkish people who hold on to this like grudge for no fucking reason. It's so dumb. Like they owe you anything. Like the Arabs that were under the Ottoman Empire like owe Turks anything, and they had to fucking remain under the Ottoman Empire and not like have a right to self-determination. A lot of Turks try to pretend that they're more white than Arabs, but the white people were all just brown at the end of the day. I know. That's what I said last time, and people got very mad. We didn't replace the Ottoman Empire by the West. Please get your information straight and stop this Turkish nationalist views. Sorry, Hassan, stop saying that. I'm an Egyptian. Egypt has suffered a lot under the Ottoman Empire. We fought the British and suffered a lot to get rid of them. Okay. My bad. You're right. I was already shitting on the Turks for maintaining this position, but what is this?
In this video, I'm going to explain to you why I keep seeing Palestinians being called barbaric, savage terrorists.
All right, I want to add an international lens to what this creator is saying, because I think you can't really talk about Islamic terrorism as it's referred to in the West without mentioning the rise and fall of secular Arab nationalism in the mid-1900s. This is so relevant because what's commonly referred to as the end of secular Arab nationalism is in 1967 when Israel launched the Six-Day War against its surrounding Arab nations. This is also when it captured Golan Heights, East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip. But I'll get back to that in a little bit because I have a lot of history to cover and I don't want it to take more than a few minutes. Because this goes back to World War I, when Britain and France actually enlisted the support of Arab fighting forces against the Central Powers, specifically the Ottomans who had controlled most of the Middle East at that point. And the way they did that was they promised the Arabs independence after the war was over if they won. And honestly, it's wild that the Allied nations still take credit for winning World War I without even mentioning the Arab Revolt of 1916. And in a surprising turn of events, the British and French actually lied. And not only did they not give the Arabs self-determination as they agreed upon, not that the Ottoman Empire wasn't a thing anymore, they just took the region for themselves. Now, does this look familiar at all? Maybe from your history?
I mean, it's like, this is reductive, but it's not wrong.
History class in high school, the Sykes-Picot Agreement. Notice how this says May 1916. This is a month before the Arab Revolt and like a year and a half before the end of World War I. So what does that mean? That means that the British and French were lying to these people's faces, telling them that they'll get self-determination for fighting against the Ottomans, when really they had a plan to divide up the entirety of the Middle East between themselves. Also, look, Palestine, under British, French, and Russian protection. Remember that. Here's another thing you might remember from your world history class, the Balfour Declaration, which establishes Palestine also as a national home for Jews. But Israel...
Oh, by the way, Balfour Declaration is was today. Like, this is the...
wasn't first established until after World War II. So in the meantime, Arabs who are really upset, obviously, at the British and French occupying them, launch a bunch of independence movements. This includes countries like Egypt, Syria, Iraq, Iran, and Saudi Arabia. This takes us to World War II, specifically the aftermath of World War II, which is millions of Jews fleeing Nazi rule, many of whom are urged by the British and other allied countries to set up shop.
Okay, that's before. Okay, so there's some... there is something... I mean, he's skipping a lot of parts. Like, there are multiple there's immigration happening consistently throughout this time frame that that he just kind of glanced over.
But Israel isn't first established until after World War II. So in the meantime, Arabs who are really upset, obviously, at the British and French occupying them, launch a bunch of independence movements. This includes countries like Egypt, Syria, Iraq, Iran, and Saudi Arabia. This takes us to World War II, specifically the aftermath of World War II, which is millions of Jews fleeing Nazi rule, many of whom are urged by the British and other allied countries to set up shop in Palestine. As a side note, notice how Western European countries conveniently redirect a lot of Jewish refugees to an area that is very far from them. All right, 1948, Israel declares independence.
Yeah, because they were like, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to live next to Jews. Because they were fucking anti-Semitic, dog. Straight up. I will never, ever, I don't give a fuck how much, how deliberately those who unconditionally defend Israel try and desperately make it seem like, no, I promise the Europeans were actually not anti-Semitic. It's the Arabs that are anti-Semitic. Ooh, watch out. Watch out for that Arab anti-Semitism, okay? Ooh, look at all the pogroms and purges that happened in Arab countries when they were going through their post-colonial nationalist movements. Ooh, look at that. Are people saying that? Every single fucking conversation that happens right now in both European countries and in America literally makes it seem like Arabs are the singular force of anti-Semitism on this fucking planet. When the entire concept of Israel was brought about by anti-Semitism in Europe, Christian anti-Semitism. In my opinion, it is a deliberate attempt, and I cannot ever fucking turn around and get dumb bitches, especially in America, to understand this point, because they're incurious apes for the most part, who literally just have Islamophobia in the brain and cannot fucking get rid of that Islamophobia of the brain. So they go, oh, Hasan is just pure coping. Everybody knows the most anti-Semitic people on the planet are fucking Muslims. Okay? I try to give historical context to how silly of a notion this is and how it's like been desperately propagandized. And they just go, la la la, I can't hear you. No, Muslims are fucking rabid animals. They're dogs. They're the ones who are violent. And Israel has a right to ethnically cleanse them. Here is why. Here is why there needs to be a final solution, like your fucking Ben Shapiro in 2003, writing an article at townhall.com, which you should look up. He did write that article.
Independence, which leads to the first Arab-Israeli war. With the help of the British, Israel successfully protects its independence, which leads to the Nakba, which is the expulsion of almost 1 million Palestinians from their ancestral homes. Now, during this time, Arab nationalism is surging, especially after gaining independence from the British and the French, and as a response to the establishment.
See, look, way to pivot. Anti-Semitism has gone on everywhere, especially in all Arab countries throughout time. You need a list of all the massacres of Jews by Arabs throughout the centuries? Yeah, brother. If you think that I mean that there was no anti-Semitism in the Arab world, you are fucking delusional. In comparison to the anti-Semitism in European countries, which you're doing right now, by the way, including the motherfucking Holocaust, okay? Which is like the singular force of the worst anti-Semitic act that you can point to, okay? You are delusional. If you look at the same time frame, there's a reason why a lot of Jewish people left Europe and came to Arab countries, specifically to the Ottoman Empire as well. Okay? They did that because by their own admission, their conditions were much better. Okay? We didn't do a Holocaust, so shut up. That's what but it's so stupid. It's so dumb. Half of the reason why Israel was developed half of the reason why Israel was developed all the way out in the fucking Middle East was literally because they were like, we don't want Jews next door. We don't want them. So just like fucking push them somewhere else. Yeah. Funny thing is the Ottoman Empire was a safe haven for Jews. I know, but that's not cool because a lot of, and Turks do this too a little bit, a lot of Zionists, either from their own personal shame of like their forefathers' contribution to pogroms, and by that I mean the Christian Zionists in Europe, okay, or or Jewish Zionists that live in Israel, or Jewish Zionists in general that want to Europeanize themselves as desperately as possible, okay? To make like Israel look like a Western country, no matter what, will act like no, it wasn't actually the European Christians that have been fucking devastating for the international Jewish population. Look at that. Look, it's just so, yeah, look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Way to pivot. Anti-Semitism has gone on everywhere. And then they were all expelled by the Arabs. Yeah. Iraq is the funniest one to use because it's like I just read the Shabibo article, and Ben Shapiro, who wrote the article, makes the Ben Shapiro of today look like a libtard. Yeah. I mean, he just straight up wrote like the most racist thing you could ever write, I think. Anyway, point is, none of these fucking countries wanted to take in any Jews, okay? They specifically literally told people in Jewish people escaping the Holocaust to just like fuck off and sent them back. And then everybody acts like it was the Arab world's fault. Like, it's fucking nuts. Were there expulsions? Absolutely. Were the conditions gruesome during Arab nationalism? Absolutely. Each country has a different experience with this. Okay? None of which is the fault of Palestinians. Arabs are not a fucking monolith. Okay? Muslims are not a monolith. It's fucking ridiculous. But again, I want to know what this dude is saying specifically because I want to know what level he's coping at. What level his coping mechanism is on. I was not trying to say specifically in Arab countries. Obviously, I affirm European anti-Semitism being even more prominent. Oh, got it. Okay. And Iraq was the worst example you could have used because at least on that one, there's declassified documents that show that Mossad itself was fucking trying to accelerate the process of Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq to come to Israel. This, of course, does not mean that, like, the situation for Iraqi Jews was great. But it's such a weird thing to fucking mention here. Maybe one day, when the Israeli government declassifies more documents, we'll be able to develop a better assessment of the situations. There will be another new historians. There will be a second and third wave of new historians every single time they fucking open up another trove of classified documents that show, oh yeah, this was actually a real thing that happened. But again, I don't know what you're debating because you're debating against historical facts. You cannot debate against the historical fact that Jews were significantly more comfortable under Arab reign in comparison to the European counterparts. There's a reason why they got there. There's a reason why so many Jews went to Arab countries to begin with. There's a reason why they went and saw the Ottoman Empire as a safe haven. Ironic, because even within the Ottoman Empire's own structure, they still got attacked by Christians. Not by Muslims, but by Christians, predominantly. Orthodox Christians.
establishment of Israel. In 1952, Egypt has a revolution which leads to Jamal Abdel Nasser becoming president in 1956. This is generally considered to be the start of the Arab Cold War, which this is important, by the way, because this is a rivalry between Arab nations that consider themselves to be secularist, nationalist, and generally tend to be socialist, and Arab nations that are conservative, traditionalist, Islamist, and generally tend to be monarchies. Now, Saudi Arabia doesn't like secularism because it's Islamist. It also doesn't like socialism because it's traditionalist. Now let's think for a second, right? This is the Arab Cold War, which is part of the Cold War. Which side in the Cold War tended to identify as being anti-socialist? The United States. The United States did not want Soviet communism spreading through the Middle East, so they signed a mutual defense assistance agreement with Saudi Arabia. This was the official start of US-Saudi relations, and notice in this case how the United States aligned itself with Islamists against secularists. Now this finally takes us back to the Six-Day War, 1967, when Israel takes over not just Gaza, not just the West Bank, but Golan Heights and Sinai too. This deal, I can't even begin to explain how big of a deal this war was. This deals such a huge blow to the Arab world, but especially Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, which were secular nations. And this is the moment when the United States comes in and starts its long-standing alliance with Israel. This is from the BBC, by the way. After 1967, the Americans looked at Israel with new eyes. It fell in love with the young Sabras who had beaten 3 Arab armies. And in doing so, the US took the reins from Britain and France in being the Western nation that keeps the Middle East in line. All right, y'all, we're reaching the end. Honestly, this took way longer than expected, so thanks for bearing with me.
I mean, no, I don't know if that was I don't think that was the only reason or the first reason. I think America just took the reins over. Well, one, there was a Cold War. 2, America took the reins over from England post-World War II in general.
At this point, secular Arab nationalism is more or less demolished, especially after Iran stages a theocratic revolution. But there is one strong, freestanding nation left that is secular, and that's Iraq. Does that ring a little bit of a bell, y'all? The war in Iraq, Saddam Hussein. Let me show you a video real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I was 5 years old when the United States captured Saddam Hussein after invading Iraq. And I had no idea what was going on then. And now I finally understand. Now the point I'm making with this entire video, 100 years of history, is that time and time again, the United States has sided with Islamists. And this primarily has been done through its alliance with Saudi Arabia. Through this, it's toppled with other Western nations, Syria, Egypt, Iraq, Afghanistan, etc. And in Palestine in particular, this meant the destruction of the PLO, which was a secularist, socialist, Arab nationalist party. And guess who they were replaced by? The Israeli-funded Hamas organization. I have a video about this.
I think this is also reductive. It's not, I mean, it's a TikTok, so it probably is, there's probably more information that he delivers on the other one. But especially when you partner that up with Saudi Arabia's Islamist fundamentalism or Wahhabist influence in the region, I don't agree, because Hamas's involvement was literally at the time seen as a counterbalance, especially as it started gaining more prominence. It was seen as a counterbalance to the America-backed elements within the Palestinian Authority. A lot of most people in this region have a genuine distaste for Western involvement, at any Western involvement whatsoever. So while Hamas would be Islamist fundamentalist, they are backed by a Shia regime in Iran. But the reason why they are seen as popular or how they rose to prominence has nothing to do with their understanding of Islam at all. And also on top of that, Saudi Arabia is an ally to Israel and an ally to the United States of America.
But Israel funded Hamas as well, which was an Islamist organization, so that they could fight against the secularists, the same strategy that the United States did. And just like what happened in Afghanistan, where the Islamists that the United States funded started fighting.
Like even when he's talking about the Mujahideen, right? More specifically, the U.S. funded the Mujahideen, which the Taliban splintered off from and destabilized Afghanistan, creating power vacuum for them to take over. That part is true, but the Mujahideen also had conflicting forces within itself, like the Northern Afghan coalition that was like expressly they were not. They were much less fundamentalist, for example. But then you had the Taliban forces. Like they all united in fighting against Northern Alliance. They all united in fighting against the Soviets, the Soviet forces. But ultimately, there was a lot of division amongst them as well.
Where the Islamists that the United States funded started fighting back against.
Also note that Israel never explicitly allied with Hamas, and Hamas was always pro-Palestinian independence. Oh, okay, never mind. He actually clears that up. My point is just that the U.S. and Israel will fund Islamists to fight against their enemies and then turn back and call them terrorists once the threat is taken care of. I worded this
the U.S. The same thing happened in Palestine, where Hamas started fighting back against Israel. Now that is why you see the term terrorist everywhere, because the United States will fund any and every Islamist movement they can find as long as they're fighting against their enemies. And then the moment those Islamist movements start fighting back against the US, they're terrorists. And if that sounds so familiar, it's because that is the same thing that the British did to what would become the secular Arab nationalists in funding them to fight their enemies, the Ottomans. Welcome to Modern Geopolitics, y'all. I hope you enjoy your stay.
What was I going to show you? Oh, we're going to finish the Channel 4 video.
You know, again, there are many people inside Israel who've told me repeatedly that the Prime Minister, Bibi Netanyahu, has gone out of his way to undermine the authority of the Palestinian Authority.
Listen, I am...
And you're not a fan of his?
No, listen, I'm not only not a fan, I was the leader of the opposition, I'm one of his historical opponents. Yeah. And yes, we have...
But is that true? Is that a fair accusation, that he's been trying to undermine a two-state solution with a...
I really like that he said this, because this is literally how I started yelling at this video and paused. And he's 100% right for asking
moderate
that.
Palestinian partner.
Yes, but this is not the reason for what we faced, okay?
Oh, dude, totally. Because Palestinians simply have no way of understanding that you keep waving, you keep dangling the carrot of a two-state solution while simultaneously doing fucking pogroms in the West Bank. They're too stupid to recognize what the fuck's going on when the Palestinian Authority is collaborating with the Israeli government as a part of its security apparatus to like give up Palestinian stone-throwing children and shit to the IDF. Yeah, they just have no idea. You definitely didn't do that. You definitely didn't contribute to that. At worst, you undermined you thought that they were too stupid to see what the fuck was going on. So it's a miscalculation at worst. But it's, in my opinion, a deliberate attempt to show the Palestinian population, go ahead. The only means out of this apartheid is through violent resistance, and the only guys who will do that for you is Hamas. And guess what? Let them fucking react violently. They'll throw a couple rockets, we'll kill 1,000, right? The only thing that happened is that they miscalculated and didn't realize that Hamas, and even Hamas himself didn't fucking realize that the unified Palestinian militias could fucking kill 1,400 Israelis. That's what they didn't realize could have happened, because they always thought, oh, they'll take pot shots, we'll go in there, we'll fucking mow the lawn. They'll take pot shots, we'll mow the lawn. They'll take pot shots, we'll go back, we'll mow the lawn. That's the arrogance. That's the problem. They thought, yeah, we'll just keep doing this. We'll just keep fucking settling in the West Bank, keep doing pogroms in the West Bank. Maybe we'll like keep starving out the Palestinian population in the West Bank by like shoving them into like little areas that get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then ultimately, if you fight back, oh, God forbid you fight back, then we'll fucking destroy you.
But don't you think that the two-state solution, which you apparently still believe in, President Biden still believes in it, I've not come across a single person in this country in the last month,
You know,
who tells me honestly that they still believe this is possible.
You know, you were just speaking about the Palestinians.
Yeah, only America, dude. U.S. surveillance drones are now flying over Gaza. Nice. The U.S. military is flying surveillance drones over Gaza for the first time, with DoD officials saying the drones are being used to aid hostage recovery efforts, indicating that the U.S. is more involved than previously known. I think Kenny Klippenstein also covered this. I saw someone else. I didn't want to cover it yesterday, but I saw a photo of a special forces guy with like a Ukrainian flag even in his helmet, like a little Ukrainian thing in his helmet yesterday. And there was speculation that the special forces were out there, like American special forces were out there. Selena Gomez is deleting her Instagram? Hell yeah.
Palestine, how could they believe in peace when they are seeing, when they are looking at the destruction in Gaza? So trust me, it will be very difficult now to meet Israelis that will, after they saw the
I just joined and I'm not sure what is the context, but I want to mention Tzipi Livni was one of the more humane and sane characters in the Israeli government until Bibi took over. She's way better than most of the people you watch here. Even with that arrogance most Israelis show, she is still more of a leader than Bibi ever was. I'm glad to see her speak again, even if it's just more Hasbara. But that's the point. That's precisely my point, which is that the most sane and the most the most sane, the most liberal, the most tolerant fucking Israeli Knesset member or the most sane Israeli Knesset member, unless they're literally like Ofer Kasif or something, are still intense in the way that they completely miscalculate the plight of the Palestinian and how Palestinians will react. She straight up fucking said, we just have to wipe out Hamas. The most liberal Zionist still turns around and goes, we have to wipe out the scourge of Hamas, not understanding that there is no way to do this and that Hamas thrives Hamas is just a word, okay? You can replace that with violent resistance. Doesn't matter if it's like an Islamist fundamentalist one. Doesn't matter if it's a fucking atheist one, a secular one. Doesn't matter. A violent resistance to the Israeli occupation will always exist unless you fucking completely ethnically cleanse Palestinians, and then you move on to the Palestinians in the West Bank, and then you move on to the Palestinian citizens of Israel. Ultimately, you keep getting smaller and smaller until the in-group is also now wiping out the Arab Jews. Like, these distinctions will come back. That's why we say fascism is a suicide cult. That's why we say fascism is an inherently self-defeating ideology. There's always going to be an in-group that is fighting against an out-group. No matter what happens, there is always... What is this? Anyway, there always has to be an outgroup. There always has to be an enemy. There is no way to end this cycle of violence. It only goes in the other direction. The only way to end this cycle of violence permanently is not by doing one more bombing campaign. Please, just one more bombing campaign, and then Hamas will be wiped out, I promise. It's to actually create terms and conditions for peace.
This massacre and this evil and brutality to say, yes, it's just Hamas and not all the Palestinians. But I hope that we will find a way to live in peace. And the only way to live in peace, I believe, is in accordance to a just solution.
Tzipi Livni, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, tonight, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is traveling back to the Middle East for the third time in 3 weeks, where he's expected to urge Israel to pause its attacks periodically. Our Washington correspondent.
Let's watch the Bibi Netanyahu video from 1978.
PLO state is a deadly danger to world peace because it is the surest guarantee of increased terrorism and war, however noble the idea may sound.
Bro, what the fuck is manufacturing intellect?
I call now.
This seems like one of those like weird fucking psycho YouTube pages that's like conspiracy shit.
My first witness.
Now that doesn't change the like the very real video, but it does seem like the dumbest.
Mr. Benjamin Natai.
I hate this watermark.
Mr. Natai, welcome to the Advocate.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Mr. Natai is a graduate of MIT. He is an Israeli, and he is a man who has written widely on this question before the House tonight. Mr. Natai, is the issue of self-determination,
you know who that motherfucker is,
the core of the conflict in the Middle East?
No, I don't believe it is. The real core of the conflict is the unfortunate Arab refusal to accept the state of Israel. And I think, as was mentioned earlier, for 20 years, the Arabs had both the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And if self-determination were, as they now say, the core of the conflict, they could have easily established a Palestinian state then, but they didn't.
When did the issue arise then?
Well, for 20 years, we didn't hear a word about self-determination. And in fact, what we did hear, those of us living in the Middle East, was about driving the Jews into the sea. Now, after 1967, under the leadership of the PLO,
I love that the arguments have not changed at all. It's just the same.
hardline strategy shifted to adopting a moderate, dressed-up slogan, which now talked in terms of first a secular democratic state and then replaced it with Palestine.
Of course, this is like this predates Hamas. So back then it was the PLO that were the terrorists.
Palestinian self-determination. But what this really means, contrary to what Mr. Aruri said, about 1977 being a changed year in the PLO's objectives, let me quote you what the PLO Information Office said in a Dutch paper in 1977, in May 5th.
77?
May 5th, 1977, yes. The statement was very simple. Our objective remains the destruction of the Zionist state of Israel. So let's keep in mind that what we're talking about here is not the attempt to build a state, but to destroy one.
Do the Palestinians have a right to a separate state?
Well,
Mr. Ajami has been talking about human rights.
Well, I think that it's, no, I don't think they do, but.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so what the fuck's the conversation then? He's like, dude, they don't want to build a state. They just want to kill Jews. They don't want to build a state. They want to kill Jews. Also, do you think they deserve to have a state? No, they don't.
I think that it's quite instructive that the Palestinians who are invoking the right of self-determination, which is an attribute for separate nations, themselves are the ones who define themselves as part of the Arab nation. Now, no one is denying that there are Palestinian Arabs. There's a very distinguished Palestinian Arab sitting right next to me. But the Palestinians themselves, in the Palestinian National Covenant, the very first article, say that the people of Palestine, quote, are part of the Arab nation. Well, let's look at the Arab nation. It has 21 states, an area roughly the size of the United States, and 1/6 of the entire world's wealth. Now, add to that the fact that there already exists.
Yeah, monolithizing, like it's saying all Arabs are a monolith and Palestinians are part of like the Arab monolith, which was I mean, I guess that hasn't really changed either. That also, there's no like singular Arab nation. There's no singular Arab nation in the way that he presents it. But of course, the idea has to revolve around attributing the sins of other individual Arab nations to the Palestinians to make this like mythology stick that all Muslims and all Arabs in general have always been, he's doing pan-Arabism, but also in the opposite direction, where he's saying all Arabs. How come he doesn't have an accent? What do you mean? He's never had an accent. He's from Philadelphia. Like he grew up in Philly. Then we went to Israel, and then he came back and went to MIT. This is after he graduated from MIT. Is this a conflation of a nation as a people and a nation as a nation state? He's saying that all Arabs are monolithic in their hatred for Israel and their hatred for Jews, and that is a deliberate attempt. The reason why Zionists make this argument is because they always love to just attribute the crimes or the wrongdoings of every other fucking country individually to its own Jewish population, for example, directly to the Palestinians, because the nation state, the inception of the Israeli nation state, is a very violent one. It was born out of a tremendous amount of harm and of course ethnic displacement. The Nakba, right? So how do you justify that? You have to justify that violence by, one, denying that it even happened at all, and two, if it did happen, here's why it happened. Same with Palestinians living under occupation, not even just by Israeli occupation, but Jordanian and Egyptian occupation. Like, all of that is still considered a crime attributed to the Palestinians. Even if the Jordanian occupation, for example, killed more fucking Palestinians than the Israelis did at the time. But it is still a crime somehow that Palestinians did to themselves, because guess what? Other Arab nations did that. So it's this weird phenomena. It's myth-making in the opposite direction, where you have to also portray this narrative of victimhood, that Israel is a beautiful nation, a beacon of prosperity in the middle of the fucking dangerous territory that was given to the Jews, who have 3,000 years of history there, and it's like it's their God-given right, but also at the same time it's like surrounded by these enemies, and all of those enemies they materialize in the form of a Palestinian child. The reason why you have to do this is because there is obviously a messaging there's obviously the message and a fan fiction that you have to write in order to justify the brutality that you subject people to. Otherwise, no one is going to fucking take you seriously. Your population is going to be like, what the fuck are you doing, dog? This is crazy. Don't do that shit. That's why it's always funny when, like, all of the crimes of all other individual Arab nations have always been attributed to the Palestinian.
It's a Palestinian state, and that is Jordan.
Yes, I know he wasn't born in Philadelphia. God damn it, Philadelphians are so funny. They want to be like, no, you can say anyone and everyone is from Philadelphia, just don't say Netanyahu's from there. He grew up there.
60% of whose population is Palestinian. I think it's quite interesting that Yasser Arafat and King Hussein, who are bitter enemies, agree on one thing, that Jordan is a Palestinian state. So what we're talking about is a demand for a 22nd Arab state and a second Palestinian state.
What should be done with the Palestinians on the West Bank? There's a problem, so what should be done about it, in your opinion?
Well, I think...
Like, think about how callously they are talking. Think about how, like they're talking about hundreds of thousands of fucking people at this point. Like, what should be done? What's the final solution?
That the Palestinians in the West Bank are going to be offered the full human rights, the full civil rights, as no Arabs are offered in the Middle East. No Arabs whatsoever have any full human rights or the right to vote for their own government. Those Arabs who lived in Israel in the pre-67 boundaries are the only Arabs in the Middle East who are offered that right, and I'm all in favor of having the same Arabs living in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip being offered such a right in the final peace agreement.
Can we have peace?
That's a lie.
Peace in the Middle East.
Very briefly, please.
Yes, I sincerely hope so. Look, I'm 28 years old. I've had to defend my country in 2 wars and in many battles. Nobody wants peace more than Israel. But the stumbling block to the road for peace is this demand for a PLO state, which will mean more war, which will mean more violence in the Middle East.
Yeah, he's like, he hit it from every angle. He's like, all of the other Arab nations, Palestinians are responsible for everything they've done. They do not have a right to self-determination, even though they do have a right to self-determination, but also not in the way that they are trying to. The PLO at the time is like also a terrorist cell. It's just substitute PLO for Hamas. Well, he doesn't even use these terms anymore. He knows that it's like impossible. But again, it's just, it's always an impossible boundary because there's no interest. There's no interest at all in giving up that land to anyone. Okay? And if you go back to the Irgun militia boundaries, then Transjordan also is Israeli. You know what I mean? Like this will, over time, in my opinion, if they actually full-blown ethnically displace and ethnically cleanse the West Bank and Gaza, it will inevitably reach that territory as well. Like the British actually technically offered us Transjordan too, but we didn't get it. You know what I mean? And you can always add on to that mythology. You can always add on to that mythology because, like, it's kind of the same arguments utilized in the West Bank for why that is Israeli territory is the same arguments utilized as to why the Nakba happened to begin with. That's how they justified that, and that's how they're justifying the West Bank as well, and they're able to do so while the entire Western world, the supposed rule-based international order, just either looks the other way or wags its finger and is ultimately powerless to do anything because America is allowing it to happen.
And I sincerely believe, if this demand is abandoned, we can have real and genuine peace.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President.
Wait, if what abandoned?
Which will mean more violence.
Oh, he doesn't want a PLO state. That's right. Okay, he wants to set the conditions.
In the Middle East. And I sincerely believe, if this demand is abandoned.
Yeah, that's what the problem is. If only the. Oh, it was because it was a PLO that wanted a state. That's why, and they're terrorists.
Real and genuine peace.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Now we'll go to Mr. Ajami. Mr. Ajami, some questions for Mr. Natai.
Mr. Natai, you've told everyone that the Palestinians on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip will enjoy full human rights. Could you tell me how that's compatible with the presence of Israeli forces in their midst?
Yeah. Well, this is the greatest question of all time, and one that, Israel has no answer for. Let me tell you what he's going to say. Well, we need to have our forces there because we have to stop a Jordanian incursion. Okay, we always have to have them at the Jordan border. Okay, we always have to. Except they don't have it in the fucking Jordan border. They have it all around the West Bank, and it still applies. And the real reason why they have to have the military occupation continue is not necessarily because they're fearful of some Jordanian incursion or whatever. They actually have to have it because they want to justify having the settlements there, or they want to reinforce having the settlements there, because if they didn't have that, then it would be legal for the Palestinians living there to violently purge the settlers from the land.
The Arabs living now under the Arabs who lived in Israel, 400,000 of them, 400,000, between 1948 and 67, as I said earlier, certainly enjoy full human rights. And as I said, they're the only
ones. I'm not talking about the Arabs in Israel. I'm talking about the Arabs on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip.
If you let me, I'll answer your question, Mr. Ajami, please. The Arabs living in Israel are the only ones who are entitled to vote for their governments, the only ones who have representative in a parliament in the entire Middle East. Now,
yeah, that's crazy. I wonder why Arabs in the West Bank have no representation.
It's true that the West Bank and the Gaza Strip are now undergoing a period of transition. In fact, no Arab government has been willing to negotiate so far about this period of transition. And I think that when this transition, when negotiation period is ended, there is no reason why under either Jordanian citizenship or Israeli citizenship, these Arabs will not have the full human rights, the right to vote for their representatives, as the Arabs in Israel do, as hopefully all the Arabs in the Middle East will do someday.
Mr. Natai, does the state of Israel itself accept that the...
I feel like he's saying all of the... he's lying and saying that all the Arabs living in the West Bank and Gaza should be a part of a singular Israeli state. Like he's like pointing in that direction. Meanwhile, obviously that would never happen, because then it's like, well, you know, then if they have all the rights, then they would be able to vote for Islamic fundamentalism or whatever the fuck Israelis think is going to happen. They would, if they were to be able to vote in the Israeli Knesset as Palestinian citizens of Israel, then like they would vote to genocide the Jews, and then we'd have to follow through on it because that's democracy. Anyway, it was never a real thing. It was never a real consideration. It was simply a talking point. Look at all the Arabs that are living inside of Israel proper, and they're the ones who have rights. They're the only ones who have rights, as a matter of fact. Look how wonderful we are. You know, they don't get to see the top of the hour ad break, for example. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
The people on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip have the right to vote on whatever future they choose?
Well, Mr. Ajami, I just outlined that in the event that this negotiation process will continue, I'm sure that what we're talking about is, in fact, eventual citizenship of some kind, either Jordanian or Israeli or in any other arrangement.
Oh, either Jordanian or Israeli or any other arrangement. That's weird. What is this? What the fuck is this?
In which these people will certainly vote.
Mr. Natai, you've given yourself the right to determine that you are an Israeli, but you've also given yourself the right to negate the other entity, which I think is not somehow consistent with global practice at this time, is it?
Mr. Ajami, I have never rejected another entity, nor have I ever declared my intent to destroy it. Least of all the Palestinian Arabs, who I fervently...
I simply just say that it can't exist. I simply have detailed precisely as to how it can't exist, and it mustn't. And then I told you that maybe they can be under Israel, which I don't really believe, because that would constitute a demographic problem, because I want to maintain an ethno-state for Jews. And also... then I said maybe they can go to Jordan and vote there.
They want to live in peace.
After all, they're Arabs.
All I'm saying is that it is the Palestinian Arabs themselves, their leaders, Arafat, Muhsin, who Morris Abrams quoted earlier, Farouk Kadumi, the number 2 man in the PLO, these are the ones who say they are part of the Arab nation. These are the ones who say they already have a Palestinian state. There is no right to establish a second one on my doorstep, which will threaten my existence. There is no right whatsoever.
Okay.
Except for the fact that they live there. And that's what they want to build.
You seem like a very patriotic Israeli. Does not the fact of Israeli dependence upon the U.S. in order to maintain its occupation on the West Bank and the Gaza, does this not trouble you at all?
No, because, you know... as history will show this bald man, not Netanyahu, America will do everything in its power to defend it.
Mr. Ajami, you asked me as a patriotic Israeli, and I'll answer as someone who has fought in the Middle East. One of the things that I think is unique about Israel, in terms of all America's allies, is that it is perhaps the only one who has taken care of itself so far. And I would think that America, in fact, it's not a one-way street, Israel taking from the United States.
And then... the same arguments identical to Ukraine being the vanguard are presented here for Israel. Israel is the first step against Islamic incursion, Islamic invasion.
Israel is giving the United States an extraordinary bargain in the Middle East. It's the one stable democratic ally which the United States can count on.
By the way, this literally is still what, I mean, Joe Biden said this like last week, okay? The very intentional use of Arabs when referring to the entirety of the Middle East is absolutely creating an us versus them mentality. It's the same technique that is used when they say that the Palestinians broke into and looted a UN food warehouse. Or back when during Katrina, they said black people were looting stores when they were trying to get food to survive. Yeah. Chelsea makes says, I just woke up and dream where you and me were on a date. Heart.
Mr. Natai, inasmuch as you're a Zionist and are committed to a Jewish state, given the fact that demographic predictions tell us that there will be an Arab majority within the current borders of Israel, does this not challenge the foundations of the very state which you are committed to?
I know of the latest figures, population figures.
Yeah, yep. I mean, yeah, exactly. Don't worry. We will do everything in our fucking power to keep purging as many Palestinians from that area as possible. That is precisely the fucking reason why when you leave the West Bank, you can't come back in as a Palestinian. You can be an American living in fucking Long Island, Staten Island, whatever, and you can go and live in the West Bank, and they will literally give you money to do so. But if you fucking are a Palestinian living in the West Bank and you leave the West Bank, you can't come back in. You can't come back in. Think about that. How is that appropriate? How is that allowed?
Figures that actually show a decrease in the Arab birth rate, particularly in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, as a result of the higher education and the universal education for women that didn't exist prior to Israel, prior to 1967.
What? That's kind of fucking gross too. Jesus Christ.
Now, if you ask me, would I reject?
Yeah, dude. Fucking Arabs, famously, they just, you know, it's the classic. It's the classic. Like Arabs, they have always been like brutal and ruthless to their women, and fucking they shit on them. Meanwhile, like the third in command of the PLO was a woman. Like it's just the people that he's calling a fucking terrorist are like secular people. He's a Jewish supremacist.
Palestinians or Arabs living in our midst? Ridiculous. Of course not. They're citizens of Israel. If they...
No, I'm talking about the West Bank and Gaza. You see, we're still going back to the core of it.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, he purposely avoids talking about the West Bank and Gaza.
Whatever will be the final arrangement, these people should be free to multiply as they wish. I think that it is written in the Bible, multiply and be fruitful. I think these people should have that right. I'm not going to start enforcing a birth control program under any circumstance.
Yeah, except for Ethiopian Jews, in which we will do that. My fucking Egyptian grandmother was a nuclear chemist who worked in 3 countries abroad and was awarded a Medal of Excellence. Arab women, my ass. Yeah, it's just like, he's so fucking gross. He's so disgusting. Anyway, if you notice, he keeps saying like, well, whatever the final arrangement is. Well, we know what the final arrangement is.
Thank you. With that biblical injunction, I came to Mr. Abram. One more question to Mr. Natai.
Mr. Natai, since the subject is what should the United States do, may I ask you if you could summarize why, in your opinion, the United States should oppose the creation of a PLO state?
I think the United States should oppose the creation of a Palestinian state for several reasons. The first one being that it is unjust to demand the creation of a 22nd Arab state and a second Palestinian state at the expense of the only Jewish state. I think it also would defeat the hopes of those moderate Palestinians who genuinely want to reach a peace accommodation with Israel.
Thank you. Mr. Jami, another question.
Mr. Natai, as someone who would say that you believe in democracy, do you believe that Israel can continue as a garrison state and still remain a democratic state?
Mr. Ajami, either you didn't hear what I said before, or for your benefit, I'll repeat it again. No, Israel does not intend to remain a garrison state. Israel wants to live in peace and wants to be secure. If that involves maintaining military guarantees, our own military guarantees against the destruction of people who surround us, yes, I believe we should fight for our survival. If I have to, I'll fight again, but I hope not to.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ajami.
God, I hate him. Yo, who is this guy? He seems like a dick. Just really is. Oh, let's watch what Mehdi Hasan is saying.
When it comes to quote-unquote intent in the context of the Genocide Convention, listen to what Israeli politicians and generals themselves have said. Cabinet ministers like Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, who said Israel was fighting human animals and ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip, no electricity, no food, no fuel. Or Energy Minister Israel Katz, who said no electrical switch will be turned on in Gaza, no water pump will be opened, and no fuel truck will enter until the Israeli abductees are returned home. Or Heritage Minister Amichai Eliyahu, who said blow up and flatten everything in the north of Gaza and give that land to Israeli settlers. Or Israeli President Isaac Herzog, who suggested that the innocent civilian population of Gaza, 2.3 million people, half of them children, weren't so innocent because they could have risen up against Hamas. Members of Benjamin Netanyahu's governing party in the Israeli Knesset, like Rev. Tal Gottlieb, who called for the use of a quote-unquote doomsday weapon to flatten Gaza without mercy. Serving and retired Israeli generals like Ghassan Alian, who also referred to animals in Gaza and said, there will only be destruction. You wanted hell? You will get hell. Or Giora
the question that you had, chatter, about, there was a chatter in here who was asking, like, what does he mean about the Jordan being a Palestinian state? So the Likud government at the time, after the PLO and the Jordanian state fought, the Likud government wanted to basically take over the entirety of the West Bank and offer Jordan to the Palestinians. Which, for the record, would have never been, like, that would have never happened anyway. They just didn't give a shit.
Island, who wrote that Israel needs to create a humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and Gaza will become a place where no human being can exist. Where no human being can exist. And if you think that's bad, just listen to the man in charge of Israel's government and military speaking on Saturday.
You must remember what...
It's not really offering, it's forcibly displacing. Not only was it forcibly displacing, but it was also like a thing that neither the Jordans nor the Palestinians wanted. That's why it's completely ridiculous. And the fact that Netanyahu would like suggest such a thing is a demonstration of his mania even back then. Like, it speaks to the same arrogance that I was talking about, which is like, it speaks to the same arrogance of like, oh, don't worry, like, all Arabs are a monolith. We'll just fucking push all the West Bank Palestinians into Jordan, and Jordan has a tremendous number of Palestinian refugees, obviously, and it'll be fine. That'll be the new Palestine. How about that? That wasn't Netanyahu. That was Mr. Netai. I know. Sorry. That was Mr. Netai.
What Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember, and we are fighting.
That was Prime Minister Netanyahu invoking a biblical story in which the Israelites were told to exterminate, to literally kill all the men, women, and children from an ancient tribe called Amalek. Not a great reference when we're debating accusations of possible genocidal intent, I think we can all agree.
Wait, I want to watch the full one. I'm sure he did more than just this, right? Mr. Matai, here.
Israel is the victor. It is a pioneer, an innovator. It took a land without a people and made it blossom at the hands of a people without a land. Israel is necessary. Israel is a haven. It is moral. It is a democracy. Israel is America.
So this is a question that people ask all the time. Why Israel matters to Americans. Here.
Israel occupies, no pun intended, a unique position in the American news media landscape, in its political landscape, and, more than anywhere else, in the American consciousness and imagination.
So let me be clear about what I believe. I stand with Israel because of our shared values, which are so fundamental.
Our shared values. AIPAC is a far-right organization, by the way. Just remember that. But here is our vice president talking at fucking AIPAC. Okay. Well, soon to be vice president a couple of years from now. At this time, she was considered one of the most progressive senators. Why is she speaking to AIPAC and saying that we have shared values? Well, because America would love to be an apartheid state against black people.
To the founding of both our nations.
Advocacy itself.
Shared values like Islamophobia and uninterrupted racism
Is not the cause of the bond between the United States.
Shared values like being a settler colonial state that necessitates a tremendous number of violence in order to exist. Similar values like ethnic cleansing. Similar values like being deeply and undesirably anti-communist. Sorry.
And Israel.
Similar values like both UK being somehow responsible for both of these settler colonial projects.
Its cause is the shared history and common values that draw America and Israel together.
There is an assumption of virtue, of a greater good in America's official history that has been consciously reproduced by Israel's advocates for a large part of the last century in an attempt to Americanize the Israeli project. And so when the curtain is pulled away to reveal the violence that upholds Israel's existence, there is an understanding from the United States of the necessity of this violence. Because Israeli violence is necessary to protect Israel from threats to its exceptional existence, just as American violence is necessary to protect the United States.
I love looking at some of the liberal Zionist accounts and just like Google translating it all day because it's like identical to how fucking racist American liberals also get. American liberals that fancy themselves to have radical politics but get like insanely and utterly unimaginably racist the moment America has to do a war or something, and they just go like, yeah, we have to fucking, we have to do anything we can in our power to defend ourselves. Or the same principle behind like how anti-black Americans get, like anti-black liberals get, when there's like any kind of, anything that they perceive as a threat to their existence. Oof.
States from threats to its exceptional existence. How Israel is covered in the U.S. news and popular media serves to obscure the biggest thing that ties the United States and Israel together. They're both settler colonial states which have been built on the displacement and ethnic cleansing of other peoples. And so to tell the story of Israel in U.S. news media has required for over 7 decades the disappearance of Palestinians, their history, and their right to their homeland. Because a cultural narrative about Israel where Palestinians and their history are front and center would also then require that we are honest about the violence that belies every part of the myth of American exceptionalism. Welcome to Backspace, where we tell you how the story is told in the headlines, and then we think about how we can tell it a little differently. In the 7 decades since Israel was established as a state in the British Mandate of Palestine, American engagement, ideological, political, cultural, with the Jewish state has seen different iterations. But at its core, these iterations have relied on being a mirror of the American nation. And in that mirroring, Israel has been assigned a duality as both the victim and victor. Israel is a victor, emerging from one of the cruelest crimes of the 20th century as a successful...
Yeah, what now, liberals? You saw Obama wearing the yarmulke, dude. Guess what? Turns out he wasn't Muslim at all. Dun, dun, dun.
Unified people who have built a formidable nation despite thousands of years.
He's Muslim and Jewish.
In a persecuted diaspora.
Modern Israel was born in the aftermath of the tragedy of the Holocaust. It was created to fulfill the long-standing dream of the Jewish people to return to...
There's nothing funnier to me than both Reagan and every other fucking president, even before and after, Carter included, had literally no understanding or no interest in Israel whatsoever. And they just kind of, at least according to everything I've read, have just been like, whatever my fucking advisors tell me. Like, I don't give a shit. Whatever. Fucking deal with it. Obviously, that has changed a little bit more in the last couple of presidencies for the worse. But it is pretty funny when you read into it, and they're just like, I don't know, what the fuck's going on here? What are they? Are they our allies against communism? All right, whatever. Kind of do whatever the fuck you want to do. Who cares? Who gives a shit?
To the home of their biblical origins.
Baruch Obama.
Israel
Baruch
is a
Hussein
beacon of democracy in a sea of violence and hostility.
Israel is the most important.
Didn't Carter write a whole book on the subject? I haven't read it. No, that is after the fact. He, like, his understanding was like a little bit motivated by his Christianity, but beyond that, he was completely oblivious.
Important technology force in the world next to the United States.
Israel is a victim, surrounded by enemies who want to drive it into the sea.
Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel is surrounded by countries and entities that want to drive them into the sea.
Tensions are rising after the deadliest wave of Palestinian terror attacks inside Israel in years.
It has the right to eliminate the cancer that is threatening its very existence.
There are many reasons why the U.S. has this distinctive relationship with Israel, but I think the one that is most important is actually cultural. That is, we have a long history of representing Israel as being tied to U.S. interests, but also to U.S. values, to religious values and democratic values. Those representations have shaped most of us in one way or another to think of Israel as more than just a strategic ally or a good military partner.
For a cultural history that extols shared values, it must build those shared values in opposition to other ideas.
Yeah, dog, racism, okay? Fascist racism, pure, unadulterated, settler colonial violence, and the most fascist racism you've ever fucking withstood.
Other values, and in the case of state and nationalist identities, other.
But one must ask themselves, why the fuck didn't this happen with South Africa? Okay? That's because Israel learned from the lessons of South Africa. That's part of the reason. And also because there was more interest in regional conflict and regional dominance, in my opinion, in the Middle East. So they maintained a stronger tie and a stronger allegiance to Israel, which, by the way, we were also aligned with apartheid South Africa as well. Make no mistake, especially during the Cold War.
People. U.S. news and popular media have built a case for Israel reliant on the disappearance of Palestinians and any claim they have to their land, on the disappearance of their history of ethnic cleansing, the theft of their lands, and their ever-expanding diaspora.
It's a time of border trouble for Israel, and another incident on the Jordanian frontier results in a roundup of Arab infiltrators. Action that follows an attempt by these illegal entrants into the country to terrorize the Israeli populace living near this troubled line.
The militant Arabs claimed a territorial right to Jerusalem and Palestine that was 1,000 years old. But the determined leaders of Zionism pleaded a right that was even older.
4 Israeli settlers gunned down yesterday in the West Bank by Hamas, the Palestinian faction which opposes peace talks.
To return to Palestine would be to displace Israel.
We want to think about how Palestinians are not just entirely invisible, but made visible in a particular way, which is either as terrorists or as victims. If we think about the comparison between the United States as a settler colonial state and Israel as one, we can think about how people in the U.S. presented Native Americans. They were presented as disappearing, as not having political claims. Often people were very sad about what had happened to them, but what to do? Palestinians are not seen for a long time, but when they are seen, starting in the 1980s more, they begin to be seen as people who might have political claims, but the story of them is a story of people who are victims, who have a sad story, but Israel had to be Israel.
A counter-narrative to the American story about Israel that would be told from the Palestinian vantage point would also indict the sustained American histories and realities of violence against its indigenous and Black populations. Thus, Palestinians must be made into, at best, pitiful victims caught as collateral in Israel's attempt to defend itself, and at worst, as generation after generation of terrorist threats.
It doesn't really matter what the Palestinians do. They can blow up whomever they want to blow up. They can elect Hamas when given an opportunity to move forward. They can take one chance after another to recognize the state of Israel and their right to exist, and they will not do it.
The last few times that negotiations have taken place, the emphasis has been on asserting that Israel has been victimized by terrorist activities by Hamas, by the failure of the Palestinians to govern themselves.
In both representations of Palestinians, the purpose of the State of Israel, the political status quo, and its carefully curated image remain intact. Even when Israeli crimes and transgressions beyond the expanding occupation, land theft, and apartheid are clear, Israel's moral authority isn't questioned. Questioning that moral authority is akin to questioning the necessity of Israel. So how did we get to this point, where deference to Israel's moral power is reflexive and unquestioned, a privilege not enjoyed by other countries and nations? It's too reductive to think that a pro-Israel lobby is alone in building Israel in the American landscape, that they alone have had this power. It's also not enough to look at U.S. foreign policy interests in the region as the sole determinant of Israel's narrative power in U.S. news and popular media. Both those things are central, of course, but what brings it all together is the cultural history of Israel in the United States, how Israel was understood by Americans in the aftermath of the Second World War, and how much of that has been a mirroring of how the United States sees itself. There's a tendency to believe that the horrors of the Holocaust are what led to American support and sympathy for the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine. But the late Dr. Amy Kaplan, in her 2018 book, Our American Israel, makes the argument that for Israel to be embraced by Americans, the idea of Israel had to be Americanized. She writes, Israel's proponents attributed New World meanings, symbols, and mythologies to a European movement to establish a Jewish polity in the Arab Middle East. They drew parallels between Mayflower pilgrims and Jewish pioneers in the familiar landscape of the biblical Promised Land, and they presented Zionist settlement as enacting American ideas of modern development.
In 1948, David Ben-Gurion, the George Washington of Israel, led his people and his country to independence.
And this mirroring, according to Kaplan, wasn't hard to do, especially when both shared a belief in their exceptionalism as signified by how they celebrated their anti-colonial origins, struggling against the British Empire and distancing themselves from the violent conquest at the center of their founding. Just as indigenous peoples are erased from the founding of an America free from British colonizers, Palestinians are mostly disappeared in Israel's founding.
At the founding of the Israeli state, there was almost no recognition of Palestinians at all.
Also physically disappeared, by being pushed out.
Even the word Palestinian was often used to refer to Palestinian Jews, people who had moved there. Palestinian Arabs were all but invisible. They were talked about only as refugees. The idea that they even represented a national consciousness was nowhere to be seen. So it was the Israelis who had the narrative of decolonization and nationalism behind them.
While some major news media like the New York Times were vehemently anti-Zionist, the narrative of decolonization and nationalism was embraced by many non-Jewish American liberals and progressives. They saw a Jewish state as the perfect rebuke to Nazi fascism, paralleling the official narrative of the US's defeat of Nazi Germany. They also saw Israel as an actualization of socialist ideals, especially with the establishment of kibbutzim and the Soviet Union's initial support for Israel. The Nation, a left-leaning magazine, was home to some of the biggest and most active support of Israel, and helped create the blueprint for how the narrative of Israel will come to be embraced in the United States news media for the coming decades, even if the Nation evolved its own position on Israel over time. The Jewish Agency, founded by socialist Zionists who helped organize and fund Jewish immigration to Palestine, gave the Nation a grant of $50,000 in 1947 for the purposes of, quote, conducting research and publishing articles and reports and promoting the Zionist cause among American liberals and foreign delegates to the United Nations. Emboldened by this, its longtime editor, Freda Kirchway, dedicated the pages of the Nation and its entire publishing institution to lobbying for the Zionist cause. Between 1947 and 1954, the Nation Associates, which was responsible for publishing the magazine, produced 12 widely distributed reports campaigning for the Zionist cause. Kirchhoff even wrote a 133-page memorandum for the U.S.
The start of Israel was also very interesting for its relationship with American Jews, where Zionists were trying to call for Jews all around the world to embrace their obligation to move to Israel and settle. Meanwhile, American Jews largely didn't want to leave and rejected an obligation to settle, but could be persuaded to help fund the state. Because, like, American Jews were, at that time, still being oppressed, but were in a much better condition overall than Jews in Europe. That's also part of the reason why they didn't want to fucking leave. They're like, what the fuck? Why would I leave? You know? I have no reason to. That's it.
UN on behalf of the nation, making the case for Israel and tying the Arab Palestinians to the Nazis, which became a mainstay of liberal arguments against Palestinian self-determination thanks to her efforts. She ultimately even took credit for pushing the Truman administration into recognizing the State of Israel.
The Jews organized a government over there, and it's been a successful one ever since.
Now, Kirchhoff is just one of several examples of American media liberals and progressives who worked diligently and successfully alongside Zionist groups and leaders to make Israel into a liberal project and ideal that looked like the United States. And for every sentence dedicated to what a beacon and necessity Israel was as a pioneering nation of the so-called New Jew, there were many more dedicated to trumpeting the barbarity, jealousy, and backwardness of Arabs and Muslims. This early period of creating myths around Israel isn't the only critical era in the cultural history of Israel in the United States, but it is the bedrock of how Israel comes to be essentially Americanized in the eyes of the public. This is the time where there is buy-in from Americans from all different backgrounds that, yeah, maybe Israel is necessary. Maybe Israel is good. And following this period, we see tourism to the land of the Bible, which had existed well before Israel's establishment, flourish throughout the 50s and 60s, as do epic biblical films and the relationship between Hollywood and Israel itself. The 60s in particular are bookended by two critical moments that guaranteed Israel's positioning in both an American consensus about its necessity and goodness and in the U.S.'s foreign policy future. The release of the 1960 film Exodus, which was supported by the Israeli government and based on the novel by Leon Uris, and Israel's quick victory over its neighbors in the war of June 1967.
I think the book Exodus resonated differently for different audiences. I think for non-Jewish people, the book, but especially the movie, tells the story of Israel in an American register. It tells the story of Israel as the settling of a frontier. 1967 is an incredible turning point in Americans' views of Israel. Almost every newspaper or magazine has some joke or comment about how maybe we need to bring Moshe Dayan over to end the Vietnam War. Israel takes on this new vision or new version of a myth in the U.S. as an invincible and admired military power. So that image that emerges after 1967, that the U.S. should be both with Israel and like Israel in terms of foreign policy, I think is one of the structuring realities to this day in how many people think about Israel.
Palestinians during these years more or less disappear from having any claim, only significantly reappearing as so-called terrorists with high-profile acts of violence, like the 1972 Munich massacre of 11 Israeli coaches and athletes, and then as victims in 1982, with the Israeli-backed massacre of Palestinian refugees in the Sabra and Shatila camps of Lebanon. And in Our American Israel, Dr. Amy Kaplan also, and most emphatically, notes that while we saw decades of Israel being Americanized for an American audience, following 9/11, we see an Israelization of the United States. We see a shift.
That was a really good take. Sorry. Ultimately, what I said stands, though, because the underlying reasons have always been material. Military base.
From the long-held, quote, admiration of Israel as a mirror of America's idealized self-image to emulation of Israel as a model for fighting America's worst nightmares.
It may take a century, 2 centuries, 3 centuries, but we will exterminate you.
Now, while there have been moments of sympathetic visibility of Palestinians in U.S. news media, there hasn't been a staking of the legitimacy of Palestinian claims. Israel, as it exists, always requires that its legitimacy, existence, and moral authority be upheld. So a Palestinian narrative about the Nakba, about apartheid, about the refugees and land theft hasn't even been allowed to be written in American cultural history. And that's been for many reasons, like Israel as an arm of American empire, anti-Muslim and Arab sentiments as fundamental to Israel's case for legitimacy, evangelical eschatology that's anti-Semitic, and of course the fact that the majority of American Jews fall into the category of whiteness. So how can journalists in U.S. news media engage with Israel and its role in U.S. history in a way that is honest and adheres to the basic principles of journalism, like punching up and never down? Well, it involves a lot of reimagining of how we've embraced Israel and disappeared Palestinians for 7 decades, based on whose humanity we've determined is worth more because of how it looks like ours.
I think there is a question of why it has been so hard for Americans to imagine that Palestinians have an absolute right to self-determination, that Palestinians, as much as anybody else, has the right to represent themselves, to have some kind of sovereign control over their lives. It is a bit shocking to me that it's been so hard for Americans to understand that. But I think it's a combination of Islamophobia, even though many Palestinians are Christian, many are Muslim, and that Islamophobia gets in the way.
In the pilot episode of Backspace,
it's Arabs. So, at the end of the day, they're Arabs. And all Arabs are Muslim in the eyes of America. I mean, there was no bigger champion of post 9/11 war on terror than fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. They understood the assignment.
Back in May 2021, we broke down the sort of language that contemporary news media uses in coverage of Israeli occupation and apartheid. Language that...
Yeah. We use passive voice when describing Israel's crimes. Evictions, as though it's like happening as a consequence of like not being purged out of your own home, but for some legal complications under an apartheid state. Like as though it's like legally allowed. Same with Palestinians. Israel police clash at Al-Aqsa Mosque. 53 hurt. That's not a clash. That's the Israeli occupying force going in and brutalizing people at a fucking mosque.
That obfuscates not only the daily crimes committed by the Israeli state, but also the realities that Palestinians have experienced since 1948. But language is easier to revisit and rectify than an entire moral framework built on not only shared values, but ideations about a shared so-called Judeo-Christian heritage, about shared myths of revolution, about shared pioneering and shared exceptionalism. Good journalism about Israel that does what it's supposed to do doesn't separate Israel from its position as an occupying state and from its origins as a European settler colonial project born out of a European movement led by European Jews. Good journalism about Israel doesn't ignore what sustains Israel's existence as it is: the apartheid, Gaza as an open-air prison, the ever-expanding settlements, the checkpoints, the land theft, the incarcerations and killings of Palestinian youth, in addition to so much else that is meant to ensure that Palestinians never can have self-determination. Good journalism doesn't ignore Palestinians and doesn't question or belittle their claims to nationhood, resistance, and return when it does offer them some semblance of humanity and coverage. But for that kind of good journalism to happen, it needs to untangle and deconstruct the myths that tie together Israeli and American exceptionalisms. Otherwise, our journalism guarantees that those myths, which are used to justify the cruelties that sustain both Israel and the United States, are strengthened. And thus concludes another episode.
This was very good. Zana is the best.
John Oliver.
Here's an example of an Israeli lib going race from 2021. He's the country's most popular news comedian. His partner is the head of the Labor Party.
His latest monologue. Because Israel being attacked and hurt and humiliated by Hamas, the Palestinian terrorist organization from Gaza, was not enough.
That's crazy. I can't watch this. Paul Newman later regretted doing the movie because he originally did for his father, who's Jewish and helped establish ties with Hollywood and the PLO through the Malibu Mafia, with help lead to Oslo Accords. Also, many of the characters in the Exodus are based on real Israeli figures like Moshe Dayan. All right, let's watch Mehdi Hasan's video. See how hard he cooked.
It is difficult to comprehend the sheer scale of suffering, hate, and violence that we have witnessed in Israel and in the occupied Palestinian territories in Gaza and the West Bank in recent weeks. How do you process those acts of terror perpetrated by Hamas on October the 7th, the mass murder of young Israelis at a concert or families in their homes, the most Jewish people killed in a single day since the Holocaust, an atrocity that a Hamas official this week threatened to repeat twice and 3 times? How do we process that? The over 14...
I heard that I didn't know this. Maybe some Muslims in the chat can explain it to me. Is it true that this is to demonstrate piousness, like piety from praying a lot? Or everybody in the chat knew. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. To me, I feel like that's very... I don't know. It seems kind of fake. It's like, I don't know. It's like kind of virtue signaling a little bit.
Twice and 3 times. How do we process that? The over 1,400 dead at the hands of Hamas. How do we process the Israeli bombardment of Gaza, a siege of 2 million plus people led by an Israeli defense minister who declared that his country would eliminate everything in Gaza, including apparently the Jabalia refugee camp on Tuesday, struck at least twice by Israeli forces who say they were targeting a Hamas planner of the October 7th attacks there, but killed or wounded an estimated 400 people, according to the...
Bro, men are not even supposed to be wearing fucking gold in Islam. Like, don't get mad at me, but I feel like a show of prayer like that is like purely aesthetic rather than through your actions is like antithetical.
The director of the nearby Indonesian hospital. This is an Israeli bombardment that has now killed, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, more than 8,000 Palestinians in Gaza, including more than 3,000 children. More kids killed in 3 weeks, according to Save the Children, than were killed in all the conflicts around the world in each of the past 4 years. So on both sides, you are hearing terms like atrocities, war crimes, crimes against humanity come up again.
No, it's not bad hygiene. What the fuck are you talking about? Islam is like literally the cleanest religion. You have to wash your body and the fucking crevices 5 times a day. Westerners don't know shit about Islam, bro. Ya. Unuttum lan, adı neydi? Bozduğun zaman o çekip. Ne derdik? Unuttum lan. Vallahi Türkçeyi unuttuk. Vay amına koyayım. Cenabet. Aha, cenabet. Yes, thank you. Cenabet. Yeah, you have to fucking watch yourself pretty aggressively, nonstop.
Again and again to describe what we are seeing and hearing. Even the G word. Yes, genocide. And it's that word, that term, that explosive accusation that I want us to examine today, that we can't shy away from examining. And look, it's not a word we should take lightly either. It's one of the worst crimes known to humankind. It's what the Jewish people were subjected to in the Holocaust. In more recent years, we think of Rwanda or Bosnia when the word genocide is mentioned. The President of the United States used it just last year in reference to Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Mr. President, have you seen enough evidence to declare genocide in Ukraine, sir?
Yes, I called it genocide because it's become clearer and clearer that Putin is just trying to wipe out the idea of even being able to be a Ukrainian.
And last month, speaking in Tel Aviv about the Hamas attack on Israel, President Biden referenced the Holocaust. Israeli ministers have called Hamas Nazis.
It's so crazy that it only goes in the direction, like, genocide is only done by America's enemies to America's allies. You know what I mean? Hamas, genocide. What Israel's doing is provoked retaliation. Russia, genocide.
And this week, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations even donned a Holocaust-era yellow star to protest international calls for a ceasefire and a lack of an explicit...
Yemen? Who knows? Israel, special military operation. Yemen, not a genocide. Why? Because Saudi Arabia is doing it, so it's fine.
UN condemnation of Hamas. Meanwhile, counter-terror expert Bruce Hoffman has argued in The Atlantic that Hamas is a genocidal organization. He points to its founding charter from 1988. Quote, Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it. There is no solution for the Palestine question except through jihad. The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight Jews, killing the Jews.
I'm sorry. It's in parentheses, too. It's like, make no mistake. It's like, if you misunderstood what I was saying, I meant killing the Jews in parentheses. Sorry, it's so stupid. In parentheses, genocidal, exactly.
Hamas did walk some of that back in a 2017 revision to their charter in which they claimed to oppose Zionists, that is, the state of Israel, not Jews, which many would say is a distinction without a difference for the Jewish families gunned down in their kibbutzim on October the 7th. And on Tuesday, a video emerged of a Hamas official calling for the annihilation of the state of Israel and a repeat of October the 7th. So look, it's not
Okay, so from what I understand, that's the Lebanese, or that's the one in Lebanon. There's like two different conflicting forces within Hamas. The one side, the one in Lebanon is like, oh no, we loved our, like, yeah, sorry, we fucked up by like killing some babies, you know what I mean? That was like my bad. But also we want to do that again. Like, we want to do October 7 again and again, maybe 1 million times. And then the other side is like, yeah, also, yeah, we fucked up and we kind of got a little too ahead of ourselves. Oopsie. But also, you know, we want to do a hostage swap and we wanted to build a port and stuff, but it seems like that's not going to happen anymore.
Controversial here in the West to accuse Hamas of having genocidal goals. Nor is it controversial to acknowledge that Jews in many parts of the world still face massive threats of anti-Semitic violence. I mean, just look at what happened in the Russian Republic of Dagestan this week, where an angry mob stormed the airport searching for Jews.
Bro, what is happening? Come on, Mehdi. I thought you were going to fucking talk about the G word. This entire video is literally just like so far just nonstop being like, you know who actually is doing the genocide? It's Hamas.
Was on a flight that had just landed from Tel Aviv, an attempted pogrom. But to suggest Israel's rhetoric, or in fact actions in Gaza, are genocidal, however, is hugely controversial. To many, it's offensive even to suggest Jews, victims of the worst genocide
He's required to do 5 minutes of fealty at the start. I mean, 100%.
in human history.
Also, remember, he is Muslim. So he's Muslim. He's on MSNBC. He has to be like, I'm really sorry for my people. We are dogs across the board. I promise. We are barbaric. It's just how it is. Now, can we please talk about 10,000 people that have been ruthlessly slaughtered?
As Israelis,
yes, talking about Hamas being genocidal is boring. You terrorist apologizing prig. I mean, dude, for the past 3 weeks, myself and Mehdi Hasan has said time and time again, we have shucked and jived for you, okay? Over and over again, saying, I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry for you. I apologize for the Arab population, for how aggressive they are, okay? At a certain point, when you get to 10,000 fucking dead people, 3,000 plus children, you can maybe start talking about that without having to fucking recontextualize it every single time through the framework of how barbaric and violent the Palestinian Arabs are and the Muslim nation. The entire ummah is so violent. So sorry. Okay? Meanwhile, you motherfuckers have never condemned the IDF, not even once. I have seen zero fucking IDF condemnations from those who want to come in here and unconditionally defend the state of Israel on its ethnic cleansing campaign. What are we doing? What are we doing? The fuck's going on? 85 families have been completely wiped out of the goddamn registry. And motherfuckers still are like, no, you can't do any, you can't just fucking talk about what Israel is doing. Oh no, it's not 85, it's 825? No, wait, what? Is it 800 families? Jesus Christ. No, 48 was like 1 week.
Are now engaging in genocidal acts towards others. So you don't hear the
Why is it so hard for you to just condemn Hamas and move on and never try to contextualize? Yeah, exactly. Why is it so hard for you to just condemn Hamas and then move on and never try to contextualize or say anything else about the situation for the rest of time and just like leave it there? I know you know what you're doing. You are extremely good at it, but I beg you, Habibi, please stop letting the open Nazis get your goat. It's just like, at a certain point, I feel like I'm not, I'm losing my fucking mind a little bit, where like, kind of insane.
Genocide accusation against Israel made by Western governments or in much of the Western media, but that doesn't mean it's not being made by a lot of people. You are hearing it from protesters marching on college campuses and city streets, and from demonstrators disrupting official hearings.
What we're doing right now in supporting Israel's genocide of Gaza is a terrible thing.
And you're hearing it across the world, not just from Palestinian officials at the United Nations, but from United Nations'.
It's also crazy because, like, the constant, no shit, they're gaslighting you. Just play the clip of the Israeli police beating the Hasidic protesters. Yeah. It also feels fucking really frustrating at a certain point because, like, it's been 3 weeks of me endlessly condemning Hamas. Like, at this point, if you haven't heard me fucking say that October 7th was brutal and violent, okay? Like, that's kind of on you. You know what I mean? The idea, the notion that, like, I personally actually loved it, and it was awesome, is just pure invention. And as always, as I always say, like, there's one fucking missing piece in your mind, and you just fill that hole with racism. You just hit the racism button, and you're like, That's it. Fucking got him, boys. If this guy doesn't regularly explain it to me, if this guy doesn't always tell me that like he is anti-baby deaths, then I will assume the position that he is pro-baby death, actually. You know what I mean? It's so fucking gross.
Own special rapporteurs on human rights issues, and from a top UN human rights official who quit after 30 years, citing the UN's failure to stop a, quote, genocide unfolding before our eyes, as well as from leading human rights groups and scholars of international law, and even from prominent world leaders, allies of the United States, like President Erdogan of Turkey and President Lula of Brazil.
Muito grave o que está acontecendo nesse momento no Oriente Médio. Ou seja, não se trata de ficar discutindo quem está certo ou quem está errado, quem deu o primeiro tiro, quem deu o segundo. O problema é o seguinte aqui, não é uma guerra, é um genocídio que já matou quase 2.000 crianças que não tem nada a ver com essa guerra, que são vítimas dessa guerra.
Look, not all genocide talk is in good faith. The charge of genocide is a very serious one, and yet it gets tossed around a lot and in a lot of conflicts. It can be used recklessly, carelessly, insensitively, as an emotional shutting of the gates, rather than an opening to an important conversation. But it's also a real thing. So let's...
Just like the top of the hour ad break, which, by the way, if you no longer want to see, all you need to do is subscribe. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Be clear today as to what genocide is, how it's defined under international law, and how it might apply in this current conflict. The term itself was coined during the Holocaust by Raphael Lemkin, a Polish lawyer of Jewish descent who had fled to the US as the Nazis advanced across Europe. After the war, he worked for prosecution.
Damn, they were letting Polish people be lawyers? What the fuck?
In the Nuremberg war trials, and he spent the remainder of his life pushing for an international convention against genocide to prevent future Hitlers. In 1948, the United Nations...
This is actually very important. This part is very important. I saw a tweet about this the other day where it's like the people think that like genocides, like, or the designation of genocide was created specifically for like the aftermath death toll. Like when you reach this magical number, all of a sudden, like, all right, that's it. We're at a genocide territory. No. The entire reason for why the never again principle exists, and the entire reason why there is even a designation for what is a genocide, what constitutes a genocide, is specifically so that we see the warning signs and we stop it, right? Before it gets to the point of genocide. Now, unfortunately, we really haven't had any, like, we don't have a really good track record. We don't really have a good track record in stopping this kind of thing, especially when it's conducted by our allies, right? Your uncle is out of the race? I, Cenk Uygur, swear under penalties of perjury. He fucking... I still believe in him, dude. I still believe in him. He's going to do it.
At Lemkin's urging, adopted the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, whose definition of the crime today is used by the International Criminal Court, as well as many countries, including the United States. It defined genocide, the genocide...
What do you think, bro? Can you give your take on the 1.7 million? I already talked about this earlier, but it is completely and utterly and unimaginably cruel, completely unjustifiable.
The convention, it defined genocide as any of 5 acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. They included killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about the group's physical destruction in whole or in part, and trying to prevent births within the group or forcibly taking its children. Any one of those acts undertaken with intent to destroy a people is genocide under international law. Now, the intent is the key. And last week, the pro-Israel Anti-Defamation League wrote that accusing Israel of genocide in Gaza is sensationalist, inaccurate, and misleading, quote, the fact remains that in no way has Israel engaged in any action with the intent to exterminate in whole or in part the Palestinian people.
Yeah, don't believe your lying eyes, boys, okay? Don't do it.
This counter-argument says that if it was a genocide, why would the Israelis be dropping leaflets and making calls telling Gazans to evacuate? And why isn't the casualty count even higher? Here's the problem with that argument, though. Put aside that Israelis have still ended up killing, according to Gaza's health ministry, more than 8,000 Palestinians, including more than 3,000 children, including entire families, multiple generations. When it comes to quote-unquote intent in the context of the Genocide Convention, listen to what Israeli politicians and generals themselves have said. Cabinet ministers like Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, who said Israel was fighting human animals and ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip, no electricity, no food, no fuel. Or energy minister Israel Katz, who said no electrical switch will be turned on in Gaza, no water pump will be opened and no fuel truck will enter until the Israeli abductees are returned home. Or heritage minister Amichai Eliyahu, who said blow up and flatten everything in the north of Gaza and give that land to Israeli settlers. Or Israeli President Isaac Herzog, who suggested that the innocent civilian population of Gaza, 2.3 million people, half of them children, weren't so innocent because they could have risen up against Hamas. Members of Benjamin Netanyahu's governing party in the Israeli Knesset, like Reva Tal Gottlieb, who called for the use of a quote-unquote doomsday weapon to flatten Gaza without mercy. Serving and retired Israeli generals like Ghassan Alian, who also referred to animals in Gaza and said there will only be destruction. You wanted hell? You will get hell. Or Giora Eiland, who wrote that Israel needs to create a humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and Gaza will become a place where no human being can exist. Where no human being can exist. And if you think that's bad...
So crazy. It is deeply and utterly and undesirably anti-Semitic of Mehdi Hasan. Think about that for a moment. Let's sit and reflect on that. Mehdi Hasan. To be one of the only fucking news broadcasts in the Western world to just uncritically and just straight up openly report what multiple Israeli Knesset members and defense ministers have said. That's not how we're supposed to be taking in information from Israel. We're supposed to be listening to the IDF when they say they didn't do this one bombing. Or we're supposed to be listening to the IDF when they say that, here, we intercepted a message from these two terrorists that were saying Israel is the most moral army. Here we go. And it's like, hello, it's Ahmed. I'm from Islamic Jihad, bro. And let me tell you, Israel is the most moral army in the universe. And then it's like, oh, it's me, Muhammad, from Hamas. And I think Israel is the most moral army too. It's fucking crazy. I love working for Hamas. Hamas. I love using children as little shields. It's my favorite thing to do. All these little Hamas babies, they want to leave, but I'm like, no. They're going to use it. Be careful. No, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to listen to these fucking goobers. Okay? Listen to these fucking goobers and the intercepted communications from the IDF and go, that's right. They fucking did that shit. I knew it in my heart, dude. And it's like some indecipherable accent too. It's like a Scottish Israeli dude who learned Arabic in college trying to fucking speak in an English accent that isn't Scottish, Israeli, or Arabic. If you think I'm joking, I did not know this. Israel loves doing fake correspondence, like fake phone interceptions all the time. The accent I chose specifically was one that unironically was utilized in the Mavi Marmara massacre. Okay, I have covered this obviously, years ago. I've talked about it quite a bit whenever I bring up Israel because it's ridiculous. But here, you want to know? You want to see the IDF intercepted communications from Mavi Marmara? Supposedly, this is what the Turks were saying on the ship. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, fuck. Come on. Someone needs to find this for me. IDF video shows flotilla passengers tell Israel Navy to go back to Auschwitz. Fuck. Does anyone have it? No, you have to listen to it, and then you'll understand it is like completely fucking made up. God damn it. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. The actual video itself. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Flotilla ship to Israeli Navy.
Deputy White, this is the Israeli Navy. You are approaching an area which is under a naval blockade.
Shut up. Go back to Auschwitz.
We have permission from the Gaza port authorities to enter.
Was helping Arabs going against the U.S. Don't forget 9/11, guys.
Yeah, we're helping 9/11. Don't forget 9/11, guys.
Against the U.S. Don't forget.
We have permission from the Gaza port authorities to enter.
Was helping Arabs going against the U.S. Don't forget 9/11, guys.
That's why I did the accent, dude. Oh, that's right. We're helping Arabs go against the U.S. Don't forget 9/11, guys. Bro, okay, to be fair, this was June 4th, 2010. Okay. And they've gotten at least a little bit better. At least now they just like, they at least try to do Arabic. What is this? We intercepted a message from... Oh, okay, dude, stop. The IDF posted this? Man, they've been doing this shit in perpetuity. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, they've been doing it forever. Yeah, we're going against the U.S. Don't forget 9/11, guys. Oh, anyway, let's continue. So, yeah, all that stuff you have to listen to and you have to believe. But when they say, like, we love doing genocide, hello, I am the Israeli defense minister. I am telling you very clearly and I am clearly communicating to you that I would like to violate the Geneva Convention, do a fuck ton of war crimes, and specifically engage in the act of ethnic cleansing. I am aware that this is wrong and morally repugnant. I still will do this because I personally believe Palestinians are actual animals and not real human beings. And then everyone in the media is like, la, 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 la. What? They didn't mean that. They didn't fucking, nah, la, 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 la. No, no. Israel's like literally like, we are doing a genocide. We want to do a genocide. And the American media is like, nah, they didn't mean it. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. They didn't mean it. They didn't mean it. This is the greatest democracy in the Middle East, okay? It's complicated. Please shut the fuck up.
Just listen to the man in charge of Israel's government and military speaking on Saturday.
You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember and we are fighting.
That was Prime Minister Netanyahu invoking a biblical story in which the Israelites were told to exterminate, to literally kill all the men, women and children from an ancient tribe called Amalek. Not a great reference when we're debating accusations of possible genocidal intent, I think we can all agree.
What was the term used in Plandalet? Like, the terminology used even back then was also like, I think it was like a Judaism reference, right? To cleaning, fuck, what was it? It was a dog whistle. It was a dog whistle. Chametz on Pesach. Yeah. No. It's not Amalek or whatever. No. This is it. Dino Mage, I think, is correct. Where the terminology used specifically was the thing that you do in Passover, like how to clean for Passover, where the main purpose of cleaning or searching for chametz is to remove any of it that one may come to inadvertently eat or derive benefit from during Passover. So the terminology used on operations, at least like the limited amount of declassified material that's available for the Nakba, which the Israeli government still denies, showed that the language, the coded language that they used during the Nakba in the correspondence that they sent to all of the brigades was the chametz on Pesach, like the cleaning the Arabs. Down to the last one. Ritual cleaning of the Arabs down to the last one.
Of course, as I said, for a lot of Israelis, for a lot of Jews, it is offensive to suggest they, of all people, are guilty of genocide or even incitement.
Talking about Plan D in here? Damn, I have a MIA in these issues, and I know grad students who don't know about that shit.
The genocide. And as I mentioned, the Israeli delegation to the UN turned up there this week wearing yellow stars with "Never Again" on them, which is beyond provocative, I think it's fair to say.
It's not beyond provocative. It's completely ridiculous. It's also dismissive and diminishing. It is trivializing the Holocaust. It's basically saying that if you don't let me kill more Palestinian children without yelling at me, it is my own personal Holocaust. It's disgusting. It is, I mean, everything that Norm Finkelstein, who I thought maybe is a little too aggressive in his criticisms, is like 100% accurate. And it's played itself out so aggressively right in front of our eyes. As far as his own, like, the book, the Holocaust industry, like, it's crazy.
One professor even argued in The Guardian last week that Israel must stop weaponizing the Holocaust. Now, perhaps that sounds like lazy ivory tower anti-Semitism to you. That's how the piece was denounced by many supporters of Israel online. But what if I told you it was written by Raz Siegel, an Israeli Jewish professor of Holocaust studies and genocide? He said, in the case of Israel's assault on Gaza, accountability needs to begin from what is very clear: incitement to genocide. And that's a key point. Even if you do not consider Israel's bombing campaign and siege of Gaza, which has killed so many innocents, to be genocidals, because you might say the civilians got warnings, they weren't the targets, collateral damage, etc. It's hard to defend the rhetoric of prominent Israeli officials, what sounds to many like incitement to genocide. It's why so many scholars of genocide, of war crimes, of international humanitarian law have been speaking out in recent days, including 800 scholars who signed on to a pretty stark public statement. Quote, "We are compelled to sound the alarm about the possibility of the crime of genocide being perpetrated by Israeli forces against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip," says that statement, signed by, among others, Omer Bartov, a preeminent Israeli scholar of the Holocaust at Brown University, and Marion Kaplan, an acclaimed Jewish historian of the Holocaust at NYU and three-time winner of the National Jewish Book Award. It continues, the statement, quote, "We do not do so lightly, recognizing the weight of this crime, but the gravity of the current situation demands it." The gravity of the current situation demands it. That's what we have to keep at the forefront of our minds. the gravity of the current situation. Over 1,400 killed in Israel by Hamas on October the 7th, and more than 8,000 killed in Gaza since by Israel. Extremists on both sides using rhetoric that the other, not surprisingly, considers to be genocidal. Now, whether what has happened or whether what is happening right now in Gaza is a genocide or even a crime against humanity, ultimately some court or tribunal may have to decide. Either way, the sheer level of inhumanity, suffering, mass death is undeniable, and it makes growing calls for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza, from everyone from the Financial Times editorial board to the Pope in the Vatican, not surprising either, and oh so urgent.
Yeah, but the Pope is gay. Saying. And woke. The woke Pope, dude. Yeah, the Pope got hit by the chair that makes you gay. Okay, stop sending me this, all right? I am not involved in this. Federal prosecutors and the FBI are conducting a broad public corruption investigation into whether Eric Adams' 2021 election campaign conspired with the Turkish government to receive illegal foreign donations. Okay? And I want everyone to understand, I am not involved with this, okay? Everyone keeps citing the Hamas spokesperson, but not talking about the actions of Hamas trying to trade hostages. Yes, numerous times throughout the past couple of days, especially, the Hamas spokesperson that is in Doha, that is communicating with Hamas in Gaza, has tried to set up a daily drip of hostage release, and the Israeli government has said no to it. The American government has basically said the reason why they can't do this is because then the bombing campaign will stop. They don't give a shit. Have you talked about the tunnels in Gaza? What do you mean? Just the pronunciation, CH in Hebrew is never pronounced like in China. Further derangement from Fetterman. Dude, he is so out of control. Senator Fetterman on Israeli military campaign in Gaza. They are not targeting civilians. They never have. They never will. Dude, I don't get it. I think John Fetterman got hit with a chair that doesn't make you gay, but instead makes you the most ultra-Zionist. I actually don't understand. Like, what happened? Like, he had the stroke, and then he got hit with the stroke gun, which then turned him into Israel's bravest warrior, I feel like. Call me Fetterman the way I'm stroking it. Okay, chill. Most real case of Havana syndrome. The IL government weaponized the Holocaust. When the Israeli government, IL government weaponized the Holocaust like that. Just remember that 1/4 of Holocaust survivors in Israel are under the poverty line with insufficient welfare. That is so American, dude. Oh my God. That's literally the most American ass thing Israel could do. What he meant was the Illinois government. No, I don't think this person meant the Illinois government. Yeah. Bro, that is the most American thing, dude. It's the most American thing to be like, what about our military veterans? Whenever you want to like justify fucking killing migrants that are coming into the country, you just go, what about our veterans? And then totally forget about them. It's just a talking point. I asked about the IDF's recent airstrikes on Gaza refugee camp, and he replied, civilians were not the target, and said Israel targeted tunnel networks. Fetterman said he's concerned about the worsening humanitarian crisis and believes a pause in the fighting might be needed, but worries Hamas will use it to rearm. I actually don't get it. 1/3 of Israeli Holocaust survivors live in poverty, advocates say. Nearly all of them Holocaust survivors are picking up donations of food and winter blankets before a snowstorm hit the city on the eve of International Holocaust Remembrance Day. What the fuck? Yet among Israel's estimated 165,000 survivors, roughly 1 in 3 lives in poverty, according to Survivors Advocacy Group. Though survivors receive government stipends, many still depend on food donations organized by Israeli charities like Chasdei Naomi. The ones who really need to be responsible for taking care of the Holocaust survivors is the state of Israel. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist. Yeah, I mean, this once again reinforces the thing I say all the time, is like the quicker you realize that the Israeli government's primary objective is not the security and safety of Israeli citizens or Jews at all, as a matter of fact. Not Jews globally, not Jews even living in Israel proper, but instead just to take over as much land as possible. The ones who really need to be responsible for taking care of Holocaust survivors is the state of Israel. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist. The charity staff and volunteers distributed food parcels, flowers and chocolates to the impoverished survivors in Jerusalem on Wednesday. If we will not be there for them, who will? It's really sad that only NGOs are standing up and acting. With each passing year, the number of remaining Holocaust survivors continues to dwindle, and with it, the country's living connection to those who endured one of the greatest atrocities in modern history. The Holocaust Survivors' Rights Authority, a government department, said more than 15,000 survivors died in 2021. The Center of Organizations of Holocaust Survivors in Israel, an umbrella group representing 50 organizations that assist Holocaust survivors, said that around 1 1/3 of Israel's Holocaust survivors live in poverty. Many of the most destitute immigrated to Israel in the 1990s from the former Soviet Union. After its dissolution, they arrived with little means, had difficulty learning a new language late in life, and many struggled to establish social networks. During the war, it was very difficult for the Jews. Jews suffered from the Nazis. We fled and we did whatever we could to survive, said Polina Perchuk, 83-year-old immigrant from Ukraine. Some background on what John Fetterman is doing. During his primary against the centrist candidate, his campaign allowed Democratic Majority for Israel to make edits to his Israel-Palestine platform, hoping to keep the DMFI and AIPAC from spending to support Connor Lamb. Yeah, but like, did they also hit him with the fucking unconditional support to Israel brain gun? Like, what happened? Like, this is one thing. Being afraid of the Democratic Majority for Israel is one thing, which I've talked about. This seems like a vaccine injury at this point. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't seem normal. Maybe Apex behind the body though. This is crazy. I did not know this. I knew that like the Israeli national mythos is one of like never again, implying that you're a macho chauvinistic country that will always aggressively kill its enemies, right? And that the cultural attitude towards Holocaust survivors is one of like not always, but it's kind of critical and one of disgust, because they act like those who were in the concentration camps were there because they didn't fight back hard enough or something like that. But I didn't know it went beyond that, where they were living in abject poverty. Okay, let's. We're done. We're done. Too much serious news. I'm done with all the serious news. I can't do Ben Shapiro. My brain is all Israel-Palestine out.
If the Earth is flat, where is the sun? It's 93 million miles away?
The sun at any given time, and when you say the sun, there is no the sun. Everybody has their own sun.
That's fire.
What do you mean?
Literally.
What do you mean literally?
Literally, everybody has their own sun. There's a different sun for everybody.
What do you mean a different
Everywhere.
sun? I don't understand that. Like, you mean you're saying that there's a different sun here in Las Vegas than there is in New York?
You're not looking at the same sun there, correct.
So how many suns are there?
As many people who are viewing it.
So every individual person has their own
That's
sun?
correct.
What?
That is correct. The sun's no more than 50 miles away at any given time.
Damn, he's cooking, dude.
And it's
50.
just,
Wait. But
and
wait a
it's
second.
and it's
But
just a light
airplanes
in
go up in the sky.
and that's right. And it's like a rainbow.
How come
And
the sun doesn't get bigger when you're in an airplane?
The closer you move to it, the farther it moves from you. It's like a rainbow. And the sun isn't a thing.
This is gonna break me, man.
Yeah,
this is gonna break
the
me.
The sun is literally not a thing. The
What?
sun-
Wait
the
a
sun-
second.
yeah, no, it's not.
I mean, he's literally whatever the fuck, what kind of Zaza he's on, I don't know, but he's on that. He is smoking on some fucking loud, okay? He is on that loud, dude. He's cooking. He's cooking.
It's not like a burning ball of gas or any of that bullshit.
What is it?
Yeah, it's
What is the sun then?
It's cold.
The sun is cold.
The sun is cold.
How can you support democracy after watching this fucking idiot? I supported extra hard.
Mr. Chair, I yield 5 minutes to my colleague from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this resolution to expel George Santos from Congress.
Look at that. Democracy gives us that good shit, dude. Like, that good shit that you can't get anywhere else. He said that guy said the sun is cold. Oh, by the way, Sam Bankman-Fried found guilty in the FTX crypto fraud case. So there is that as well. Some of you probably know what this is. Yeah, smoking on that SBF pack. Some of you know what's going on here. That's right. We're about to go back on our Zaza. I haven't been back. I have not touched the fucking PlayStation since I died a pathetic death. Since I died a pathetic death playing Spooderman. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna pee, and I'll be back in a second. Whoa. Came for this every night and you're actually doing it? Hell yeah.
There's a turret now! Another portal for you!
I'll take all the help I can get here! Any magic tricks for bullets?
You got webs! Hit the turret and take it out! Avoid you!
How the fuck did that turret hit me? While I was literally...
Hey, Spider-Man! Think they're here for the sea lion exhibit?
Oh! I want to see that! Did you know sea lions can swim up to 25 miles per hour?
Focus! Hunter! Lots of them!
How can he hit me with the fucking thing?
I'm not available! Got this spider from HamNCheddar!
Clear back! They're definitely trying to wear us down!
If they want me, they'll have to kill me!
Let's not have it come to that.
I don't even understand how half this shit happens, but...
Behind you!
Uh-oh.
Try. They never saw you coming.
Fuck you.
How are you with dogs?
More of a cat person, and these aren't dogs.
Oh, I fucked it up.
They fight like dogs.
Worse.
Watch the portal. I'm on the move. Open fire.
Dude, the dodging, the amount of dodging required is crazy.
Letting loose. Out of the way.
Oh god.
This one's mine.
Oh.
They're throwing everything at us.
Might be on my last life here.
No, we're getting you to Paris. Your girlfriend needs you.
You really are.
Dude, how do I get there?
I got him.
That had to hurt.
Take the shot.
Fuck!
Stay down.
Oh god! I'm dead.
He disappeared.
Let's switch things.
Oh god!
Let's end this. Cut through those webs.
I got both of them. This is the first time I've ever gotten both of them.
Opening fire.
You're done.
This is the first time I ever got both of them.
Prepare yourself.
Oh my god. I did it. Fuck you guys, man. I can't believe I did it. Oh my god, that was so hard.
Focus. Think.
First try.
Eiffel Tower.
What? What? There ain't no way. That was on purpose. That was on purpose. There ain't no way she said Eiffel Tower like that. That was on purpose, dude.
Au revoir, Felicia.
Au revoir. Au revoir, more like. God, she's awesome. I love her. She's great. I'm not gonna lie, Miles is a more honest man than me. If she said, imagine Eiffel Tower, I'm imagining a different Eiffel Tower, okay? That shit is not going to France.
Melee.
We did it.
Hey, what's up with Felicia?
She's safe, for now. You finished your story?
Just sent it to Jonah. Wish me luck.
You got this.
Dude, head to Coney Island.
What? What's up?
You know how Mysterio just got out of prison? Well, he's opening a new attraction there.
He could be the Hunter's next target. Good call.
And guess who else is at Coney tonight? Hint, you've crushed on her for like over a year.
Come on, bro.
Don't
Dude, I love
bro
flying.
me, bro. You and Haley are made for each other. If you don't ask her out, you're violating laws of nature.
We'll see. After we check on Mysterio.
Okay.
Gotta change it to Miles first. Then I'll scope out the park. Incognito.
I don't see any bad guys.
Should we take a closer look?
Hello.
Bad guy.
I'm Quentin Beck,
I can
Master
tell.
Illusionist. And this is Betsy, my business partner, and Cole, my technical advisor. And this is the next generation of entertainment.
That outfit.
No way, dude.
Excellent. Cole, a brave young man, ready to experience the future firsthand. Is there anyone else out there with courage in their hearts?
That outfit implies he's
come
bad.
all and experience the future.
He looks like the magician Cutie in Logan saw the
There's a
AT&T.
kiosk up ahead. Just keep moving.
If you enjoy your experience, please tell your friends and feel free to visit one of the many Mysteriums now open around the city. Our free trial ends soon.
Thank you, Betsy. I'm sure he will.
Why does Mysterio not have a weird thing on his head?
Now to customize your experience.
The fishbowl.
As you look at these images, I want you to think about your future, your hopes and your dreams.
There is no prison reform in Spider-World, dude.
Yes. I'm getting
I
good
believe in
data.
rehabilitation, but not in Spider-World. The only way to rehabilitate someone is by with a swift punch in the mouth.
No way.
Enjoy
Yes,
the
dude.
show.
Yes, I am at fucking 30 FPS, not 60. It's not on performance. Please stop begging me to fucking play it on performance. Oh my god, dude. Motherfuckers are out here being frame autists like fucking the guy. Like we've done tank autism, we've done missile autism, we've done plane autism, we've done train autism, but I'd never realized we had like the frames. Framophiles. It's crazy. It's just like, I don't get it. I don't understand. It's like the Jujutsu Kaisen guy who fucking uses frames to defeat his enemies.
Don't worry, I'll be watching and listening. If at any time you begin to feel uncomfortable,
Okay, Miles'
just
booty
let
looks
us know.
extra small in this fit.
Enjoy your dream come true.
This is harder than DJing in real life, dude.
Oh, nice. All right, I'm in it.
Fuck.
There it is, yeah.
Fuck! I'm fucking up the QTE. Oh!
Here it comes,
I hate
y'all.
this.
Let's go! Alright, let's break this down.
Fuck.
Yeah, we outside now.
Still aging at the speed of wife. Shut the fuck up.
I can't hear y'all.
Fuck. Stop making fun of me. Don't make fun of me. It's only making it harder for me. It's only making it harder for me.
Let's bring it home.
I'm a Vici.
Yeah, baby.
I took a pill in a beefa.
Let's break this thing down one more time.
What the fuck? Fuck, it's so hard.
Now we outside.
Ah, I'm hitting the wrong shit.
Turn me up some.
Ah! Why is it so fucking hard? There's something wrong with my brain. I'm so bad. Ah! David Guetta literally saved racism, and I'm out here making racism worse. How long does this go? Shout out to his family. Ah, I'm doing it wrong. This is so bad. Oh God.
Get ready, y'all.
No one is dancing anymore. Oh, I fucked it. I broke it. I literally broke it. Energy man.
Whoa! How did I do that? Where did Lee go? Was that even real? Right now, analyze later. Wicked. Get it out! Beck, can you hear me?
Yes. We're having a bit of a malfunction.
Obviously!
I'm sorry, we cannot see you. Can you just
wait, what?
What's happening?
I was rocking the club. Then a bunch of bad guys
I was not rocking the
now
club,
they're trying
okay?
to rock me.
Oh dear. I hope you're not hurt.
I can hold my own, but can't you just pull the plug or something?
Not that easy. But we are trying.
I was not rocking the club. I kind of deserve this fight. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Why are Lee and his demons here?
Where the
Is all
fuck?
in my head? Use new powers.
You missed the DJ part because it was really bad. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the hell? I can pull the...
Beck told me to think about my future when he was creating my illusion. Is this what I was thinking about?
Is this a puzzle chat or am I just supposed to be beating ass?
We're almost there. Are you still holding your own?
Barely.
Sit tight. Just a few more moments.
Oh! What the hell? Ah!
maybe more like a nightmare.
Yeah, bitch. What's up? Eat it. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Boom. Motherfucker. Come on. Come at me again. Oh, shit. I thought I had it. Oops. Wait, where are they?
There's the mixer. Get to it. Fast. I think if you finish the song, you might hit a break point in the program.
What? Oh no, I can't finish the song, dog. No. More songs? I can't do it. Don't make me. I'll beat ass, but I can't fucking play music.
You should see an exit. Make your way to the...
Okay, time to go.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I am very sorry. We will do our best to find out what happened. But until then...
I guess, like, he has to wear this fucking fishbowl because he's ugly as hell, bro. He looks so normal. He's the most normal-looking ass motherfucker out there.
So, what's up with that? Oh. The future of entertainment
Another
still has
small
some bugs
business
to work
ruined by Hasan. It wasn't me. It was Miles.
Hi, Pete. Cool shirt. Cool shoes. Really cool shoes. Cool everything, really.
Hey, Miles. Thank you.
Guys, this is my best friend, Harry. He just got back from overseas,
Yeah,
and
he's
he's starting up
piping
a
my
new
girlfriend.
research foundation.
You mean we're starting up a new research foundation? Hey, good to meet you.
New job, huh? Still gonna have time for tutoring? We'll figure it out.
Shall we?
Actually, that thing back there really messed my head up. Can we dip? Okay. Nice
They
meeting you,
are a
Harry.
polycule, yes.
Yeah, you too.
Like me and your dad. And your mom.
You good? Yeah. Actually, I'll catch up with you later.
This game was banned in Arab countries?
Make sure he's okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, well.
Because there's gay stuff in it?
Well, they seem nice. Not too bad they're gonna miss out on the best night of our lives, huh?
Oh my god, bro. Their relationship bothers me.
All right, here's the plan. Tonight is the greatest hits album of our childhood, and the top 3 singles, each of our favorite attractions.
Welcome! All right, let's do this.
Step right up.
You have no idea who you're up against.
Good luck.
Mini game where I'm gonna get cooked.
Now, Pete, you got this.
All right, players.
Fingers on the trigger, eyes on the target.
And they're off. The Great Coney Island Open returns after 3 years, and our returning competitors seem to be in the highest of spirits.
Harry, what are you doing?
Fuck.
Distracting you. Duh. And it's working.
Oh, that's dirty.
Go, Pete!
You're taking his side?
I don't root for cheaters.
Ooh, burn!
What?
Yeah,
Hold up! You guys want your prize?
We're good, thanks.
That's just one game. Plenty more to school you at.
I absolutely hate these. I absolutely hate these games.
Next on our top 3, MJ Watson featuring the Speed Demon.
Yes!
Let's hit the other rides and games on the way. If we do enough of them, we can win something from the prize booth.
I knew I read that somewhere.
You ain't a real
God, I hope
squirter,
the
bro?
Speed Demon is as terrifying as I remember.
Weirdo.
Do all of them
Let
to
him
get a
shame
funny
you,
hat?
MJ. He's just scared.
All right, let me push some kids
I'm sensitive
around.
about my fear of heights.
Knock him down is calling our name.
Dolphin racing? Maybe some other time.
Throw the ball and knock him down. A baby could
Just
do
put
it.
on gay porn,
Pyramids
please.
are the most stable structure. Let's test that out.
Too
I know
much.
somebody who blew $20 trying to knock him down.
Yeah.
Not supposed to be able to do that.
One more down. Ready to put our love to the test?
Test your love? What the fuck?
So sorry. Okay, you two go get declared soulmates. I'm gonna fly solo. See if I give off Casanova vibes.
Good luck. Soulmates, huh? No pressure.
What does this thing know about us?
Maybe that you should move in with me?
Or maybe that everything's too up in the air to think about it yet?
Yeah, maybe.
No! Dead in the water!
Oh, that can't be right.
What is this thing reading anyway? Our body temperature?
Or our skin's pH?
Highly doubt it's that sophisticated.
Over here, let's do this one
Wait,
next.
is that for real? Why the fuck? What the hell? Dude, her and Harry are gonna be like, oh, let's try it just
Another
for
stamp
funsies.
for our ticket. Go-karts, anyone?
With your driving? Hard pass.
Come on,
Harry and
you two
MJ try it,
lovebirds.
they
Got
hit
more
the
park
top.
to explore.
What the fuck? Oh, that guy. What the okay, this dude is straight up a villain, right?
I got you.
Is that Tombstone? What is he doing here?
Looks like he's a mechanic and saving the day.
Thanks for pulling me out, man. That could have been really bad.
Maybe we should try the roller coaster.
Damn, Peter said no rehabilitation for me. I don't give a fuck what he's doing over here.
Stereo? This park really is a magnet for reformed supervillains.
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta try the b-ball.
Come on. We still have a little
Okay,
more
low-key, I
memory
kinda
lane
wanna-
to walk down.
Low-key, high-key, I kind of want to fucking go to a carnival now and do all of this in real life.
Now here's a classic.
I think you hold the record for amount of vomit spilled on this ride.
Where's the basketball?
A title I wear proudly to this day.
Push me again, see what happens.
Oh.
Can't talk to me like this.
I didn't realize how excited I'd be to ride the speed demon again. Step
Play
on up.
Swish Swish.
You know you want to
Swish, swish, bish.
Never knew you were so into basketball, Harry.
With all this energy I've had lately, I'm into everything. Oh, there he is.
I'm so good. I'm so nice with it. It's not even funny. He said he's into everything. Like, you know it. You know what he means when he says that.
Yeah.
Not used to this feeling, huh? Okay, why? Why do you be like that? Why do you have to be like that? Ludwig shivering? I would destroy Ludwig, okay? What is this one, huh? What the fuck is this one? All right, I'll try this one.
How did I let you talk me into this?
Ah, stop and smell the popcorn.
How can you think about food right now?
You know me. I have many talents.
Sure.
This is my method of making Harry look like a bitch.
It doesn't make any sense.
With the spinning vertigo ride out of the way.
I forgot how much I loved that one.
You have these carnival rides at Disney? We're not
Just
doing
3
Disney.
left.
We're doing BDS for Disney, okay? We're not doing Disney no more. Texas State Fair, yeah, we got to go to a state that hasn't supported Israel unconditionally, like Texas.
Wow, this place really
I feel like in order to get into Texas State Fair, you have to sign a form that says you'll never criticize Israel.
Come on, let's try and sit up front.
Damn, that's how you know this shit is not real, bro. There's no
Such a
line, or
gentleman.
there was a line, and we immediately cut it.
Doing okay?
I'm really nervous.
Don't worry about it.
What are the chances the person Harry gave his prize to would be the single writer sitting next to him?
I mean, it would be one heck of a meet cute.
Should we tell her?
Tell her what?
What are you two whispering about up there?
Just reminding MJ to keep her hands inside the vehicle at all times.
This is kind of cool.
That was epic!
Right?
I needed that. All right, fearless leader. What's next?
Our last showcase of the night.
The muscle up.
Oh, you know it, baby. Never did hit that bell. The dream always kept me coming back.
I think this'll be the year.
Harry third wheeling it up, dude. When it's with me and Harry, I don't know if he's third wheeling it.
What's your secret admirer want?
Who, Jonah? Nothing. Not a word on my article yet.
Still can't believe he's your boss.
He's the real date,
find
you know what I
something
mean?
Oh, the spooktacular's closed?
Here's us trapping young
Saved by the renovations.
Welcome! Who's up first?
Pete, come on.
Land the controller down quickly, or... That's
Nice.
it?
Take it easy, Harry. Don't hurt yourself.
The only thing that's gonna hurt is your Parker pride.
Boys, boys. You're both pretty.
Yo, chill! MJ!
Sorry.
What?
Okay. I guess this really was the year.
Harry,
What
that was
the fuck was
else.
that, dog?
Yeah, I have no idea how I did that.
Okay,
Hey,
how about we do
yo!
something more chill?
Looks like the Ferris wheel line has died down some.
Bro, that was weird as fuck, dude. It's like
Hey,
a top
I'm
of
gonna
the
let
hour
you two
with
go
no
ahead and
3-minute
be
ad
cute
break.
together. I'm gonna go see if I can win a couple more unicorns.
He's like, hold up, I'm gonna go beat some ass, dude. Aw, this is cute. Thought of Palestine?
You look really happy.
It's funny. Harry's getting a second chance, but I feel like I'm getting one too.
You two are gonna make a hell of a team. The Bugle posted.
Did Jonah put you on the front page? Oh, you're gonna be an editor. I should have brought champagne.
Hunters and scorpions and explosions, oh my. Jonah posted the new guy story.
MJ,
It already has 5,000 views. I've got to write a different kind of story. Win his trust, somehow.
Hey, you'll come up with something. You always do.
Thanks.
Sure. And hey, if you need some help from your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, I'd say we make a hell of a team too. Even if I do forget the champagne.
next time.
Uh-oh. Can't have a moment, dude. Can't have a moment of kissy poos, you know what I mean? Fuck. Bullshit.
Eyes on Tombstone.
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 He said day of jihad. Wait, no! Bro, what? How did you fucking switch like that?
Craven's Goon Squad, huh? Which supervillain are you hunting this time? Mysterio? Tombstone?
Don't let the spider get in our way. Take him out.
Didn't expect to see me? Well, the feeling's mutual. One night off, that's all I wanted. But no.
Come in. Containing Tombstone as much as we can, but we cannot. Kidnap me with a little rope and the power of friendship.
Tombstone can handle himself. You can't let them hurt anyone who hasn't gotten out of wondering if you should stop. Here's a sign. Come on, Harry, pick up, pick up.
Hey, it's Harry. Leave a message.
MJ, Harry isn't answering his phone. Got my hands full with these hunters, and I don't see him anywhere.
Our Ferris wheel pod is about to touch down. I'll make sure he's safe.
And you stay safe
Bro,
too.
what do you mean? You saw the way he whipped on that shit. You don't. He needs to save your ass right now, Spidey.
Still workshopping it. I'll let you know when I find Harry.
Got them in my sight.
This should be over soon, if you'll just bear with me.
What am I supposed to do here?
Avoid his whips! Eyes up, he's airborne.
Yeah, I'm fucking airborne, dude. I hate the multi-layered fight. I can't fucking figure out where anybody is. Where are they fucking shooting at me from, you know?
Fire in volley!
Get back up here, bitch. I'm not done with you.
Relocating.
No, you're not. Fucking ass. Okay, that's pretty cool when that happens.
They're moving in on the raceway.
Are Souls games the only ones you're good at? Pretty much.
He's tough. So are these guys.
Oh, fuck. I just ate that. I was waiting for him to rocket me so I could redirect it. Oh, shit. What the fuck? You can't come up here.
Grenade.
You look tired. Have a seat. Hunters, start your engines. And may the best spider win.
What the fuck?
I knew he'd get the
Oh. Where's Tombstone, man?
You hunters are driving me crazy. MJ, you found Harry?
Not yet, but I saw Mysterio. Craven's Goon Squad doesn't seem to be interested in him. Like, at all.
And they must only want Tombstone. Thanks for the tip.
Yeah.
Get back here.
Looking for Harry.
Additional units are on their way.
Oh no. Not these fuckers! Not these fuckers! Not these fuckers! God damn it, I hate them. Okay, I dealt with them swiftly. What the fuck? Dude, I hate the dogs. I hate them dogs. Oh my god.
The spider is down. Go get Tombstone.
I'm coming, Lonnie! These nets are no joke!
Get rid of this spider.
What the fuck? There's so much.
I got these guys, Tombstone. You just worry about breaking through that net.
See the day you defend me.
You and me both, Lonnie. But these guys, his boss wants you dead. He's a hunter,
Obama.
and he's
This is what I
making
call
supervillains
Obama,
his
chat.
prey.
Yes, and he's not open to a call from my parole officer about how I turn my life around.
Since he's already killed Scorpion, probably not.
Ah! Avoiding ground war more than the IDF? Oh yeah, hell yeah. Dude, maintain air superiority at all times, dude.
Nice try, Spidey.
It's the 6-day war, baby. Air superiority all day.
Eyes on the target.
Oh shit.
This won't hold you long.
What the fuck? Those nets, dude. It's Netanyahu time. Get up here.
Get him down.
Oh shit, what the fuck? Fuck! No dogs, no dogs, no dogs. No dogs.
Take the shot.
Stay on your feet.
Get over here. Get over here, bitch. Nope, I'm not done with you. Oh, maybe I am, actually. Oh, no, never mind. I'm not done with you. What? God just fucking blocked my ass, dude. They look like... Wait, what?
Pull the spider away, now!
I got you, Lonnie.
Oh no, now I have to fucking save the goddamn
I'm
falling
sorry,
thing.
Lonnie. I really do want to help you.
Classic. Not the big wheel, dude.
It's gonna be okay.
Wait, what? What am I doing? Like pulling like this? How am I pulling this? I don't understand. I don't even understand what just happened.
Don't worry, I've got you.
God damn, that was sick. Wait, did they die?
Hang on!
I have no idea how to do this. Like, I don't know how to do this. Oh. Okay, never mind. I figured it out.
Last stop! Everyone out!
Oh my god. Okay, MJ, chill. What the fuck? Dude, everyone's gadded up. It's New York City, baby. Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. Where everyone's falling off shit. And only Spooder Man can hold them. MJ has the blicky.
Help! I'm sorry. Harry? Pete? Go! Hang on!
Damn, dude.
Was that?
Yeah.
Bro, oh my god. MJ is so fucking horny for Harry now. This is unacceptable, dude. I must defend MJ's honor. I am so cucked. Harry is Venom. He's got that thick one.
Hang on. Okay, we gotta talk.
19 inches of Venom, dude. Get ready.
Spider-Man?
He's thick.
I know. But first, what are those things coming out of you?
I think it's my treatment. Dr. Connors said it's some kind of self-learning exosuit, but I had no idea
it learned too much.
Wait. You know what this means, right? We both
Before you
have
ask,
superpowers.
I condemn Venom.
Just think about all the stuff we could do to heal the world.
I condemn Venom. Okay?
Sorry. I guess I still gotta figure out how this thing works.
Well, it's a real shame neither of us has a state-of-the-art science lab to run some tests.
I'll go make sure the coast is clear. Meet you there?
Give me a call when you're ready.
Forget MJ Spidey gonna get that 19 inches? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This entire time I thought MJ was gonna cuck Peter. Turns out Peter is cucking MJ.
Hey, I just saw what happened at Coney. What was that?
Well, remember my friend Harry?
Yeah? That was him? How?
Honestly, no idea. I think it's this treatment he's been... Oh, that's Harry. Gotta go.
Hey, I cleared out the foundation.
All right, I'll swing by.
Swing by. Man, how many times have you said that and meant it literally?
Prowler code says Unc hid a stash here.
How do I find it? What do I do to find it?
My pleas for peace have been rejected by calls for violence. From, you know it, Spider-Man. An attack on what was once a destination for enjoyment now stands desecrated and defiled. Our cherished Coney Island was victim to a free-for-all brawl, destroying...
What? Isn't it this? Oh. What? The fuck? Is this it? I'm so confused, bro. What the hell? How do I open this fucking door? What's up, dude? That was weird.
The hang of this thing. Think I can pull that steam pipe up.
Wait, what? Bro.
Sweet.
This is not the tutorial, no. It's just I found an uncle stash. Unc would leave stashes for me. And I found one of them. Fuck. It's an Unc stash, chat. Yeah. Uncle stuffed the ballads. It's an uncle stash, except my uncle can't even stash his name on the New Hampshire ballot.
You cleared out my stash at the old radio station.
Fucking
I was wondering where I was.
That station was the hottest ticket in Brooklyn for up-and-coming hip-hop artists back in the day.
You and Pops get any airtime?
We got close, but they bumped us last minute for this next-level group out of Staten Island.
I still got your beats if you want them.
NYC ain't ready for a Prowler Spidey mixtape. Take it easy, kid.
You were gonna
Hope
be
Unc
my...
starts making music again. It would be a good distraction for him.
Holy fuck, I gotta go all the way out where? Oh, that's PD time. How do we swap again? Wait, I can't switch characters right now? What the fuck? Wait, why won't it let me? It won't let me, chat. I tried. FIDI. It said financial district. Don't say that's the Lower East Side. Underneath it said financial district. Why don't you use performance mode? Because I hate frames. I hate extra frames, okay? I fucking hate it. And the one thing I hate more than extra frames, I hate extra frames. But the one thing I hate more than that is those who demand extra frames, okay? Yeah. Pepe spit frames. Ugh. Yeah, I want fucking 12 frames, okay? Damn, he was just in a hammock. This is kind of cool. Pepe split. Pepe spit. Slideshow only.
Hey! Hey, Pete! Watch this! Woo!
You okay?
Come on. Let's see what else this thing can do.
What are you doing?
Science, buddy. I'm doing science. So, Spider-Man, you told MJ, but not your best friend?
To protect you. I wanted to.
Right. Yeah, I get it. And that kid you're tutoring, he's the other one?
A lot happened while you were in that tank.
Trust me. I know. Nice and gentle.
Whoops. Yeah. I'm gonna make some coffee. It looks like it's gonna be a long night.
Damn it.
Bro, you need more than coffee. For 19 inches of venom, dude? You're gonna need some poppers, my boy. It's been a long and hard night, if you know what I'm saying.
What the hell happened here?
We were just
Explain
doing
the
some
joke.
experiments.
No.
Where's Dr. Connors?
Maybe he took the day off?
They were experimenting with our bodies.
No. He doesn't take days off.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll call you later.
Chat, this is just like you and your best friend when your dad catches you. You know what I mean?
I need a minute. Harry's got
Gay.
superpowers?
I'm saying
This is all happening so
this is a
fast.
gay experience and your dad caught
What's
you.
that?
Having a
Hey,
gay
guys.
experience.
I'm getting a strange spider bot signal.
You got that too?
I can't get over the Harry sequences are the absolute worst in my opinion. Hybrid suit kind of. Isn't your thing in half an hour? No, it's late as fuck, dude. What do you mean? It's at like 10 p.m. It's actually low-key very much past my bedtime. What's at 10? It's an event. Like a bunch of friends to raise money for same Palestinian charities that I've been raising money for. The skins are kind of weak, I'm afraid. What time do you usually wake up? Holy shit, 6:30? Oh, this is the wackest one. Oh my god, the Miles ones are even worse. What the fuck? This one's fine.
Genki, you testing something?
I was just about to call you guys. A bunch of them just pinged the network out of nowhere. They're using some funky...
Wait, what?
Wireless protocols.
I'll check it out and let you know what I find.
Wait, what? What?
Looking sharp. Uploading info to the Spidey server.
Got it. I'll keep an eye out for more.
Send me the data when you find them. I'll try to track down who made them.
Hey, long night?
Hey, MJ. Harry and I stayed up doing tests on his suit. And we may have had too much pizza. It was really nice.
Just like the good old days.
Bro, you're like...
So I gotta know,
you're old
what's
man.
Harry's radioactive spider?
I've never seen anything like this before. It's some kind of exosuit that completely eradicates any trace of his disease.
When he says
Dr.
pizza,
Connors really
he means
outdid
something
himself
else.
this time.
That's incredible. And great timing, considering what happened at the park.
Any leads on where they might have taken Tombstone?
Not yet, but if I hear anything, you're my first call.
Oh, you're the best.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, what's next?
No, I don't want to do the fucking fire department mission, man. What the hell? Okay, it's 1,000 XP though. Okay, maybe I'll do it. What is that? Basketball?
If the reports coming in from Brooklyn are to be believed, these Spider-Men have
Wait, how do I
grown
grab
more
that?
powerful than we feared. Magic portals, subway cars disappearing off the tracks, fire engines flying through the night sky, and
How
the
do I
newer
grab that?
Spider-Man at the center. Webbing and property damage weren't enough. Now we add mystical arts into the mix. Does their desire for destruction know no bounds? I almost feel sorry for this lost soul, groomed for a life of criminality and degradation. Speaking of it, it seems Spider-Man was cohorting with notorious thief, the Black Cat. Their costumes must be cut from the same corrupt cloth. If their entanglement doesn't paint a clear enough picture of Spider-Man's intent, then here's a little story for you. The Spider-Men show up, and the group we now know as the Hunters follow. Clearer now? These Spider-Men are magnets for malefactors. Now, the Black Cat seems to have vanished. Good riddance! If magic is indeed real, then we must hope upon hope that someone out there is using it for good and will erase the stain in our city known as the Spider-Men. May we go one day without another spider incident.
Bro, I saved his bitch ass. I can't believe how much he's complaining right now. All right, what's up? What's up? I'll fucking save
over
you
here.
guys.
Hey, Chief.
What do you want?
coming.
What's up?
We've managed to set our explosives in every zone except the last one. The demo crew's in there. There's 4 of them.
I'll find them. Just keep your radios open. And make sure nobody touches that detonator.
Bro got really bad handles that video games, not gonna lie. That's fucked up, man.
Spider-Bot can search faster in there than I can. Your
I'm
time to
good at
shine,
other
little
stuff.
guy. Make Spidey Daddy proud.
I used all my goddamn skill points on other shit, okay? Calm down.
I find the people, Clark gets them out.
Is anyone out there? Help!
What's up? Hey, don't worry, man.
Robot? Hey, it's Spider-Man. I just relayed your location to fire and rescue, so they'll be here any minute. It's gonna be okay.
Spider-Man. Thank you.
Hey, Clark, did you get the location I just sent over?
Our team's moving in now. Thanks.
Time to test out my pulse blast then.
God damn, this thing fucking slaps, dude. This is ripping ass. Hey, look at me. I'm a little tiny baby.
Anyone? I can't move! Help!
Hang on, I'll get you
Hold on, I'll blast it. Never mind, I won't blast it, I'll pull it.
Thank you.
Help's coming. Fire and rescue knows where you are, and soon. You're going to be okay.
Why didn't I just rescue them?
Thank you. Hey, Clark, you should be getting a new location anytime now.
Just
Makes
came
no
in.
goddamn sense.
We'll head right over once we finish getting Mr. Robleski out.
What are those breathing exercises again?
Should have told Moran I'm doing a search and rescue mission, you know? Chill.
There's someone there? Where is it? I think it's broken.
I'll get you out. One sec.
Oh, I just zapped him.
Fire and rescue's on the way. Just try not to move. They'll have you out of here soon.
Where's the last guy?
Thank you, Spider-Man.
Looks like I need to go up. So it's field testing time for my latest upgrade.
Spider-Bot uses compressed air for
Hey,
jets.
Clark, did you get the last location I sent your way?
Heading there now. There's only one other worker left inside. Hurry, Spider-Man.
Wait, yeah, they're like waiting for me to fucking mark it, but like, Big Homie is dead, you know what I'm saying? Wait, is this it?
That ceiling debris.
Oh, what the fuck?
Help! Help!
I'm coming! Just hang on!
What am I doing here? Am I gonna kill him this way? Oh.
Fire and rescue's on its way. Are you okay?
No, I'm good. But I saw somebody up ahead a few minutes ago. Purple jacket. Make sure you help them.
Hey, Clark, I just sent a new location your way. But this guy said someone else is still trapped in it.
Really? Not missing anyone else. But if you can find them, we'll get them out.
Uh-oh.
I'm on it.
Mysterious person up there?
Nobody here.
Fuck. What am I doing here? Oh, come on. That. Yo, being a spider is low-key cute.
Some maneuvering.
Okay, listen. Do not fucking fall for the stupid-ass propaganda. Being a spider is not fucking cute, okay? It has never been cute. Oh my god. Spiders are writing this in the chat right now. You are not slick, dude.
We've got everything worth taking. Keep digging for more. This whole place is gonna come down.
The prophecy says we don't die today.
The prophecy.
Want to be a follower of the flame? Start trusting him.
Follower of the flame?
As soon as they're done with the deserter, we're out.
Wait, what the fuck? How many?
We'll bury whatever's left of him. And the evidence.
Bro, don't save these motherfuckers, you know? What the hell?
I don't recognize recognize them.
What about the intruder that's been skulking around?
They can't stop all of us. Now keep looking for supplies. We'll need them in the days ahead.
Bro, just sleep with your mouth open. A little bro won't crawl in. That's what I'm saying. Like, these guys. Why am I saving these cultists? Let them die, bro. They're fucking crazy.
What are they? Oh no.
I didn't say anything to the police. Never even mentioned the flame. I just wanted out.
Then you should have remembered we all go out the same way we come in. Painfully.
Get out of here!
The fool's beacon! The prophecy said you'd face us eventually.
Prophecy? Oh man, I've always wanted to be in one of those. Not crazy about the nickname though.
Do they have Molotov cocktails? It's kind of crazy. Get up here. Oh, fuck.
What's my prophecy? Endless fighting? Death by building? Grow 4 arms and become a giant man-spider?
To burn with the rest of the unworthy.
That's it? Oh, okay. Get him out of the air! Did anyone else hear that? Whoa, guys, can we take this outside?
Cute baby spider mode? No shot.
Is everyone okay? Besides me knocking you out, obviously?
We're better than you ever will be.
Dude, why the hostility? I don't understand. It's like, oh shit.
The only ones worthy enough to survive what's coming! You
Finish him off before the police get here!
Pretty sure this building is gonna fall apart before then! Down, Embers!
Fuck. Beat your fucking ass, dude. Wait, Wait, I just beat the fucking asses of every single one of these. I just beat the fucking asses of every single one of these people, and the whole hospital's about to collapse. I don't even understand. So they can't even survive this. It's over.
Burns eternal.
Thanks. So what's your deal?
There you are.
Hey!
You never did like my smoking.
What?
Yuri?
Lowlifes call me Wraith. Fits pretty well, I think.
I tried. Where have you been?
No time.
I don't remember this at all.
What about them?
They made their choice.
Wait, you're just gonna leave him? Wait, what the hell?
And they said it couldn't be done.
That was a okay. This is a fun place to end it, I think. You literally said to leave him 3 minutes ago. I mean, it's not It's not in line with Spidey principles to just leave them behind like that. You know what I mean? No terrorists left behind. I know we were fighting inside of a hospital, Israel style, but Spider-Man's got better morals than the IDF. Let's be real. Anyway, all right, everybody. That'll be all for tonight. I don't know if the event I'm going to will be streamed, okay? I don't know. Hopefully I don't get killed. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Peace. Peace in the Middle East. Bye-bye.
To the starlight, to the topic just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Anne at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in a line. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun